or tune-in apps.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Savor every last drop of summer with Starbucks. From bold refreshers to rich cold brews, the sunniest season only gets better with a handcrafted iced beverage in your hand. Available for a limited time. Your summer favorites are ready at Starbucks.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Having a tough time paying your bills? Learn how to reduce your credit card debt to a fraction of what you owe. Call the Debt Helpline now for free advice. 800-329-9912. 800-329-9912.
Upside presents Locals Just Know. In Pittsburgh, there are things that you just know. Like on game day, you can wear whatever you want as long as it's black or yellow.
Look, Mom, I dressed myself.
That's great, honey, but it's game day, and you're wearing Eagle colors. Let's go swap that shirt.
Well, here's something not all Pittsburghers know yet. You can now earn Upside cash back at hundreds of nearby restaurants, gas stations, and grocery stores. Even local favorites like Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get Go. The best part? With Upside, you can earn cash back on top of your credit or debit card rewards and loyalty programs like My Perks from Giant Eagle. Download the free Upside app, and soon you'll feel like every day is game day. For a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PITT03. That's promo code PITT03 for an extra 10% cashback bonus. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
Don't let summer slip away. Your last-minute summer adventure at Deep Creek Lake is here. Upgrade your getaway to a luxury SWAC Vacations Lodge with its own private indoor pool, a hidden speakeasy, even a private lazy river. Book any 3-night stay before Labor Day. Get $500 off. That means more money for your family trip to Myrtle Beach, a luxury lodge in Deep Creek, a massive Outer Banks house with room for everyone, and many more great destinations. Visit SWACVacations.com. Use code LAKE500. Claim your $500 discount.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
There we are. 866-391-1020. What a day. Steaming hot. It can be like that for a couple days, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do but move? There's really nowhere to move. Well, I guess you can move to, like, Just keep moving north, keep moving north, keep moving north. Or way south, to the other side. Or you could go north and south and north and south whenever it's winter. Live in those places. That might be the move. Huh. Anyhow, we're talking about the airport and people taking guns to the airport. And I'm not a gun owner. And I wonder if gun owners ever get tired of this and say, hey, it gives us a bad name and we got to do something more to stop it. Because now I think 99.9% of the people who get caught with guns at the airport, honestly, probably forgot they had a gun in their bag. But is that a good enough excuse? And is that really good enough in terms of the responsibility of a gun owner? I don't think so, but I'm not somebody who's a gun owner. Rock in New Ken. Hi, Rock.
How you doing, Colin?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. How's everything?
Going real good, except for the heat.
Yeah, it's pretty hot, man. What about this guy at the airport?
You know what? People have to take responsibilities for their actions. I cannot believe that a person can say, I didn't know I had a gun in my bag. If you're a responsible gun owner, you know where that gun is, whether it's loaded, whether it's not loaded. And it's sickening hearing all these people that use that excuse.
There were 42 intercepted last year and 44 intercepted the year before.
Right. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me. I'm a gun owner. If I know where my guns are at home, I know where they're at all the time. If I have one on me, I know which one I have. And I just can't believe that they want to use an excuse like that.
Well, let's take... Okay, all right, now we're on to something. So let's take Rock in New Kensington. And Rock in New Kensington, we're going to take him downtown to Grant Street in Pittsburgh, and we're going to say, hey, Rock, you know what? You're a responsible guy. You're a stand-up fella. For one day and one day only, we are going to make you be the person. We're going to allow you, the person, to be in charge of punishment. So if somebody takes their gun and tries to get through security at the airport, what would you make the punishment for that be?
Well, I mean, they have to go through the regular policies of whatever happens. I think they should be arrested, and I think that they should go in front of someone in order to, get this thing straightened out. If nothing happens to these people, if they get a slap on the wrist, then it's going to continue happening.
Well, they largely do. They get a monetary fine because it's a civil offense. And it's up to $10,000. It normally isn't $10,000. Then they get their gun back. And it is what it is. I think that there should be a finite period of time. You want to call it a month, you want to call it 6 months, you want to call it a year, you want to call it 5 years, where they aren't allowed to own guns. Joe is in the car. Hey, Joe, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you. Weigh in on this.
Well, I've traveled with guns on airplanes a lot, and it's very easy to travel with a gun. You can go to the desk, you announce you have a gun, they give you a card to sign that it's unloaded, you put it in the locked case, you take it to TSA, they double check it, and when you get to your destination, you pick it up at a special location. I don't believe these people that are carrying guns and getting caught are forgetting. I think maybe 1 out of 100 you could say forgot. But I think there should be a hefty fine. They should take the gun away from them, and they shouldn't be allowed to buy any guns for 5 years.
Yeah, I just got a text here as you were talking. It said these people are an embarrassment, and this comes from a gun owner. They need to be fined heavily and put on a do-not-fly list for a year. And that seems to align with what you're saying, Joe, because there seem to be protocols in place. And again, I can't speak to this. That's why I'm relying on the caller right now. I can't speak to this because I've never done this process. You outlined a process that seems to be logical and easy for someone to go through if they're responsible. I think I got this all right.
That's correct.
Well, why are we doing this? This is a story, and I am not at all exaggerating here. It was, 44? So it's almost every week. It's a story that we talk about or is reported just about every week. just about every week. Doesn't that tell you something needs to change? Mike in Greensburg. Hey, Mike.
How you doing, Colin? Thank you for your time.
Sure.
Yes, the other gentlemen that were on, they have it spot on. There is policy. There is procedure if you want to travel with a gun. I'm sorry. You are not responsible. Number one, if you don't have a carry permit, you shouldn't even have the gun with you. Number two, you know where your guns are if you're responsible. Every one of my guns, I know exactly where they're at all given time. When I travel, I know exactly what I have in my carry-on bag. I know I do the proper procedure for taking my gun with me, go through all the hoops you have to. Yeah, it might be a little inconvenience for some people, but I'm sorry. That gun that gentleman had, I saw it on the news this afternoon. Yeah, you can't tell me you forgot, because if you forgot, you shouldn't own a gun. If you get caught with a gun, do not fly list. You should not be allowed to fly.
You know, here's the thing, too. And the other layer to this, Mike, is what it does is it furthers the divide between the gun people and the people who are anti-gun. Right. And that shouldn't be the case at all, because these are numbskulls who gun people even look at and go, they give us a bad name.
Exactly.
And that's been the part of it the whole time, that it further dilutes and muddies the water in terms of gun people and non-gun people. And I look at it objectively and say these are outliers who are simply irresponsible people. We'll continue this in a little while. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Top of the next hour. Are you going to Steeler camp at all? I saw a video, I think, with lines that were like all the way to Derry or somewhere. I have an interesting take on that, but there's so much more to get into. We hit news, bottom of the hour. KDK.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 91 degrees at 3:30. I'm David Ballarano. We are in the first of 3 straight days of hotter than normal weather, perhaps even record-setting. News Radio KDKA's Paul Rasmussen has more.
High temperatures will reach the low to mid-90s through Wednesday, about 10 degrees above average and not far from all-time highs. Tuesday's record is 96. Wednesday's is 94. Real feels will reach the mid to upper 90s. CBS meteorologist Craig Allen says we'll have plenty of company.
We are talking about nearly 200 million people under some type of heat alert.
If you're thinking it's hotter than normal, KDKA-TV meteorologist Ron Smiley did some digging and learned since June 1st, the number of hours Pittsburgh has been above 75 degrees has reached the 4th highest level ever. Much better conditions arrive Thursday. Paul Rasmussen, News Radio KDKA.
State officials are monitoring another virus that has begun popping up in mosquito populations. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush with more on that.
It's called the Jamestown Canyon virus, and officials say as of July 18th, the Commonwealth reported that 23 mosquitoes had tested positive for the virus. Entomologist Chad Gore tells me it's similar to the West Nile virus.
So, for example, like West Nile virus is quite often found in birds.
So you get birds as a reservoir host that are part of that cycle that potentially leads to infections in humans, the mosquito biting cycle and so forth. Whereas with the Jamestown Canyon virus, that one, I believe, tends to be an arbovirus that is using vertebrates as their host or their amplifying host.
Gore advises you to wear long sleeves in areas where deer are plentiful and to use insect repellent containing DEET. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, stocks are lower. The Dow is down 120 points. The S&P 500 is down about 8 points. The Nasdaq, though, is bucking the trend. It's currently higher by 37 points. KDK Radio News Time, 3:32. Our next update is at 4 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Hey folks, Marty here. When you need work done in your home, the biggest investment in your life, who can you trust to deliver both quality and value? Come on. Call the cousins, Sam, Steve, and Calvin, the three cousins of C&S Cousins Construction. Experts, top of your house to decking and siding. Their expert technicians will treat you like family. If you're looking for a total replacement or even a small repair, call the cousins at C&S Cousins Construction. 989 Cousins, a local company you can trust. 989 Cousins, the best.
If you are new to Medicare and have questions, Aetna can help. Aetna has a Medicare Advantage plan that includes prescription drug coverage with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plan includes benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. Call Aetna today at 1-833-771-3415 to learn more. A licensed agent will answer your call.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our DSMPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Man, I love this. It's Marty. Good paying jobs, not just any jobs, jobs that can support your family, great benefits, opportunities for advancement. This is the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, representing construction workers and public sector employees. Over 500,000 strong. I love them. Phil Amaris leads this great union. He's one of my boys. He's one of my favorite people on earth. I'm serious. Pennsylvania Laborers District Council. Check them out. LaborPA.org. They're powerful. I'm telling you, I love them.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Every week on the Moth Podcast, we share stories that are funny, strange, heartbreaking, and above all, true.
I myself have been married for 56 years. Unfortunately, to 4 different women.
It turns out the people I was looking for all my life is what you people would call nerds.
Follow and listen to The Moth on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Margot.
All right, Colin, I am getting a report for an accident on 28 northbound ramp and the Parkway North right in the city, so look out for that if you are traveling towards that area. Also getting a report for an accident on the 700 block of Brown Avenue in Wilkins Township and on Steubenville Pike in Robinson Township. On the major roadways, that accident is backing up 28 inbound from the 40th Street Bridge and also the Parkway West outbound from the from Technology Drive going into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rental on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It will be hot through the rest of this afternoon with some sunshine and maybe a shower, high 93. And there could be an early thunderstorm tonight, otherwise partly cloudy and muggy, low 71. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow, high 92. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us on the Big K Morning Show tomorrow, 5:30 until 10, dealing with the heat, what you need to know, and tickets to the Brotherhood of Rock with Styx, Kevin Cronin, and Donnie Iris. Win them on the Big K Morning Show.
There we go. That'll be big, Larry, for sure. KDK excited to be back supporting the Wiener 100 race this year, EQT Park, as part of the Bark in the Park night, Tuesday, August 19th. That's coming up soon, before the Washington Wild Things game. You think you got a winning wiener dog? Well, find out if your pup is eligible to race by visiting the events page, kdkaradio.com. I'll put all the details on social media as well, so you know if your dachshund wiener dog will qualify and be able to run in that race. So be sure to check all of that out. Let's welcome in at this time, as we do every Monday at about this time, our great friend from Schultz Ford, all the great locations, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling as well, our good friend Richard Bazzi. Hi, Richard. How are you?
Hey, Carl. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Do you like wiener dogs or not?
I got to tell you, I was going to make a comment about that because it's funny that you call it that. But, yeah, I actually grew up with one.
Oh?
When I was really young, we had one. Yeah,
what was its name? Cool. What was your wiener dog's name?
Bo.
B-E-A-U or B-O?
B-O.
B-O. Was Bo fast?
B-E-A-U is way too sophisticated for my neighborhood.
Yeah, Munhall, too many letters, right?
Yeah.
So,
Too French.
Anyway, was it fast?
No. It was a wiener dog.
Well, that's the whole lore of the wiener dog races. Do you want to know why I'm doing the wiener dog races?
I can't wait to hear why.
Well, listen, you're like this because I'm a man of ingenuity like you. So Kennywood had them for years, like decades. They would host the wiener dog races. Then Kennywood got taken over by a different outfit, the same outfit that owns Dollywood, okay? And so they're not doing as many like localized things. So they started this Facebook page these people did that I noticed one day that was like Save the Wiener Dog Races. And then a guy calls here and he goes, I can't believe Kennywood's taking the wiener dog races away. And so kind of off the cuff, I go, if they can't host them, I'll make it happen for you. And damn if they didn't hold me to this. So I'm making the wiener dog races happen at Washington Wild Things Park on August 19th. How about that?
Well, you're right. You're ingenious.
Mm-hmm. Right, exactly.
I mean, yeah, you just made something appealing that probably wouldn't have been appealing.
No, they've had it for like 30 years, the wiener dog races.
It's just funny when you say it. I can't not laugh.
Did you call it a dachshund or a wiener dog?
Well, I called it a wiener dog.
Well, then why is it not funny when you say it?
I don't know.
Well,
one of the people that works here has two of them.
Okay. What are their names?
Yeah. I don't know.
Bo and Luke.
But she loves them.
Oh, she does? Okay.
She does.
Are you going to Steeler camp at all?
No, I'm not. But, I'm tired of hearing all these people complain about the humidity.
Oh, tell me more. Let's hear it.
No, I'm just tired of hearing it. Because when you asked me, that triggered when you said Steeler camp, and that triggered a thought that, I was talking to somebody this morning. Well, yeah, no, I'm not going to camp. It's too humid. Like, come on, get over it. Anyway, yes, no, I'm not going to Steeler camp. I asked Chelsea because her husband, Rich, is actually really a good, strong advocate of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he's usually right on. I mean, he's really got good insight.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, Chelsea, what's Rich's insight right now? How's he feel? And she told me, and it's exactly how I feel, which and probably with you, and we start every year. We end the season, we're angry, we say the heck with the Steelers, we're not going to do this anymore, and blah blah blah. And then they say time heals all. 4 months later, we're going to training camp, and all of a sudden we're renewed, and now we're all Steeler fans again.
Well, part of it is that the Pirates are normally like 132 games out of it.
Don't get me on that team either, because I could. Yeah, no.
So you're high on the Steelers, though.
I am. We have all the ingredients. My biggest fear, one of them, you see yesterday, and then there's a conversation and a debate about training camp, how you should approach training camp, how you should approach the preseason. But so.
You lost your train of thought. One of the things about
because Taylor's over there doing something with her hair. So yes, so we have that conversation, and the training camp part is scary because I'm really excited about it. Except what happened yesterday was Broderick got injured.
Mm-hmm.
They say it's a soft tissue issue, no big deal. But that's number one. And, so you look at that, and I really think the Steelers season, I think we're geared. I think we're stacked and geared with the right personnel. Is it a 5-year personnel stat? No. But, I really love what Omar did. I really do. But it wouldn't be something that you could have sold me 4 months ago and told me that was really great. That this is all happening.
All right, so anyway, you're high on Aaron Rodgers.
It all comes down. I'm hopeful. I'm so hopeful. I really am, and I am high on Aaron. High with contingency.
What is the contingency?
The contingency is stay healthy, keep your left tackle intact, and he's out now.
Okay. Then that's a very good question. Then, do you think that Aaron Rodgers needs to lean on other people in order to have success, that he can't carry a team like he once was able to? I think
he can.
He can? Okay.
I think he can. First of all, he's not going to have to carry the team, so to speak, because he's surrounded with fabulous talent. You got two tight ends. I look for that, and if we do struggle on our offensive line at all, he's got two fabulous tight ends that he can dump to quickly, and we can dissect defenses that way. So I don't think he can carry the team, but he doesn't have to. He's got DK. Wow, he's got fabulous receivers. He's got everything. And I am telling you, I am so high on our running back. I really am, and I think by game 5 or 6, he's going to be the starter.
Did you have to walk Bo when you were little? I'm intrigued by your wiener dog.
No, I didn't walk him. I was too young. I don't know.
Okay, all right. Just making sure.
Wait, this is your segue?
No,
from
I'm going to talk
my offensive line.
Yes,
to Bo.
I think that people want to hear about you owning a wiener dog.
Wait, Cordell Patterson's released?
Yeah, he's always hurt.
Well, I didn't know that was happening.
He broke his own news, too, which is great. Social media rules the world. He reported on his own social media that on the day off, he's getting released. So then they'll release it tomorrow whenever the Steelers aren't off.
Oh, so it's not officially released?
Except by him. So that's pretty official.
Yeah, that's pretty official.
Uh-huh.
Wow. That's interesting. Well, you don't really need him. And he didn't really add value to us.
There's also that. All right, good stuff. I'm glad you're high on the Steelers.
But you don't talk. You're not talking to me.
Well, I'm listening to you.
Disagree with me. I want to argue.
I don't. Can I be honest with you? The older I get, the less I care about sports.
Oh.
Honestly, the Steelers are just something for me to watch at this point. I don't get fired up about them anymore in my life.
So we're not going to text during the game?
No, we are. You're going to text me 100 times, and I'll text you back, and I'll have this big, long, rambling insight. Yes, I will. I say that, but I can't get fired up about camp yet. I can't.
Okay, what do you think about preseason? Well, first of all, what do you think about going to pads tomorrow?
Okay, interesting. Show me game one. I am at the point where the Steelers need to win playoff games before I truly have interest again.
Yeah, but there's structure and philosophy conversations. Like, because I've heard people say, well, pads is where people get hurt. Well, if you don't start to practice at the speed of the game for real, then you will get hurt.
No, I understand all that. Yeah. Football practice does very little for me. Football, like I see these people on social media tweeting out every single completion that Aaron Rodgers made and all. I can't.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I can't do that. I just show me the games.
Oh my gosh! Oh, the sky is falling. Aaron Rodgers threw an interception. Oh my God! The sky is falling.
I can't do it.
If you're listening to me and you're one of those people that said it, don't listen to me anymore.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Was Bo good enough, dog, that he went over the Rainbow Bridge and that he made it to doggy heaven?
I don't know. I don't know if he went to doggy heaven or not. He was bad.
All right. I'll talk to you soon. You're the best. Richard Bazzi had a wiener dog. That's the best news of the day. Oh, man. You ready for traffic, Margo? Let's do it. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Let's go.
All right, Colin. Still getting reports for an accident on 28 outbound right off of the exit to the Parkway North near East Ohio Street. On the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound is congested from the bend at Bates going into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, and the Parkway West outbound is slow from Technology Drive heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. After the Fort Pitt Tunnel on the Parkway West outbound, it is slow moving from the 79 interchange, and on the Parkway West inbound, it is congested through Robinson Town Center. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Do you consider someone in our Pittsburgh area a hero? A hero can be your neighbor, a teacher, a church leader, or even your parent. Someone who has done something extraordinary. Once again, KDKA Radio needs your help as we honor 5 local heroes in our community. Nominate your hero for Larry Richards' Hometown Heroes event at kdkaradio.com.
Join the Allegheny Parks this summer for the 2025 Summer Concert Series. Each weekend, you'll have a chance to enjoy live music on Fridays at South Park Amphitheater and on Sundays at Heartwood Acres Amphitheater. Each concert is free and starts at 7:30 p.m. Local food trucks, craft beer, and wine will be on site at all concerts starting at 6 p.m. For the full lineup, visit AlleghenyCounty.us/summer. That's AlleghenyCounty.us/summer.
Hey everybody, it's Lynn Hayes Freeland. 90th anniversaries are super special. That's why AARP Pennsylvania is celebrating 90 years for Social Security. And they're doing it with ice cream. Now, there are 3 events in the greater Pittsburgh area where you can join in the fun. But registration is required to get your favorite scoop of your favorite ice cream. And you'll learn more about AARP and the fight to strengthen and protect Social Security. You can register at aarp.org/local.
Hey folks, it's Marty. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader. Wow, they're good. They continue to exceed customer expectation. For instance, Charles from Bethel Park highly recommends NASCO. Charles was pleased with NASCO's exemplary customer service and the quality of their work. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Charles. Now's the time to get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO, NASCO.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, listen for the Drive at 5. Stories driving the news every single day at 5. It's all brought to you by Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van. Drive at 5. 100.1 FM, AM 1020. KDKA. So much more to get into. There are a lot of people that waited on hold about those guns at the airport. Guy gets caught with a gun at the airport yesterday, and it's a civil fine. Although they took this guy to jail, which is interesting. He was arraigned and held in the Allegheny County Jail on $3,000 bail, according to court records, which is interesting to me if it's a civil fine. So he was charged with carrying a firearm without a license. That's the part that becomes criminal, I guess. But in all of this, I don't own a gun. I don't shoot guns. I don't have guns. I was relying on the gun owner to tell me at 866-391-1020 what they think should happen to these people, because there's a rash of these. I think it was 42 last year, 44 the year before. I may have that reversed, but you get the drift. So like 85 or 86 in a couple years, and it shows no signs of slowing down. I thought, and I was told otherwise by gun owners, I thought that these are people, they just made a mistake. And gun owners tell me, you got to know where your gun is all the time. You're an idiot if this happens to you. And you may even be doing something or trying to do something that is nefarious. So then it got me to thinking, what is the proper punishment? If it keeps happening and keeps happening, and by the numbers it does, what is an adequate deterrent? Ryan's in Shaler. Hey, Ryan.
Hey there. A couple of things. There's a famous NFL college head coach this happened to, brought a gun on an airplane, tried to. Barry Switzer in 97 did it. Had it in his carry-on, got arrested for it. Barry Switzer's not going to commit a crime. I wouldn't think he would with it. But why can you even carry a gun on a plane? I've heard folks call up here 5 years this, 1 year that. Do you know to get a concealed weapon permit, by the way, in Pennsylvania, all you have to do is fill out an application. There's no quiz, test, nothing to test your knowledge on proper use of a gun, nothing like that. All you have to do is fill out a form. But maybe the thing is, and I'll just leave you with this, is just you can't carry a gun on a plane.
Let me interject, though. Let me interject.
Yep. Go ahead.
If you are somebody who is in fear of your safety, okay, then I don't think that the fear of your safety or the Second Amendment, and I'm not somebody who carries a gun, I've never owned a gun. The Second Amendment doesn't have state borders.
Yeah, no, 100%. So I have a solution for this. You could FedEx it or UPS to wherever you're going to go if you want to take your gun. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm not off by much, but if you have a concealed permit in Pennsylvania, it's honored by, I think, 31 states right now. To conceal carry, now, if you're a hunter or something like that, you can FedEx it or UPS it. That you're going to shoot with a rifle or shotgun. I'm not a hunter. I just have a handgun. But there's other ways to do it than carry it on the airplane. Cost you a little more money. Maybe you can rent a gun if you want to hunt. I don't know. But why should you even be able to? And then it clears out no guns at the airport. You can't take your rifle. You can't take your shotgun. And I know folks that probably go hunt elk or whatever in Colorado. They might not like that. It's going to cost you a couple extra bucks. And a lot of those folks are responsible, but you have so many doofuses that are out there.
See, I get it. I understand it. I get where you're coming from. I don't agree with it. Here's why. It's the same argument when there's fights at a ball game. And this may be long-winded, but let me get to it. You say no guns on the airport, no guns in the airplane, none at all. Well, for every one of these, and 80-some that we've seen at the Pittsburgh airport in the past couple years, there's many, 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 many more people who responsibly carry their guns from place to place, put it on the airplane, have it on them, check it, do what they're supposed to do, and they're on their way, and nobody even knows they had a gun. Just like every single time there's a fight at a Steeler game or around the NFL or at a stadium somewhere, you get, and I don't drink, but you get people who come out and they say, it's take the alcohol out of these stadiums, a bunch of drunks acting like idiots, they shouldn't sell beer. Well, you know that guy that you saw on TikTok or the guy that you saw on Twitter or the guy that you saw on Facebook in that fight at the stadium? For every one of those people who are in a fight, there are literally thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people who went to a game and had a beer or two and didn't act like a jerk. So I solve problems, or at least the way I think you solve problems, are punishing the people who can't fall in line as opposed to wide swathing catch-alls and punishing everybody, including those who have played by the rules. That's why I'm not for essentially abolishing the Second Amendment on an air vessel. No. Let's concentrate, and it's just a difference of opinion. Let's concentrate on the people who can't follow the established rules and maybe make it more stringent on them and make it more penal on them or whatever, and make it tougher on them whenever they do break the laws. That, to me, screams logic as opposed to a blanket policy. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Are you going to Steeler camp? I got to talk about that a little bit at the top of the hour. And I went somewhere recently, very recently, that I think gets a super bad rap. I'll talk to you about all of that coming up. Just past news, top of the hour, KDK.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Summertime is fast approaching, so what's on your growing honeydew home improvement list? Mine, it never ends, but I was able to check a big box and preserve my all-brick home thanks to Precision Pointing, a full-scale masonry company. Tons of brick pointing, brick replacements. Don't even get me started on the chimney, much worse than I originally thought. But now, all set. Precision Pointing craftsmanship set me up and took away a huge worry and burden. Plus, at Precision Pointing, they guarantee all their work, and they don't require a down payment. Precision Pointing, brickpointingpittsburgh.net.
UPMC is redefining cardiac care for women.
The #1 killer of women is heart disease.
UPMC McGee Women's Heart Program is the only integrated women's health and heart provider in the state.
We have by far the most comprehensive cardiac care in the region and across the nation. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 91 degrees at Pittsburgh International. At 4 o'clock, I'm David Colorado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick for your home's windows, siding, doors, and bath. TrustPJ.com. The State Game Commission has given approval to Sunday hunting for 10 additional Sundays this year. They are the last 3 in September, every Sunday in October, November 2nd and 9th, and December 7th. The other Sundays in November had already been designated. State Representative Mandy Steele, who authored the bills that was signed into law earlier this month, says this is just the beginning, and she looks forward to the years when Sunday hunting is fully incorporated into hunting season. Multiple people are recovering from injuries after they were shot outside of a casino.
Multiple people are recovering from injuries after they were shot outside of a casino. Authorities say a man is in custody and hospitalized following a police-involved shooting outside the Grand Sierra Resort in Reno, Nevada. Multiple people were injured, but investigators haven't said how many or what their conditions are. Police say the shooting happened this morning in the casino's valet area. The Reno Police Department is warning residents to stay out of the area. I'm Mike Hempen.
PennDOT has launched its Check Your Height, Know It's Right bridge campaign, and News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush tells us what that's all about.
PennDOT's District 11 Executive Jason Zhang is reminding drivers to be mindful when driving large vehicles to prevent more damage to Commonwealth bridges. He tells Larry Richard bridge strikes is a very common problem.
There's also a lot. They're probably getting hit every day. You know, at some point there's scrapes on some of them. And a lot of times we don't know about it until we go do a bridge inspection and find some new scrapes.
According to PennDOT data, more than 600 bridges have been hit by vehicles that surpassed height requirements in the last 10 years. For more information on PennDOT's Check Your Height, Know It's Right campaign, visit PennDOT online. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
A victory for Planned Parenthood in its battle with the Trump administration over Medicaid funding for non-abortion related care. That story from CBS's Christopher Cruz.
A federal judge in Boston has extended a preliminary injunction she granted last week, ordering the government to continue to reimburse Planned Parenthood with Medicaid funds for such services as birth control and cancer screenings. U.S. District Court Judge Indira Talwani said a provision included in the president's signature tax and spending legislation that the administration is using to defund Planned Parenthood is likely unconstitutional because it punishes the organization's health centers for providing abortions. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
An assistant freshman football coach at Penn Trafford has died. T.J. Dutroff was a 2002 graduate of Jeanette Schools who today announced the news of his passing. He was also the father of Dom Dutroff, who is currently Hempfield's quarterback. On Wall Street today, the Dow recovering a little bit, losing 64.5 points. The NASDAQ was up 70 points. The S&P 500 gaining a little more than 1 point today. KDKA Sports, the Bucs visit the Giants tonight as they begin a 6-game road trip. First pitch at 9:45 our time. KDKA Radio News time, 4:03. Time to call One Health Benefits, 724-799-8873 to learn how the Inflation Reduction Act impacts your Medicare plan. Right now, it's 91 degrees and sunny. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Summer's here, and so is Len Lacina from Lacina Drapery and Blind Factory.
Lacina can immediately refresh your home with custom window treatments. For over 60 years, our family-owned company has handcrafted stunning draperies in our very own factory and offers top-quality blinds, shades, shutters, and more.
Take advantage of Lacina's free shop-at-home service or visit their showrooms in Dormont and Wexford. Remember, Lacina's prices can't be beat. 412-665-4900 or visit lacinadrapery.com. The Pittsburgh Speaker Series presented by University of Pittsburgh announces its 25-26 season at Heinz Hall. 7 events will broaden your perspective and deepen your understanding of the world around you. Featuring Dr. Anthony Fauci, Malcolm Gladwell, historian Doris Kearns Goodwin, former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster, and National Geographic photographer Christina Mittermeier. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Here we are. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Margo.
All right, Colin, I'm getting a report for an accident on the 31st Street Bridge in the city. Also on Highland Avenue and Pinehurst Drive in Westview Borough. On the other major roadways, the Parkway West outbound is still congested from Technology Drive heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. After the Fort Pitt Tunnel, it is congested from the 79 interchange going through Robinson Town Center, meeting traffic on the other side on the Parkway West inbound, which is slow moving through Robinson Town Center. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There could be a shower through the rest of this afternoon. Maybe even a rumble of thunder in spots. We'll have a partly sunny sky, a high of 93. An early thunderstorm tonight, otherwise partly cloudy, low 71. Hot and humid with some sun tomorrow, high 92. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Here we are. Hello to you, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. So, are you going to Steelers camp or not? I need to know all about this. And I'll get into that in just a moment after you hear from Aaron Rodgers when he's asked if the Steelers can win a Super Bowl.
I think most of the 32 teams would probably say something to that accord at this time of the year. But I think that there's really only 6 to 8 that really have a legitimate chance. Sometimes it's 10 to 12, and there's teams that surprise you. But I would say on paper we're probably one of those 10 to 12.
Okay, all right, fair answer. I like it. Not bad at all. Are you going to Steelers camp? I need to know that at 866-391-1020. I hear this time of year, often it's bounced around like they need to stay at St. Vincent forever. Well, I got news for you. As long as any member of the Rooney family is part or whole ownership or majority owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers, they're going to stay at St. Vincent. And that's not a guess. I know that. That's the way it's going to work. They're not moving from St. Vincent. Now, is it something you need to go to? And this is just personal opinion. Is it something you need to go to every day? It's not something I need to go to every day. If you are a fan of the NFL or a football fan or a Steeler fan or all of those, I do think it's something you need to experience at least once in your life if you can. It is so much different than most other training camps that it feels like you're at a high school football practice, but instead of it being a high school team, it's the actual Pittsburgh Steelers right there. That, to me, it has a romanticism, it has a lure, it has a even a throwback nostalgia to it when you're there, that it's fantastic. I have, as I've gotten older, and I said this to Richard Basby when I talked to him just a little bit ago, I have gotten away from like heavy sports fandom. I'd much rather go watch my daughter wrestle than in her wrestling matches than watch any person I truly don't know participate in sports. I'd much rather go and go through an activity with my son, go on a hike with my son, than go and watch a Pirate game or a Steeler game. It's just when you get older, different stuff is more important to you. Or I'd much rather go to a NASCAR race with my son than go to a Steeler game. It's just kind of what it is. But you always migrate back to it no matter what during Steeler season to some degree, whether it's keeping an eye on it, whether it's not missing a play, any of that. And about training camp, when I saw those big long lines and people waiting like 2 hours to get in and all of that, it definitely is something, I think, from a sports checklist deal as a Western Pennsylvanian, that it's not the end of the world if you don't make it to it. And I'm not saying every year. I'm just saying once in your life. But if you do go, I feel like you walk away from it with a better understanding and a smile on your face and feeling better about yourself. Like, wow, that was a pretty neat experience. And hopefully you don't have to go when it's like 150 degrees. Anyway, Russell's in the car. Hi, Russell. How are you?
Hey, Colin. Welcome back.
Oh, thank you, Russell. I appreciate it. Had a good week off. Recharged, ready to go.
Good to hear both of you back.
Well, yeah, Margot's back, too. Margot had a better vacation than me.
I know.
But anyway.
The thing about the weapons on the planes, it just seems like it's so repetitive. It keeps happening and happening. And I think in order to stop something, you need to have more severe penalties. But if the money won't get it, why not bar them from flying?
I agree with you. Not bar the weapons, bar the people who get caught. I'll tell you this, and again, this spawns from yesterday. Another guy, 47 years old, a gun, and there were pictures of this on the news, right? Had a gun, carry-on bag, 5 rounds next to it, and the gun was loaded. It was ready to go. Guy's 47 from Ohio, no license for the gun, tries to take it through the checkpoint. They say, sorry, pal. And now he's fined big, and they actually took him to jail, to the Allegheny County Jail, because he did not have a permit for the gun. It was without a license, not just a concealed carry permit, but he didn't have a license for the gun. Anyhow, the way they could deter this, I think, or at least serve to a little bit, is one of the penalties 100% be on the no-fly list for, I don't know, you pick it. You pick it. 6 months? A year? 5 years? I'll tell you this. If they came out and said that you were on the no-fly list for life or for 20 years, I bet that number that was 42 or 44 last year in terms of people that brought guns to the airport, I bet that number would slice in half and probably even way more. I bet there'd be about 5 or 6 guns they'd catch at the airport. Because people would then put it even more on their checklist. Or, I'll tell you this, people would look at people who would be facing a lifetime of not being able to fly or decades not being able to fly and still made that mistake as people who wouldn't get the benefit of the doubt anymore as it being a mistake. Like, neutrals would look at it and say, I don't believe he was not up to no good. If it's well established, it's well known, everybody can understand that the penalty is deeply severe, and that person still had a gun on the airport. Back to the Steelers, though, at 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. It does get hot at Latrobe, but it gets hot everywhere. Like, people schlepped around the U.S. Open at Oakmont, and it was what it was. But it does get hot out there. You just got to be prepared for it. But the other part is when you're there and when you're in it. And look, again, I've kind of migrated away from being this gigantic sports fan. You do feel like those are the real fans. Like, more so than people who got tickets because they're somebody's boss, or people whose office pays a pretty penny every year to have tickets, and then they're entertaining other people there. It's almost like sitting in the top level of the stadium, or the old 600 level of Three River Stadium, and those are the true roll-up-your-sleeves, blue-collar, dyed-in-the-wool Pittsburgh Steeler fans at camp. And does make you feel kind of good being there. I'll be honest with you. It's something you have to experience once in your life if you're a true Steeler fan. 866-391-1020. Speaking of feeling good, I ran across a story today, you'll never believe this, about a car wash that's going to make you feel very, very good. And before we're out of here this hour, somebody's doing something with ice cream and turning it into something great for some kids. I'll explain in just a little bit. Traffic now. PJ PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Margot.
All right, Colin, taking a look at the major roadways. The Parkway East outbound is congested from the bend at Bates, and the Parkway West outbound is slow moving from Technology Drive heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. After the Fort Pitt Tunnel, it is a little bit congested from the 79 interchange. The Parkway West inbound is slow moving through Robinson Town Center and then starting back up again from the Banksville interchange going into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. 28 inbound is congested from the 40th Street Bridge. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
How would you like to go to the beach or pool feeling comfortable without wearing a cover-up this summer? How would you like to be in front of pictures instead of hiding behind people in the back where only your head pops up? How would you like your doctors to tell you how proud they are of your weight loss? How would you like to fit into clothes that haven't fit in years? How would you like to have such self-esteem and self-confidence that you are beyond happy? Yes, yes, and yes. Let's make all these things happen. Call me, Dr. Shufo, at 1-800-900-THIN.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Some interesting findings coming out of the largest study yet on ways to prevent Alzheimer's disease. It included 2,000 adults between the ages of 60 and 79. It found you can slow the cognitive aging clock by 1 to 2 years by improving your diet to include more greens, berries, whole grains, and fish, by exercising 30 minutes a day, 4 days a week, and completing some brain training computer games 3 times a week. In another promising development, drug maker Roche says it plans to test an experimental drug to see if it can slow down or prevent symptoms of Alzheimer's from developing. The study will focus on those at high risk. The hope is that one day doctors could use blood tests to identify the buildup of proteins linked to Alzheimer's and then treat the patients before the disease progresses. Not much progression on Wall Street today. The Dow is down 1/4. The S&P is down 1/10, while the Nasdaq is up 2/10. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
You've heard the news. Now talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Here we are, 866-391-1020 is that number. In just a little bit, wait till you hear about what one person is doing, well, this whole company really, to turn some ice cream into some funds raised for kids that are sick. This is a fantastic thing. It's incredible, and it's happening just this week, and it's happening locally, so you can help out, that's for sure. Oh, I tweeted all that information out about the wiener dog races, so be sure to sign up. Also, had some goofball named Johnny, who always stalks me on social media, say, where's Chris Moore? Tell Colin to go back to Kennywood. Well, I didn't go to Kennywood. I went to New York City. That's number one. And number two, go ahead. I'll tell you what, write the station. It would save me a lot of hassle. Have an email campaign and try to get Chris Moore to replace me. Just let me know before I do a show. Don't let me know like after a show, so I don't have to waste my time doing a show that day. But really, if you think Chris Moore is better than me, go ahead. Please have a campaign, because it would save me a lot of time and effort. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. All right, here we go. I found this story, and it's been making the rounds. I don't think it's made enough rounds. I think it should hit nationally a little bit more. And it is from CBS Miami. There is a car wash in Margate, I believe it is, down there, that is so incredible. And it's called the Rising Tide Car Wash. And I see stories like this every once in a while, and I just don't think they're played up enough. This one, again, from CBS Miami. Give a listen to what they're doing at this car wash down there.
A spotlight on a neighborhood car wash that is more than just the soap and the suds.
It provides really a job and a safe space for some of the more vulnerable members in our community. Tanya Francois takes us to the Rising Tide Car Wash in Margate.
It's my life.
What would you do if you didn't have this?
I wouldn't have a job.
Andrew Deary is the reason why the Rising Tide Car Wash exists. His family started it to give Andrew a working life after he was done with school.
Started it because my brother Andrew's on the autism spectrum, and when he was in high school, it became really clear really quickly that in order for him to lead the full adult life that we knew he was capable of, we were going to have to take action.
Action turned into 3 car wash locations and 90 staff members who are neurodivergent, making neurotypical abnormal.
Because everybody fits in here, because we really are intentional about building psychological safety and belonging.
Cars have so easy for me. Ryan Brody also, he'll tell you the salary isn't bad either.
The best thing of having a job that is I make so much money.
I work here because I get a lot of money and I talk to the customers.
Michelle Hintz supports the business model. She's a regular customer who also happens to be a psychologist.
Every time they clean a car, it starts out dirty, and they can see the progress. It's now shiny and clean, like they know they did a great job. That's all we want, is to know that we actually succeeded in something.
The thing that makes me happy is cleaning cars.
The Rising Tide Car Wash has 3 locations, this one in Margate, another in Coral Springs, another in Parkland, and a 4th one set to open sometime next year in Pompano Beach. In Margate, Tanya Francois, CBS News, Miami.
To see such a terrific organization expand in that way, they're doing great things.
It's great.
All right, CBS News at 6 starts right now.
There we are, CBS Miami. It's so fantastic to see a story like that. You turn on the news, both local and national, and you sort of beat over the head with this awful story, that awful story, this tragedy, this violence, this is terrible, that's awful, don't come out of your house. Then you see a story like this, and it truly puts a smile on your face, and I thought for sure that I needed to relay it to you. Coming up next, somebody doing great things for sick kids, and they're using ice cream to do it. I'll explain. But first, demand the yellow van. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh, when disaster strikes, you demand that yellow van. Fires, they can be devastating. Smoke, soot, the smell. Everything changes in just seconds. Well, when the flames are out, the real work, yes, it begins. Locally rooted team that's been serving Pittsburgh families for over 40 years. It's a team your neighbors have trusted for decades right here in Pittsburgh. If something awful happens to you, just one call. 412-312-4282. 412-312-4282. When disaster strikes, demand that yellow van. You can go to the website, ServiceMasterofGreaterPGH.com. Again, 412-312-4282. Let's hit traffic now. DJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Margot.
All right, Colin. Getting a report for an accident on the 100 block of Bridge Street in Millvale. On the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound and the Parkway West outbound are both slow-moving from Technology Drive heading into the Fort Pitt and Squirrel Hill tunnels. The Parkway West inbound is congested through Robinson Town Center and then starting up again from the middle of Green Tree Hill heading into the Fort Pitt tunnel. 28 inbound is slow-moving from the 40th Street Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey everybody, it's Lynn Hayes Freeland. 90th anniversaries are super special. That's why AARP Pennsylvania is celebrating 90 years for Social Security. And they're doing it with ice cream. Now, there are 3 events in the greater Pittsburgh area where you can join in the fun. But registration is required to get your favorite scoop of your favorite ice cream. And you'll learn more about AARP and the fight to strengthen and protect Social Security. You can register at aarp.org/local.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus, offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chevy.
Need that new car right now? Get to Schultz Ford. Or check it out online, schultzford.com. So all the locations, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, down in Wheeling, get there too. But again, check out schultzford.com. F-150, fantastic. Mustang, great. Explorer, yep. Expedition, if you got that extra size family. This is the place to go. The customer service cannot be beat. So check it out in person at one of the locations or always schultzford.com.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding. Congratulations, Joe. Triple Crown winner from Owens Corning.
Yes, Larry. We are proud to announce that we are recognized for service excellence, product excellence, and MVP based on marketing leadership and customer service.
Call Joe and his team. You'll get the best of the best. Get a free estimate for roof and siding replacements. Call the roofing replacement experts at JP Roofing and Siding. 412-829-7711. Congrats, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
If you are new to Medicare and have questions, Aetna can help. Aetna has a Medicare Advantage plan that includes prescription drug coverage with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plan includes benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. Call Aetna today at 1-833-771-3415 to learn more. A licensed agent will answer your call.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our DSMPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 91 degrees at 4:30. I'm David Colorado. With the muggy conditions expected to last until Thursday, Allegheny County is extending its red heat advisory through Wednesday. The city is also operating its cooling centers at 6 healthy active living centers. They will be open from 8 a.m. until 7 p.m. both tomorrow and Wednesday. The county says anyone who needs help in connecting with one of those centers should call 211. The full list of open cooling centers posted on the County Department of Human Services website. And as many as 200 million Americans are facing heat advisories over the next few days. CBS meteorologist David Parkinson has the outlook and the alerts.
We've got 198 million people under some sort of heat alert from the northern plains into Florida and on up into New England. Yeah, there's a heat advisory in Florida because the heat is so dangerous, upper 90s, and then you add in the famous Florida humidity and you get a feels-like temperature as high as 115 degrees.
Mosquitoes are testing positive for the Jamestown Canyon virus in parts of Pennsylvania, including Westmoreland County. Entomologist Chad Gore says the virus can be spread by multiple species of mosquitoes.
Think like the Asian tiger mosquito, which we're seeing more and more of in Pennsylvania. We're seeing a little bit of the yellow fever mosquito, Aedes aegypti, in Pennsylvania, but that one hasn't quite made a foothold. But certainly the Culex. That's a very very common mosquito and definitely a carrier and vector of this virus.
And the county health department, the Allegheny County Health Department, says recent testing shows more mosquito samples are testing positive for West Nile virus, so they'll be spraying this week in Point Breeze, Regent Square, Edgewood, Wilkinsburg, East Hills, Homewood, and Highland Park. On Wall Street today is a mixed day. The Dow lost 64 points, but the Nasdaq gained 70. The S&P 500 up 1. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. The Bucs visit the Giants tonight as they begin a 6-game road trip. First pitch at 9:45 our time. KDK Radio News Time 4:32. It's time to call Metropolitan Windows to save 30% on their full line of exclusive Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows. 412-655-8411. Our next update's at 5. I'm David Bollerado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply, stop to opt out.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce is complicated. It affects every part of your life, your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce and the unexpected directions that it can take, it's times like this that you need a partner you can count on.
If you're a man facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today to connect with a local divorce attorney who understands the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Text Firm 66 to 32 32 32. FIRM 66 to 32 32 32. Firm 66 to 32 32 32. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Life-changing medicine is happening every day at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
We have the luxury to be bold, to continue to be pioneers in the world for innovative heart care.
We are the place of discovery. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
By combining technology, research, and the latest innovations, patients from all over the world come to UPMC.
Because of the expertise that exists here at UPMC, it allows us to take on patients that have been turned down at other centers.
We offer unique heart procedures that you cannot get anywhere else.
One of our founding mantras is that compassion has to be at the forefront of everything that we do.
From leading the region in cardiac procedures to being the only center in the state to offer integrated women's health and heart care, UPMC is pioneering life-changing cardiac care every day. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
Margarita, Are you ready for this? PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. What do we got?
All right, Colin, looking at the major roadways, the Parkway North outbound is congested from the city heading up towards Westview. Also, on the Parkway East outbound and on the Parkway West outbound, it is slow moving from Technology Drive heading into the Fort Pitt and Squirrel Hill tunnels. 28 inbound is congested from the 40th Street Bridge, and the Parkway West inbound is congested through Robinson Town Center. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It will remain hot through the rest of this afternoon with some sunshine, maybe a shower, high 93. Perhaps an early thunderstorm this evening, otherwise partly cloudy and sticky, low 71. Partly sunny and hot tomorrow, high 92. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us on the Big K Morning Show tomorrow, 5:30 until 10, dealing with the heat, what you need to know, and tickets to the Brotherhood of Rock with Styx, Kevin Cronin, and Donnie Iris. Win them on the Big K Morning Show.
All right, if you've heard one person, you've heard about 9 million tell you about just how hot it is out. Well, there's a fantastic way to beat the heat a little later on this week, and a great way to raise money while doing so for just a fantastic cause. Let me welcome in Chris Camp. He's the owner of the Cranberry Dairy Queen, and I'm going to talk to him right now. Hi, Chris. How are you?
Good, Colin. How are you?
Wonderful. Thank you so very much for asking. I think I've summed it up the right way. And I'll tell you what, for an initiative like this involving ice cream, it couldn't have fallen on a better week, considering, I don't know, last check, I think it was 138 degrees outside, Chris. Or something there.
You must be in the shade. Okay.
Yes. All right. So Cranberry Dairy Queen is participating, and we got a lot of listeners. And obviously, that's a gigantic spot, both for people who live there or people passing through with a connector and everything else. On Thursday, it's a national initiative that you localize. What do you got going on?
Yeah. So at our location, we have two locations. We own the one in Cranberry Township. We also own the one in Summit Township, which is right outside of Butler. We got some fun stuff going on. Typically, most Dairy Queens that participate donate $1 from every blizzard that's sold that day, and it goes back to Children's Miracle Network. We are doing some extra stuff. We are doing a bounce house. We got a face painter coming. We're going to have some food trucks in the parking lot. So we're trying to make it more than just ice cream, but a fun event and a great way to help a great cause. The great thing about this one, too, is all the money that's raised in Pittsburgh stays in Pittsburgh. So of all the Dairy Queens in the Pittsburgh area that are participating, which is close to 60 of them, all the money goes right to UPMC Children's Hospital. So it's nice that it stays local.
That's fantastic. Now, this is something I did a little research today, was just kind of reading around. It's something that's not new. It's something that's counted on by the hospitals, and it's something that's great community outreach. This dates back to like 1984 or so, right?
Yeah. So actually across Dairy Queen, and this is all the Dairy Queens in the United States and Canada, it's been 41 years since they've been doing it. And over that course of that time, nationwide, they've raised over $185 million for CMN. And then locally, just in the local market in Pittsburgh that has gone to Children's Hospital here in Pittsburgh, it's been $2.3 million has been raised. So pretty big numbers for that, for just some ice cream.
Wow. Incredible. Chris Camp, the owner of a couple Dairy Queens, one being Cranberry right up there. And so tell me, whenever this happens on Thursday and people make their way up there, what's procedurally, how is it done? How does it go? What do they have to order? And obviously you'll have staff ready to go too.
Yeah. We gear up for it. It's usually a pretty big day for us. Really, it is as easy as can be. You literally come in, you order a blizzard, you don't have to do anything. We take $1 from that sale. We track the sales, obviously, throughout the day, and then we take $1 from that sale, and at the end of the day, we tally it all up, and that's how much we donate to CMN. So it's that simple.
Are you going to do the blizzard trick where you like turn it upside down to show people that it doesn't spill and all of that kind of stuff?
We do it, well, I will say we do our best to do it every single time. So whenever you get a blizzard, it should get flipped upside down. So even in 91-degree heat, it should still work.
Does the owner of a Dairy Queen have a solution for brain freeze? I know you get weird questions probably, but when somebody gets brain freeze, what do you tell them to do?
Okay, that's definitely a different question. I know the trick that I have heard, which I don't know if it works, but you're supposed to take your thumb and stick it on the roof of your mouth, and that's supposed to help. But I just say embrace it. Like, if you're going to get it, just enjoy it. So.
Do you know, I liked you until that moment, and I'll tell you why. My wife said, put your thumb on the roof of your mouth, and I've taken her for a crackpot for like 20 years, and now actually someone else has said this. And now I kind of have to believe her because she's going to hear this or go back and hear this and say, see, someone else feels the same way. And I've said she's been crazy for all this time, but now she's going to lean on you as the owner of an actual ice cream place, a Dairy Queen, and say, yeah, see, I know what I was talking about.
I think what you need to do is stop out on Thursday, order like 5 blizzards, try it out. If you get a brain freeze, if it works, you can apologize to your wife. If it doesn't, you can laugh at her.
Oh, I have one more advice that I need to get from you. Chris Camp, owner of Cranberry Dairy Queen, joining right now. Whenever you get the ice cream cake, which I think is just fantastic, isn't the ice cream...
Yep.
They're the best. They crush any other cakes. I was not arguing, but we were having a heated debate with me and a couple friends about 2 weeks ago. Aren't one of the most gigantic keys to the ice cream cake when to take it out and put it up to room temperature? It severely changes how good the ice cream cake is.
Again, I think it is personal preference, but I will agree with you. You got to have just the right time of it coming out of the freezer, and we recommend 15 minutes even from the time you pull it out, because then it gets soft and it's just the perfect texture. But it's personal preference, I'll say.
Oh, it's just fantastic. All right, one more time. So Thursday, Miracle Treat Day. That's July 31st. That's coming up at participating U.S. locations. You have 2 of them, Cranberry Dairy Queen. Then you have another one a little bit further north. This is Thursday. So everybody that gets a blizzard that day, you're going to donate what to local Children's Hospital?
Yeah, so we donate $1 from every blizzard, goes straight to Children's Hospital. And then we also do, most DQs do this as well, we do Roundup. So, if your total's $1.50, you can round up 50 cents, and then we take that 50 cents and we donate that as well, too. So those would be the 2 ways that you could do it on Thursday. But, obviously we'd love for you to stop out to one of our locations, but pretty much all the Dairy Queens in the Pittsburgh area will be participating. So you can stop by any one on Thursday and help out a great cause.
And what time do you open up? What time can you get going in the morning? Because I know a lot of people are taking their kids and picking them up from summer camp. They maybe have baseball camp, things like that. What time does it get going and what time does it end?
Yeah, our location opens at 10 a.m. and then we are open until drive-through stays open until 10 p.m. So.
Awesome. Well, great stuff. I appreciate it as always, and we'll talk again soon. Big day on Thursday. Chris, thank you so very much.
Yeah, thanks for the time, Colin. Thanks for spreading the word.
Absolutely. Oh, Margo, you like blizzards?
Who doesn't?
I'm with you. Oreo, Reese's, any other flavor? What do you go with?
I just see whatever they have. I kind of like the cotton candy one, too.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
I am not normally like an ice cream or a sweets person, but that like Oreo Blizzard or the Reese's Pieces Blizzard, and I'm like a little kid. When they turn it upside down and none spills out, it's like a card trick to me, like a magic trick that I can't get enough of.
Especially in the summertime. Ice cream in the summer, it's just an unmatched summer dessert.
Yes.
And you're right about the ice cream cake. It is delectable.
Ice cream cake crushes any other kind of cake.
I 100% agree.
Like annihilates. You want to know the scary part? My daughter is at a summer camp, a week summer camp, and it is in Mars, but I come right past there, like and I may be able to push it on Thursday.
I think you got it.
I think that this is probably going to happen on Thursday.
You got to do it. You got to support the cause.
Stop for the blizzard on the way in.
And hopefully they do the upside down thing.
Oh, they have to. What if you find me in the bouncy house?
Oh, gosh.
So we will put some of the stuff on our website, I'm sure, about this. It's a great cause. It really is. And I think one of the things that's most appetizing here is it's not going to something big and national. It's going right to Children's Hospital here in Pittsburgh. So be sure to check that out. That's Thursday, Cranberry Dairy Queen. Proceeds go toward Children's Hospital on this Blizzard Day, Miracle Treat Day. So there is that. Let's hit traffic right now, Margo. Why don't we? PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's all powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. What do we got?
All right, Colin, seeing some congestion through Robinson Town Center on the Parkway West inbound. And a little further down, it starts from Green Tree Hill heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. The Parkway West outbound is congested from Technology Drive going into the Fort Pitt Tunnel as well. And 28 inbound is slow moving from the 40th Street Bridge. The Parkway East outbound is seeing some bumper-to-bumper traffic starting at the bend at Bates going into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Is your car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. New brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait, you pay nothing on repairs? Ox gets it fixed? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance?
Yeah, you don't pay. Ox pays. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A+ rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike those other warranty companies.
The last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-240-1465. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-240-1465. 800-240-1465. Or go to oxcarcare.com.
7 races, 7 dogs, and KDKA Radio. Colin Dunlap takes his show on the road in support of the Wiener 100 race at EQT Park as part of the Bark in the Park night on August 19th before the Wild Things game. Find out if your wiener dog is eligible to race by clicking on the events page at kdkaradio.com. Hot dogs, baseball, the Wiener 100 race, and Colin Dunlap, only on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-518-9137. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-518-9137. 800-518-9137. 800-518-9137.
Man, I love this. It's Marty. Good paying jobs, not just any jobs, jobs that can support your family, great benefits, opportunities for advancement. This is the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, representing construction workers and public sector employees, over 500,000 strong. I love them. Phil Amaris leads this great union. He's one of my boys. He's one of my favorite people on earth. I'm serious. Pennsylvania Laborers District Council. Check them out. laborpa.org. They're powerful. I'm telling you, I love them.
All right, Goldberg, Persky, White News Desk. Look ahead what's happening at 5 o'clock. I think I see David Bollerado out there. David?
You do. Hey, Colin, welcome back. Colin, it's going to be hot for a few more days, and if you're going to go outside to beat the heat, watch out for mosquitoes. We'll have more coming up at 5 on News Radio KDKA.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
KDKA-AM Livestream.
Watch out for the mosquitoes. I went for a hike last week here before I went away for a little bit. And when was it? It was Wednesday night, I guess. Yeah, it would have been Wednesday just past dinner time. And I was on the Rachel Carson Trail, and I had bug spray on. Okay? And so I did bug spray, and I had one of those wipes. Like, you wipe your body. It's like a damp cloth full of... It stinks. It doesn't stink. It smells like pungent. It smells like one of those candles that you burn, kind of. And so you wipe it all over your body, and I had bug spray. I didn't get bit a lot, but the mosquitoes, or bugs, whatever they were such a nuisance that it was, it really was incredible. You always anticipate this time of year, like some bugs being out there. I looked down at one point as I was walking, and it was just this, like, swarm following me. It was like Pigpen in Peanuts. Like, there was nothing anywhere else, but there's this swarm of, like, dirt, but it was bugs following me. All right, let me get to this at 866-391-1020. Then, at the top of the hour, I want to get into something about people's behavior at airports, and also a story out of Leechburg. Did I have to tell you, I just can't believe is a story still in 2025. Every time I see something like this, I say to myself, how in the world are there still people in 2025 who operate like this? And I'll explain coming up in the next hour. But let me explain. I was just telling Margot in the break, because the stuff in the break between Margot and I, and me and Margot and me, our conversations, they're better than anything. It's better than anything said on the show. Like, if they had a show of the commercials, that's what we should do. Have a pay-per-view commercial show. We can make a ton of money. Those conversations are way better. Anyhow, so I'm not someone who bemoans downtown Pittsburgh and says, oh, it's terrible, it's awful, it's this, it's that, or whatever. If you want that, listen at 10 o'clock every day. So, anyhow, I don't bemoan it. But I have said before, there's just not a lot for me there. Like, it doesn't offer what I need. I don't think the shows are great. I think that the restaurants are so-so, and I can get, as a suburban dweller, a lot of what I need in the suburbs. I'm not scared of anything. I'm not, but I don't need people hassling me to go down and go to places that don't really interest me that much. I'll go to the North Shore to a game, or I'll go to the casino here and there, but downtown proper is not a whole lot. Doesn't mean I'm scared. Just means I just don't want to deal with it for what the payoff is. But I'm not going to spend 4 hours a day telling you how awful downtown is. It's not my shtick. Again, listen at about 10:30, you'll get it. But let me say this. I was just in New York City, and I go to New York City 2, 3, 4 times a year. The police officer, the visible police officer to civilian ratio, even with that many people in Manhattan, far surpasses the visible police officer to person walking around ratio of Pittsburgh. And it ain't even close. I mean, it just isn't. And I'm not talking about Times Square only. I'm talking about everywhere. Like down in Chelsea where we were, Flatiron, up by Central Park, everywhere. All over Manhattan. That, to me, is the number one biggest thing. Number two, it's much more well lit. So there's that. And number three, it's cleaner. It just is. The sidewalks and stuff are cleaner. The other part is it feels like that in New York City, at least in Manhattan, people have a sense of, because there's much more residential, people have a sense of pride in keeping it clean who actually live there or work there every day. So I don't know who's pushing forward. And now, who knows what happens when a new mayor gets into New York. But for right now, at least, it is anybody who's like, New York's this or New York's that. I think it's fantastic. particularly when measured up against downtown Pittsburgh. And you can't really compare the two cities. One is astronomically big and one isn't. But in terms of feeling safe, feeling okay, because I walk around with my 14-year-old daughter. Like, there's not 1 second in Manhattan, and I'm not talking about Times Square. I'm talking about all over the place in Manhattan where I feel unsteady or unsafe, or I feel like, it's a little bit weird. Not at all. Not for 1 second. And largely it gets back to the police to person walking around ratio. It is much, much greater than it is in Pittsburgh. And it just is. They're much more visible. Anyway, 866-391-1020 is that number. Top of the hour. Alarming behavior from people at the airport. I don't get it. And I'll explain. And also, something keeps happening. It happened in Leechburg, Pennsylvania, where I say, is it really 2025 and we're still doing this? I'll explain all that. But from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Margo, first day back. I don't mean to jinx you, but you're crushing this traffic. You're going to get one of those weird words soon.
I know. You're going to jinx me. Anyway, I'm getting a report for an accident on Penn Avenue in East Liberty. On the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound and the Parkway West outbound are both congested from Technology Drive, heading into the Fort Pitt and Squirrel Hill tunnels. Seeing some spurts of moderate congestion on 28 outbound starting from the city and going towards the Etna bypass. The Parkway West inbound is congested through Robinson Town Center and then starting back up again from the Banksville interchange going into the Fort Pitt tunnel. With AAA traffic, I'm Margo Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Did you miss this week's Allegheny Health Network Medical Frontiers? Log on to the Allegheny Health Network website to listen to your favorite Medical Frontiers show. Visit ahn.org/Medical Frontiers podcast and look for your favorite Medical Frontiers show.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way, give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $12,500 bathroom remodel with an additional savings of up to $3,000 plus low to no monthly payments. 412-556-2284. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
Have you been told there's nothing that can be done for your neuropathy? Tri-State Neuropathy Centers is pleased to tell you that is not true. As one of the largest and most successful neuropathy treatment practices in the country, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers has grown to 9 regional centers and helped over 14,000 patients, like Janie from West Homestead. Janie's neuropathy pain limited her activities to where she couldn't stand long enough to cook a meal. She feared she might need a wheelchair. Then Janie found Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Their effective FDA-approved treatment program greatly improved Janie's neuropathy, and she considers her decision to use Tri-State Neuropathy Centers as a wise investment in her health and future. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Janie, along with thousands of others. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 92 degrees at Pittsburgh International. 5 o'clock, I'm David Colorado. We're in the first of 3 straight days of hotter than normal weather, perhaps even record-setting. News Radio KDKA's Paul Rasmussen has more.
High temperatures will reach the low to mid-90s through Wednesday, about 10 degrees above average and not far from all-time highs. Tuesday's record is 96. Wednesday's is 94. Real feels will reach the mid to upper 90s. CBS meteorologist Craig Allen says we'll have plenty of company.
We are talking about nearly 200 million people under some type of heat alert.
If you're thinking it's hotter than normal, KDKA-TV meteorologist Ron Smiley did some digging and learned since June 1st, the number of hours Pittsburgh has been above 75 degrees has reached the 4th highest level ever. Much better conditions arrive Thursday. Paul Rasmussen, News Radio KDKA.
And Allegheny County has extended its code red heat advisory through Wednesday, and the city will once again be operating its cooling centers tomorrow and Wednesday. State officials are monitoring another virus that's begun popping up in mosquito populations. News Radio KDK's Myra Rush with more on that.
It's called the Jamestown Canyon virus, and officials say as of July 18th, the Commonwealth reported that 23 mosquitoes had tested positive for the virus. Entomologist Chad Gore tells me it's similar to the West Nile virus.
So, for example, like West Nile virus is quite often found in birds. So you get birds as a reservoir host that are part of that cycle that potentially leads to infections in humans, the mosquito biting cycle and so forth. Whereas with the Jamestown Canyon virus, that one, I believe, tends to be an arbovirus that is using vertebrates as their host or their amplifying host.
Gore advises you to wear long sleeves in areas where deer are plentiful and to use insect repellent containing DEET. To Myra Rush, News Radio KDKA.
AP Washington correspondent Sagar Magani reports President Trump says there's a reason why he stopped being friends with Jeffrey Epstein.
President Trump says there's a reason he stopped being friends with Jeffrey Epstein. In Scotland, the president at first brushed off a question about why their long relationship ended.
That's such old history. Very easy to explain, but I don't want to waste your time by explaining it.
And moments later, did, saying Epstein did something inappropriate.
Stole people that work for me. I said, don't ever do that again. He did it again.
And the president says he threw Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago.
Persona non grata.
He did not say what the workers did or where. The White House's communications chief recently said on social media the president kicked Epstein out of his golf club for being a creep. Sagar Magani, Washington.
On Wall Street today, the Dow lost 64 points, but the Nasdaq gained 70 points, and the S&P 500 up a little more than 1 point. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. The Bucks visit the Giants tonight as they begin a 6-game road trip. First pitch at 9:45 our time. This Black and Gold Camp report is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist. Steelers running back Cordero Patterson says he has been released. He posted on social media that he was released on his day off. KDK Radio News Time 5:03. Recently lost your health insurance or do not have health insurance through your employer? Then it's time to call One Health Benefits, 724-799-8873 for affordable options. Right now, it is sunny. It is 92 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Here we are, PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's all powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Miss Margot.
All right, Mr. Colin. I am looking at the major roadways, and it seems that there is major congestion on the Parkway West outbound, starting at Technology Drive, going into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. On the Parkway West inbound, it is congested through Robinson Town Center and then starting back up again from the Banksville interchange going into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. 28 inbound is still seeing some congestion from the 40th Street Bridge, and the Parkway North outbound is slow moving from around the exit to get off towards McKnight Road. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rental on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There can be a thunderstorm in some spots early on tonight, otherwise partly cloudy and muggy, low 71. Partly sunny, hot and humid for tomorrow, high 92, and we'll have some storms around as we head into late Wednesday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Fire doesn't wait, and neither should you. When disaster strikes, call Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. Fire damage? Demand the yellow van.
Demand the yellow van. Call Service Master.
The Drive at 5. The stories driving today's headlines. Brought to you by Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, demand the yellow van. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, before we're out of here today, a touching tribute that I must get to. And so much more. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. All right, so... Oh, Margot, I have a question for you before I start this segment, before I get into really what I want to get into.
What up?
My daughter and I were in Bryant Park. I'm sitting there having coffee. She was having like a juice or something. And a lady walks by. Now, you know how the kids say extra. Now, is this extra or not? Is this too much? Okay. You know what extra means, right?
Yeah.
Lady has a Westie. You know what a West Highland Terrier is?
Yeah.
A Westie. She's walking a Westie, and this lady's very New York looking, like trendy clothes and all that. The Westie is dyed pink.
Oh, God.
Extra or not?
That's very extra. I was actually just looking at videos earlier of people dyeing their dogs.
Well, that's weird. I said that then.
Yeah, it is
The
weird.
dog's hair, it was all pink.
I don't understand why people need to dye their dogs.
I don't know. And I said to my daughter, and my daughter just rolled her eyes. She just goes, whoa. I said, yeah, that's too much for me.
There's just, let your dog live. It doesn't want to be pink.
No,
unless it does, but I assume it doesn't want to be pink.
Rough life. How would the dog know anyway? So I just want to get your input on that. All right, coming up in a little bit. Something happening in Leechburg, I can't believe. But let's get down to this. So on our way home, our flight was canceled. It was delayed at first Okay? It was supposed to fly out Friday night, coming home at like 7 o'clock. So it gets delayed. Then we're on the other side of 10, and finally it gets canceled. There was a big storm. There's all kind of stuff. Then they said it was air traffic controller stuff. It was what it was. So I saw it on the board, though. It said canceled before they actually announced it in the terminal. So I made my way to customer service, tried to beat the crowd, and really beat some of it, but not all of it. I was still like 10th in line or so. But as I'm making my way up to the front counter and trying to figure out what I'm going to do, if there's any more flights that night, there were not. What my options were, there were no other airlines. The option ended up being the next day, being Saturday at like 4:30, fly home. And so I had to get go to Orbitz, find another hotel room, come back into the city from LaGuardia, do that, and it ended up being spent money I really didn't want to spend, but it was what it was, you know? It just, travel woes happen. The person working at the counter couldn't have been a nicer young man when I finally made it up there. All this in the face of people swearing at him, people quite literally pounding the table, people saying this isn't good enough, I'm going to stand here and wait, people pointing their finger at him and there were a couple other gate agents or customer service agents. People speak to people like they're jerks. I'm trying to wrap my head around this. If this is a new development, if this is something that we have in this ultra self-important society, and when this really took off. Because I know what didn't happen that day. What didn't happen that day is those people who were working for Delta Airlines, they woke up and they said, hey, here's the deal. What I want to happen is go to work and lightning strike really close to here, and there be a big storm, and all these flights get delayed and maybe canceled, and then people come up to me, and we have to figure something out. They wanted the day to go smoothly when they woke up. They didn't want to have to deal with any nonsense. So it wasn't their fault. When did we turn into people who feel it's okay to yell and scream at others who are trying to help us? Because I don't feel like it's always been... You've had outliers once in a while. In a crazy guy or a lunatic or, man, this woman is really full of herself. Look at the way she's talking to that guy. But it seemed like person after person after person felt it was A-okay to be a total jerk to people trying to help them out. Now, I can only speak from experience. You know, if you approach people and don't act like that, generally, they're more apt to help you out because they're just exhausted by the people who treat them like idiots. Look, that doesn't discount there needs to be a referendum on air travel in this country and getting it right and being on time and maybe even customer service and the way that they do their job, the way that they compensate you, the way that things need to be made right and things that need to work on time a little bit more. Those are two separate issues. Now, they end up intertwining because one turns into the other. But how easy it is for some to make an ass of themselves in public is really wowing to me. And then there's this factor in all of it. And this is the part you need to help me understand at 866-391-1020. Who still does this or feels comfortable doing this? And this was crossing my mind as I'm standing there, and it's like 10:45 at night at LaGuardia Airport, and this lady is she's like three people in front of me. And she's like, this isn't good enough. I want a supervisor, and and I'm thinking, lady, it's 10:45. There's no more flights. Somebody very well could be videotaping you because everybody's got a cell phone. And somebody very well, especially somebody younger, could be getting some social media clout from all of this. Videotaping you, putting it on their TikTok, putting it on their Instagram, putting it on their Twitter, blasting it out, and put a whole lot of, crying, laughing emojis or skull emojis. I'm dead. This is hilarious. And then it's not just the people within an eye shot. It's the whole world that sees you for being a goofball. Who takes those chances and does that? And why do we feel comfortable doing it? I'm just standing there watching all this going, when did we lose common human decency for each other? And the other part, too, is this. People act like that they're on a plane of one. You aren't the only person inconvenienced. A whole lot of people got inconvenienced. It's what kind of comes with the territory to some degree. It just feels like it's getting worse and worse and worse and worse, and I don't know what the answer is for it. But have you noticed the same thing or not? It just blows me away. It does. When people, whether it's a hotel, whether it's an airport, whether it's at a restaurant, people's ability so easily to talk to others like they're dirt. It's weird. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Hello, Margot.
Hi, Colin. Looking at the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound is congested from the bend at Bates going into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. The Parkway West outbound is slow moving from Technology Drive going into the Fort Pitt Tunnel, and it is congested going through Robinson Town Center on the Parkway West inbound. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort, offering small ship experiences with a shore excursion included in every port, and programs designed for cultural enrichment. Learn more at Viking.com.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. At Progressive, we offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options to cover your small business needs and more. Visit Progressive.com today.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
With more than 15,000 cardiac procedures performed in the last 5 years, UPMC is a leader in the field of cardiac care.
We've been first to use advanced technologies for heart valve disease, for aortic disease, for coronary disease. The work that the heart team here at UPMC does is truly life-changing. We want to be the pioneers and continue to innovate in the world of heart disease.
Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
All right, Dave Bollerado has you covered. Goldberg, Persky, White News Desk. Look ahead what's happening in the next news update. Hi, David.
Hey, Colin. Kennywood is once again reminding people that loose cell phones are not allowed on their rides. We'll have more coming up at 5:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Another sign of slowing demand for domestic air travel. The low-cost carrier Spirit Airlines now plans to furlough 270 pilots in November and demote about 140 more in October as it looks to trim its workforce amid sluggish demand for flights. A huge deal for Samsung. It'll produce AI chips for Tesla at a plant to be built near Tesla's Texas headquarters. A $16.5 billion deal that runs through the end of 2033. On Wall Street, some jitters today about outstanding trade deals that have yet to be nailed down ahead of Friday's deadline by the White House, when punishing new tariffs on imports from Brazil, South Korea, and other countries will go into effect unless deals are reached. Now, even though the U.S. did reach a trade deal with the European Union, the Dow today was down 64 points. The Nasdaq, though, up by 70, closing at a new record high, as did the S&P by adding 1. And Heineken says sales in the U.S. and Europe fell last quarter after it raised beer prices. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Oh, here's a story. Before I get to what's going on in Leechburg, I'll do that after the bottom of the hour. And then a feel-good story from sports on our way out of here. So this from Channel 2 Television, KDKA Television, which often gets confused with us, although there's no real link. There just isn't. There's no true, relationship. People call here all the time and are like, listen, do me a favor. What? Get me Andy Sheehan. We're like, oh, this is the wrong place. Hey, I need that Ray Petlin. It didn't rain like he said it would. Well, and then there's Rasmussen on the phone trying to explain to this person that this isn't the place where, Ray Petlin works. It's crazy. It's serious. It's some people refuse to take no for an answer. Like, I don't believe that. And Rasmussen or Pat Septak, they'll be sitting here being like, I actually work here. They don't work in this place. This isn't KDKA television. It's KDKA radio. You should hear some of these conversations we get. They're actually fantastically funny. But anyway, so from KDKA television, CBS Pittsburgh, Ross Godotti, who's one of the greatest people in the world, reports on this. This is crazy. I'm going to read this verbatim. This is just breaking now. A woman is accused of harassing and assaulting a 16-year-old youth ice hockey referee over a call, officials said. Andrea Bucci, B-U-C-C-I, has been charged in connection with the incident during a youth hockey game July 20th, so last weekend, at Robert Morris University's Island Sports Center in Ohio Township. So, according to court records, a junior referee disqualified a player for unsportsmanlike conduct after a blindside hit on an opponent. That's when, according to RMU campus police, the 38-year-old Bucci lost it. As the victim removed Bucci's son from the ice, the woman assaulted the 16-year-old referee by grabbing his shirt, court documents said. But that wasn't the end. According to police, when the referee was coming off the ice at the end of the game, Bucci and her husband, Michael Bucci, allegedly attempted to intimidate him by using profanity and lunging at him. Jason Caruso, a youth sports referee, said what allegedly happened is an example of parents taking calls against their child personally, and the enraged parent often does not know what they're talking about. Then it gets a quote from this Caruso, whatever. The criminal complaint against Andrea Bucci states that the facility's manager told police that she has had multiple problems with Andrea Bucci before. The family has been told they are no longer permitted at the center. In addition to assault on a sports official, Andrea Bucci, who faces harassment, assault, and disorderly conduct charges. The old man, Michael here, he was not charged. Could you imagine being a kid? And this is all alleged at this point, but could you imagine being a kid and your mom being allegedly so bonkers at your games that the arena is like, hey, listen, you're not allowed to play here anymore. What do you mean I'm not allowed to play here anymore? No, you're not welcome to play here anymore. You mean on my team? No, you're not. How come? Because your mom acts like a lunatic at the games and she assaulted a referee. Wait, you mean at a youth hockey game? My mom assaulted a referee. Yeah. Well, that is like cause for, and they won't, but that's cause for immediate stopping everything and reevaluating your life if you're one of these Bucci people. It is. No two ways about it. We'll see where it goes from here, but what a lunatic over youth hockey. Yee. All right, coming up next, 2025, Leechburg, Pennsylvania. I can't believe we still have stories like this. I'll explain after traffic. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Margot.
All right, Colin, I'm still seeing some slow congestion through Robinson Town Center on the Parkway West inbound. And then it does restart at the middle of Green Tree Hill going into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. The Parkway West outbound is congested from Technology Drive heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. And 28 outbound is seeing some congestion from the Sarah Hines House towards the 40th Street Bridge. Also still seeing some moderate traffic from the exit to get off of McKnight Road on the Parkway North outbound. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Calling all parents and teachers at Staples, your back-to-school budget is officially saved by the button. The easy button, with supplies as low as 25 cents. Plus laptops are up to 40% off and more deals on top brands and trending styles. Find it all at Staples. That was easy.
Hey folks, NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader, continues to exceed customer expectations. Carol from Pittsburgh praised NASCO Roofing for their quality workmanship and the timely manner NASCO completed her new roof. She loved how friendly and easy NASCO Roofing was to work with. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Carol. Get NASCO on your roof next. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO. Hey folks, it's Marty. You want a new physical therapy experience? You want a treatment plan centered on you? Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, is spelled different, because they are different. Monroeville Physical has new technology and an expert staff to give you a personalized experience to get you back to loving your life. Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, 412-457-8200. They help me dramatically love physical. Check it out.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
From the Aetna the studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 92 degrees at 5:30. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. Another incident with a cell phone at Kennywood. A spokesperson tells KDKA Radio they had to stop the Phantom's Revenge temporarily today to address a guest with a cell phone. The park says all loose articles, including cell phones, are prohibited on all rides. Earlier this month, a passenger on the same ride was injured when he was hit in the head with a cell phone. State terrorism charges being filed against a man who allegedly stabbed 11 people inside and outside a Walmart Saturday in Traverse City, Michigan. The suspect is 42-year-old Bradford James Gilley, who lives several hours away. Julia Martell was in the store and first thought she was witnessing an argument.
There was just some guy shoving another guy in my head until he started to kind of face me and run in my direction, and that's when I saw the knife in his hand.
What did you do?
I ran. I booked it down the aisleway.
Bystanders were able to distract the suspects until police arrived, possibly preventing further attacks. The State Game Commission has given approval to Sunday hunting for 10 additional Sundays this year. They are the last 3 in September, every Sunday in October, November 2nd and 9th, and December 7th. The other Sundays, by the way, in November had already been designated. PennDOT launched a new public awareness campaign aimed at helping drivers avoid hitting low bridges with their vehicles. Tamira Rush has more.
PennDOT's Jason Zhang tells Larry Richard the Check Your Height, Know It's Right campaign is part of a multi-state collaboration, encouraging motorists to know their vehicle height and check that it will safely fit under bridges on their route.
Nowadays, to build a bridge over an interstate, it has to be 16 foot, 6 inches minimum height. But back in the day, they didn't have that height. And so the lower the bridge, the probability that it's going to get hit, from what I've seen, it goes up and up and up.
Pennsylvania motorists can use 511PA to check their route for low clearance bridges using the low bridge map layer. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow lost 64 points today. The Nasdaq gained 70, and the S&P 500 up 1 point. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. The Pirates start a 6-game road trip tonight. They're in San Francisco. Mitch Keller's tonight's starter. KDK Radio News time 5:32. Time to call Coit for sizzling July savings at 1-800-FOR. Coit. Save 50% off drapery cleaning and 40% on all other Coit cleaning services. Our next update's at 6. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Hey everybody, it's Lynn Hayes Freeland. 90th anniversaries are super special. That's why AARP Pennsylvania is celebrating 90 years for Social Security. And they're doing it with ice cream. Now there are 3 events in the greater Pittsburgh area where you can join in the fun. But registration is required to get your favorite scoop of your favorite ice cream. And you'll learn more about AARP and the fight to strengthen and protect Social Security. You can register at aarp.org/local.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds. As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America. Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
Hey folks, Marty here. We need work done in your home, the biggest investment in your life. Who can you trust to deliver both quality and value? Come on. Call the cousins, Sam, Steve, and Calvin, the 3 cousins of C&S Cousins Construction. Experts, top of your house to decking and siding. Their expert technicians will treat you like family. If you're looking for a total replacement or even a small repair, call the cousins at C&S Cousins Construction. 989-COUSINS, a local company you can trust. 989-COUSINS, the best.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America. fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Soldiers and Sailors Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's the president of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, John McCabe.
Army Specialist Leonard Zonrich of Allegheny County was awarded the Silver Star for gallantry in action aboard a helicopter on 23 May 1970 in Vietnam. While assessing the results of gunship strikes, he noticed a wounded soldier lying near an enemy bunker. Flying through enemy fire, his helicopter landed near the wounded man. Zonrich charged out of his aircraft, suppressing the enemy fire as he ran. With bullets still impacting around him, he began to carry the wounded man to his aircraft when he received intense fire from another enemy position. He shielded the Allied soldier with his own body, silenced the enemy position with return fire, and carried the casualty to his helicopter. As a direct result of his extreme valor, Specialist Zonrich personally neutralized several enemy positions and saved the life of an Allied soldier.
To nominate a qualifying hero for the Hall of Valor, please contact Tim Neff at 412-621-4253, extension 219, or visit online at soldiersandsailorshall.org.
All right, here we go. Margo, PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. What do we got?
All right, Colin, I'm getting a report for an accident on East 6th Avenue and Ross Street in Tarentum Borough. Also, on the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound is congested from the bend at Bates going into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, and seeing some moderate congestion on the Parkway West outbound starting at Technology Drive going into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. It is still moderately congested in Robinson Town Center on the Parkway West inbound. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Tonight will be muggy under a partly cloudy sky. There could be a thunderstorm early, low 71. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow, high 92. And hot again Wednesday with an afternoon thunderstorm in spots, high 92. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us on the Big K Morning Show tomorrow, 5:30 until 10, dealing with the heat, what you need to know, and tickets to the Brotherhood of Rock with Styx, Kevin Cronin, and Donnie Iris. Win them on the Big K Morning Show.
All right, be sure to be listening to that and potentially win some tickets. 866-391-1020. I want to get into, after I take a call or two, I want to get into this story from Leechburg that it's lost on me how it's a story in 2025. But first, Daryl's in Finleyville. Hi, Daryl.
Well, hi. I wanted to confirm what you said about down in Pittsburgh. It's ugly, and
I didn't say that.
Well, I mean, not ugly, but I mean, somewhat dangerous. I
didn't say that either.
Well, you were saying about. Well, let me tell you what I wanted to say.
Well, yeah, why don't you do that as opposed to putting words in my mouth? Because I didn't say either one of those things. Maybe you were listening to the show before me.
Okay, well, you did say you were in New York a lot, and then you felt safer there, correct?
Correct, which I said that considering what is downtown in Pittsburgh, okay, and considering the opportunities that are downtown in Pittsburgh, the restaurants, the shows, the lack of opportunity, and the empty spaces, it's really not worth going downtown when measured up against the things that I have in the suburb. And also, downtown, it's often overblown how dangerous it is. But, wait, I'm not done. Just so we're square, because I don't want you to have a false observation of me. Again, I think you may be getting me mixed up with somebody who speaks into this microphone and tells you all about how dangerous everything is, and that's the guy before me.
Well, maybe I misunderstood you, because I worked out of New York. I lived here in Pittsburgh, but I was in New York City many, many times, and I felt much, much safer there, and I never saw panhandlers and all that type of stuff. And when I go into Pittsburgh, which is odd to me, where I see panhandlers like sitting as you're going into the Fort Pitt tunnels, or when you get off the Fort Pitt tunnels, when you get on the Grand Street, they're sitting there, and I don't like it.
Right. Panhandlers don't make me feel unsafe. I just don't feel like dealing with them. There's a big difference. So,
well, that's the comment I was saying that I don't remember seeing. I've been in, Manhattan and Chinatown and all the boroughs and this and that. And I just don't remember even seeing them because you were commenting on.
Right. I agree with you there. The number of police when compared to citizens is greatly a higher ratio in New York City.
Yeah, correct. But you know what? I don't even remember seeing a lot of the police, whether it be in Times Square and Chinatown, all those places. But I just don't remember seeing people misbehaving. So, Pittsburgh's got some problems, and that's just what I want to comment on.
Yeah, thank you. And this is something I want to dispel with me. I don't care how anybody else feels, especially the show before me. I don't care. But I want to dispel something. Just because you don't like panhandlers, and I don't, doesn't mean you feel unsafe. I'm not afraid. I just don't feel like dealing with it. I don't feel like somebody coming up and asking me for money all the time. I don't feel like people boned out on drugs. I'm not scared of them. And that's where people get it conflated. I'll walk down any street in any city. But that's the part that's, I'm not going to sit here and say, oh my gosh, it's Max Beyond Thunderdome. Oh my gosh, it's third world. No, it's not. It's just a pain. Whereas, like I was equating to, in New York City, you just don't see it visibly like that, at least in Manhattan, as much as it is in Pittsburgh. So while it may strike fear for some, it's just a nuisance I don't want to deal with. A nuisance and fear are two way different things. And I don't want the nuisance for what the payoff is. The payoff is an okay dinner, not a great dinner. The payoff is an okay show, not a great show. Why would I not just go to New York and see the A-list players as opposed to a traveling troupe do that same show here in Pittsburgh? That was my point. And I just want to square that away because I'm not this big doom and gloom downtown guy in Pittsburgh. What I am is somebody that says, there's not anything there for me when measured against the headache that you got to deal with. But by no means am I fearful or scared. Anyway, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Leechburg, Pennsylvania. So how about this? Police are reminding Leechburg residents to lock their cars after more than 20 unlocked vehicles in the borough were entered early Monday morning. You follow me? More than 20 cars were entered early Monday morning between midnight and 4 a.m. Thefts varied between vehicles. And the police officer said some cash was taken mostly, but they're going through the car, flipping through it, and they're in and out within 2 minutes. There wasn't a particular pattern to the thefts. Suspects allegedly took change from some cars and left it in others. Cash and wallets were reported stolen. When some wallets were recovered, cash and credit cards were missing. Some residents said their insurance cars were stolen. The police officer said video footage received from a resident revealed possibly male suspects dressed in all black. There's a surprise. Also, how about this? Here's the real hammer of this story. Residents can prevent future incidents by locking their cars and removing valuables such as wallets and loose money from their vehicles. It's beyond me how in 2025 people don't lock their car doors and or remove valuables such as wallets and loose money from their vehicles. Maybe I prepare too much. Maybe I'm somebody who takes heed when people talk too much. I will, honestly, and I think I've said this before, I will pull down the street and make it halfway down the street and go, oh my gosh, I forgot something in the house, and turn around and go in the house, pull in the driveway, have to run in the house to grab something, which I know exactly where it is, on the kitchen island or in my room, in the bedroom or something. And I know I'll be in and out of the house in 30 seconds. I turn the car off, lock the door, put the windows up, go in the house and come. Let alone overnight leaving the car unlocked with my wallet in it. Now, I know Leechburg is a different place. It's out there in Armstrong County, I think. Armstrong County, yeah, I think. It's where it is, this sort of small town, Norman Rockwell sort of feel. But in 2025, it blows me away. And we see these stories all the time. It blows me away that there is anybody left in this country who doesn't overnight lock their car door. I mean, even if you live in the most desolate of desolate country roads in the middle of nowhere, because what harm does that serve? Really, how inconvenienced are you by simply clicking the thing on your key fob or locking your door? It takes 1 to 2 extra seconds, maybe. Not the victim blame. I'm not doing that. But every time I see one of these stories, it blows me away that people still don't all lock their doors in their cars overnight. Again, I can't comprehend it. I can't. Coming up next, a wonderful message from somebody that'll put a gigantic smile on your face. You'll hear that coming up in just a little bit. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Margo.
All right, Colin. On the Parkway East outbound, it is still slow moving from the bend at Bates. On the Parkway West outbound, it is congested from the county jail going into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. And after the Fort Pitt Tunnel is a bit slow from the 79 interchange. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much angst and anger these days that, you know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at kdkradio.com.
Get Marty is presented by Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Levin Furniture, UPMC Health System, CNS Construction, John Keefe Restaurant Group of Oakmont, and by Robert Pierce and Associates.
Have you been told there is nothing that can be done for your neuropathy? Tri-State Neuropathy Centers is pleased to tell you that's not true. As one of the largest and most successful neuropathy treatment practices in the country, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers has grown to 9 regional centers and helped over 14,000 patients, like Debbie from Venus. Debbie's neuropathy was stealing her mobility to the point she started looking for a wheelchair. Then Debbie found Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Their effective FDA-approved treatment program changed her life. Her neuropathy symptoms are all gone, and she can walk her dogs and exercise again. Listen to more of her story at marydancedin.com. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Debbie, along with thousands of others. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
July is National Carpet Cleaning Month, and Zero Res is fired up and going to give you a deal. Offering a purchase of 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free, plus $50 off air duct services, too. We had a bunch of family over for a picnic. What a mess, all the kids, 8 little kids under the age of 9. I don't need to tell you the damage that can be done in a hurry. You need the experts to clean up. Vacuuming is not sufficient. You need Zero Res, and it's not just carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, and those air ducts. So important. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188. Ask for the KDKA special. Take advantage of this opportunity now. Zero Res, 412-701-1188. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
All right, David Bollerado has you covered. Tons of news happening. Goldberg, Persky, and White News Desk. I'll look at what's happening at 6 p.m. Hey, David.
Colin, over 40,000 city residents with unpaid medical bills will be getting some good news this week. We'll have the details coming up at 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, here we go. So much happening today. Every time that David previews a story, it's like seemingly a new one. So, tons and tons and tons happening. Great text here. Colin, I'm so glad you're back. My response was, wish I would have won the Powerball, but, oh well, here we are. 866-391-1020 is that number. Programming note. So, Wednesday, the Pirates play that West Coast day game, which is always weird because you factor in the time change, this, that. So I have like a 45-minute show on Wednesday. Prepare for that. I'll most likely be doing that remotely, which is, i.e., at my house. So that'll happen. And that's Margot just got up and looked at the schedule. Did I get that right? It's Wednesday, right, Margot? Margot's like, what's going on? It's Wednesday, correct?
Yeah, it is.
Did you think it was Thursday?
No, I wanted to see it.
You wanted to double check. You thought I was wrong.
No,
Mark. You popped up like so fast. You ran over to the schedule on the wall behind you, and you're like, "This guy got it wrong."
No, I'm excited for that.
You fact checked me. I mean, you were over. You were there. All right. Speaking of the Pirates, so Dave Parker posthumously into the Hall of Fame yesterday in Cooperstown. And his son, Dave Parker II, gave a bit of a speech and talked about a bunch of different things. It was compelling. It was good. It was sad that Dave Parker, the original Dave Parker, couldn't be there for himself. But I think one of the things that was just absolutely incredible was the poem that Dave Parker II read that was passed along to him from his father. You probably have heard this to this point today. Maybe you haven't. If you haven't, it's a real treat. If you have heard it, it's, well, never hurts to hear this again. This from yesterday.
Pops wanted me to leave everyone with this poem that he wrote, that he gave me a long time ago. And he said if he ever made it here to read it. So that's what I'm about to do. Here I am, 39, about damn time. I know I had to wait a little, but that's what you do with fine age wine. I'm a pirate for life. Wouldn't have it no other way. That was my family. Even though I didn't go on parade day, I love y'all. The Bucks own my heart. Because those 2 championships I got, y'all played in the first part. I'm in the hall now. You can't take that away. That statue better look good. You know I got a pretty face. Top tier athlete, fashion icon, sex symbol. No reason to list the rest of my credentials. I'm him, period, the Cobra. Known for my rocket arm, and I will run any catcher over. To my friends, families, I love y'all. Thanks for staying by my side. I told y'all Cooperstown would be my last ride. So the Star of Day will be in the sky tonight. Watch it glow. But I didn't lie. On my documentary, I told you I wouldn't show. Thank you.
I mean, it makes you just stop in your tracks when you hear that. It was so Dave Parker. Straight to the point, take me or leave me. If you don't like me, I'm not going to change for anyone. And the message that was sent was one that didn't need a whole lot of instruction as to how to receive it. It was just, here I am. This is me. Okay. I am what I am. If you don't like it, you're the problem because I'm not changing. Even as he's no longer here, that was still the message that was sent loud and clear to the people gathered yesterday in Cooperstown, gathered over the weekend in Cooperstown, and people watching on television. I thought it was so spectacular. And from a Hall of Fame speech standpoint, just an absolute home run from his son. A total home run. Be back with you tomorrow, and can't wait for that. 2 o'clock. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic. It's powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Margot.
All right, Colin. The Parkway East outbound is still seeing a little bit of traffic from the bend at Bates going into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. The Parkway West inbound is congested from the Banksville interchange going into the Fort Pitt Tunnel, and the Parkway West outbound is slow moving from 2nd Avenue going into the Fort Pitt Tunnel as well. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rental on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Honored to win the Marconi Award as the best news talk station in the country. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot. Can we stop at a bathroom? Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply, stop to opt out.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce is complicated. It affects every part of your life, your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce and the unexpected directions that it can take, it's times like this that you need a partner you can count on.
If you're a man facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today to connect with a local divorce attorney who understands the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Text Firm 66 to 32 32 32. FIRM 66 to 32 32 32. Firm 66 to 32 32 32. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Schultzford.com.
SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Sunday mornings at 6 a.m. on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, it's Tech Vibe Radio. Join hosts Audrey Russo and Jonathan Kirsting from the Pittsburgh Technology Council's Huntington Bank Studios as they bring you a front row seat to Pittsburgh's tech sector.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 91 degrees at Pittsburgh International. At 6 o'clock, I'm David Colorado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of five-star reviews. TrustPJ.com. As Sharon Mann is charged now in connection with the vandalism last weekend at the Hermitage office of Congressman Mike Kelly. The Trib is reporting 46-year-old Joe Lemons is charged with criminal mischief and harassment. Police Chief Adam Piccirillo says they've been in contact with Capitol Police as well as the Mercer County DA's office. Tens of thousands of city residents will be getting letters this week containing good news that their medical debt has been erased. City Councilman Bobby Wilson making that announcement on social media. 43,000 people are having more than $58 million in unpaid medical bills taken care of through a partnership between the city and the nonprofit group Undo Medical Debt. This is through legislation that Wilson introduced 2 years ago to work with the nonprofit to find eligible residents and have their medical debt removed. The nonprofit buys past due medical bills for pennies on the dollar, abolishing the debt. President Trump will be wrapping up his trip to Scotland by promoting the opening of one of his new golf courses, this one named after his Scottish-born mother. The British Prime Minister was happy with the visit, as a trade deal is still being finalized. World hotspots were also part of the discussion, as we hear from CBS News' Torian Small.
In Ukraine, the president says he's speeding up a timeline from 50 days to about 12 for Russia to agree to a ceasefire or face consequences.
If you know what the answer is going to be, why wait? And it would be sanctions and maybe tariffs.
Over the weekend, the president met with the head of the European Union, where they announced a trade deal which sets the tariff rate for EU countries at 15%. Torian Small, CBS News, Washington.
The Pittsburgh Walk of Fame announcing its first 10 honorees today. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush tells us who.
The inductees were chosen through a process that began with nominations coming from the public. A curated list of those nominees was then sent to a selection committee of more than 100 leaders from agencies from the 10-county southwestern Pennsylvania area. Committee members voted for their selections, and based on that vote tally, the Pittsburgh Walk of Fame board made the final determination. The inductees include George Benson, Nellie Bly, Andrew Carnegie, Rachel Carson, Roberto Clemente, Michael Keaton, Fred Rogers, Jonas Salk, Andy Warhol, and August Wilson. The Walk of Fame anticipates adding 10 people each year for the next 3 years before slowing the pace to about 3 per year. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
With the muggy conditions expected to last until Thursday, Allegheny County extending its red heat advisory through Wednesday. The city is also operating its cooling centers at 6 healthy, active living centers from 8 a.m. until 7 p.m. both tomorrow and Wednesday. The county says anyone who needs help in connecting with one of those centers should contact 211. On Wall Street today, the Dow lost 64 points, but the Nasdaq gained 70 points. The S&P 500 essentially flat, gaining just over 1 point. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. A Pirates road trip starts tonight. The first stop is in San Francisco, where they'll take on the Giants tonight at 9:45. Mitch Keller will be on the mound for the Bucks. KDK Radio News Time 6:03. If you're injured, it's time to hire America's largest injury firm, Morgan & Morgan. Dial Pound Law for the people. It's currently mostly sunny and 91 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Honey, is our car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My sister just got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs? Ox gets it fixed for us? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-240-1465. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now, 800-240-1465.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-240-1465. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-240-1465 or oxcarcare.com.
At UPMC Hillman Cancer Center, we believe cancer care shouldn't just be good enough. It should be life-changing. As the region's only National Cancer Institute designated comprehensive cancer center, we provide groundbreaking treatments and innovative clinical trials with renowned cancer specialists and a compassionate support system for patients and their families. Discover more at upmchillman.com/lifechanging.
KDKA traffic on the 5.
All right, 6:05 from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA traffic powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Let's welcome Margot back. Hey, Margot.
Hey, Rob. Looking mostly clear on the major roadways. Still just a tiny bit of traffic on the Parkway West outbound starting when you're going into the Fort Pitt Tunnel and a little bit through Robinson Town Center. Also just a bit congested on the Parkway East outbound heading into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There can be a thunderstorm in some spots early on tonight, otherwise partly cloudy and muggy, low 71. Partly sunny, hot and humid for tomorrow, high 92, and we'll have some storms around as we head into late Wednesday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding. Congratulations, Joe. Triple Crown winner from Owens Corning.
Yes, Larry. We are proud to announce that we are recognized for service excellence, product excellence, and MVP based on marketing leadership and customer service.
Call Joe and his team. You'll get the best of the best. Get a free estimate for roof and siding replacements. Call the roofing replacement experts at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. Congrats, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Good evening, your Pratt Pack. We begin another week. You know, I've done a little bit of everything in this business and actually have done some ringside boxing coverage. And one of the things that every good referee says before the, boxing match takes place, touch gloves and protect yourselves at all time. Look, this Stacey Garrity, I'm really starting to enjoy who and what she does as state treasurer. So Post-Gazette talking about how they're exchanging jabs, verbal jabs, if you will, Republicans and Democrats because of her possible run in that gubernatorial race against the Honorable Governor Josh Shapiro. And it basically is all about Medicaid and the big, beautiful bill. And obviously the governor, some of the comments he has made recently speaking out against that big, beautiful bill. I got to tell you, I wasn't all in thinking, he's going to walk basically right back into the governor's mansion, and that'll be good for us Democrats because then he can focus on doing some things to help Pennsylvania, but then really start to move forward because I want the presidential campaign in 2028 to be competitive. But forget that. That's all. That's like taking the turnpike to Breezewood, and you're still about a couple of hours away from your destination once you get there. So we're going to be on vacation and a summer drive for a long time to come before we get to that. But if she does run, just kind of following her and doing the deep dive and plugging a little bit, I like who she is. I like that chutzpah. I like how she loves to counterpunch. I mean, when they kind of said representative, she basically said on her X account, maybe we should tell them. In other words, I'm not in Congress, I'm the state treasurer. Democrats quickly replied, whoops, I guess we made a mistake. And then they got into this Medicaid situation. Hey, we've talked about the Medicaid situation. I've explained it. I've had some of the best legal minds talking about it. Relax about that. But in this article, in the PG, it basically said this is going to be a big part of this gubernatorial race, the big, beautiful bill. So why am I excited? Because it's issues. It's meat and potatoes. And it's something for this very important swing state, Pennsylvania, to actually give people like me and you who are the voting public a chance to debate real issues. So, State Treasurer Stacey Garrity, you have an open invitation to join me anytime here on KDKA. And I want you to run because it'll make Mr. Shapiro bring his A game, and it will be one for the ages. And let the best politician win. But who will really win? The constituents of Pennsylvania, because we'll have issues to talk about, and we'll dissect this big, beautiful bill, and then you can decide with your vote. Because whether you believe it or not, your vote matters. This is going to be great. So, how about the president? He's over in the UK tomorrow, going to cut the ribbon, a new Scottish Link golf course named after his mother. I love it. This guy's out there cutting deals, making deals. For us, the country, the United States, and that Trump family that obviously he feels a little responsible for. And deals that will pay dividends for his family for future generations when Barron, who knows, maybe ends up in the White House someday. But he's also doing deals for us. How about the EU, the tariffs deal? Did any of you listen to the deep dive when it comes to the numbers we're talking about? You know, we keep talking about this trillion and trillion and trillion and trillion dollar debt that continues to grow and stockpile. High as Jack and the Beanstalk, you know, after the giant told him, hey, plant this little seed. Well, now this debt is so far into the, oblivion that we can't even figure out how to even get close, right? To cut away $1 trillion or so. Doge comes in and people are about ready to riot in the streets. But this guy just cut a deal that's going to bring trillions, when it's all said and done, to our country. Trillions. A deal that's actually going to bring trillions. It's going to form a better bond with the EU. We're going to do stuff for them because they're going to buy stuff from us, and they're going to bring trillions into our country. Adding on to a $600 billion deal already. I mean, come on now. This is the type of stuff that's happening. You know what they want from us? What have we been talking about? Energy. They want the natural gas. They want the raw materials. This is a great deal for the EU, who always has a hard time finding this stuff. It's one of the reasons why the president has also said to Putin, you got less time now for a ceasefire. End and stop the madness. Who's been suffering really the most other than the brave people of Ukraine? UK. They haven't even been able to get fresh anything in the way of vegetables because agriculture, over 80%, comes from Ukraine. So if this guy strong-arms Putin to actually come to the table and a ceasefire does take place, maybe this guy, as Benjamin Netanyahu said, the Honorable Prime Minister of the State of Israel, which I love because they stand alone and make a difference every day for the world and for the world's safety, maybe the president should actually get nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. As you can see, I can go on both sides of the fence, whether you be a Democrat or Republican, because why am I on this fence? Because I'm doing what's right for the American people. I'm speaking out on subjects that are good for you, and your children, your grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. Because these are the type of deals that are going to change the course of history. And the person who's making it happen, make no mistake about it, President Donald J. Trump. All right, that's just enough. Okay, get the juices flowing a little bit. We got a lot to get to tonight. One of my favorites, my dear friend, he is the director of sports performance at the Allegheny Health Network. You know, and you hear him all the time on our high school coverage. He is Frank Velasquez, and he's going to be here tonight with Dr. Gerald Pfeiffer, Medical Frontiers. Really a kind of interesting and cool topic. You know, we all, because it's, weather, you want to go to the beach, you want to look your best, you gain 20, you want to lose 20. It's about weight, gain and losing weight. But me losing 20 pounds compared to you losing 20 pounds, totally different. How we go about it. I'm 6'3". My weight back in the day when I was a youngster, they said should be about 215. But now, as you get older, thinner can actually be a little bit better. So not lifting the heavy weights, punching the bags anymore, but on the treadmill, doing light calisthenics and exercises, just trying to stay physically active and work on that cardio. So tonight, Frank and the good doctor, Dr. Gerald Pfeiffer, are going to talk about weight loss and energy and all about the most important part of everything, including nutrition, safety. So I want you to make sure that you're here for this because it's just not about sports performance. It's about everyday life and just being healthier. So we're going to be doing that with Frank Velasquez, my good friend, Director of Sports Performance with the Allegheny Health Network in conjunction with Highmark, a healthcare company. As always, you can listen to us at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA or on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. But you can also watch us online with our KDKA video stream presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to kdkradio.com and click on Watch KDK Radio Livestream. And now you can just go to our KDK Radio YouTube page as well, something I stream when I'm even not here because it's just that good. So definitely check it out. And don't forget, you can also, if you have somebody in your community doing extraordinary things, well, you need to step up and nominate them now at kdkradio.com to be a part of this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes. 6:15. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, here's Margot Rensel. Margot.
All right, looking at the major roadways, it is mostly clear heading home on this rush hour. Just a bit of traffic through the Fort Pitt Tunnel on the Parkway West inbound. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Savor every last drop of summer with Starbucks. From bold refreshers to rich cold brews, the sunniest season only gets better with a handcrafted iced beverage in your hand. Available for a limited time. Your summer favorites are ready at Starbucks.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Having a tough time paying your bills? Learn how to reduce your credit card debt to a fraction of what you owe. Call the Debt Helpline now for free advice. 800-329-9912. 800-329-9912.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey everybody, it's Lynn Hayes Freeland. You know, 90th anniversaries are super special. That's why AARP Pennsylvania is celebrating 90 years for Social Security. And they're doing it with ice cream. Now, there are 3 events in the greater Pittsburgh area where you can join in the fun. But registration is required to get your favorite scoop of your favorite ice cream. And you'll learn more about AARP and the fight to strengthen and protect Social Security. You can register at aarp.org/local.
If your car has a broken piece of glass, bring your car to Ryan's Auto Glass. So quit your whining and crying. Call 1-800-GET-RYAN. Bring your car to Ryan'sAutoGlass.com.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless.
But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
All right, coming up on 20 inside the hour from the Goldberg Persky and White News Desk, here's David Bolorado. David?
Rob, a Mercer County man charged in that graffiti and vandalism found at Congressman Mike Kelly's Hermitage office this past weekend. We'll have more at 6:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
All right, was it a manic Monday or not with the Bulls and Bears on Wall Street? Let's find out now. Bloomberg Money Minute Report, Bloomberg Radio on KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Some makers of cottage cheese say they can't keep up with demand. That's thanks to several TikTok influencers touting its high protein, low sugar benefits, especially for people taking those GLP-1 weight loss meds. Even after the U.S. reached a trade deal with the European Union this weekend, there were worries today on Wall Street about trade deals with South Korea, Brazil, and others that are still outstanding. Also worrying investors, an interest rate decision this week from the Fed and tech earnings from Apple, Amazon, Meta, and Microsoft. And with that, the Dow today ended lower by 64. The NASDAQ, though, up 70 to a fresh record closing high. The S&P also had a new high. It added 1. And after the bell earnings miss from appliance maker Whirlpool, that's because of the slump in housing. Shares are down in after-hours trading. And a little bit of good news for the millions of people living along the east or Gulf coasts. Scientists now scaling back expectations for this year's Atlantic hurricane season from 9 named storms to just 8. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Rob Frax on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
NASCO Roofing, instant access to our shows. The quicker way, email us at instantaccess@kdkradio.com. Now, you know I got to talk about cottage cheese. I had no plans on doing this. I could do an entire show on cottage cheese because cottage cheese has been my life. So back in the day, when I was 19 years of age, I got this gig being a waiter and a maitre d' at this real swanky supper club. And I literally went from being a busboy, going home with matching salad dressing on my shirt that my beloved mother, God rest her soul, would wash and scrub till 3 o'clock in the morning and have it ready for me to go to work the next day. I became a waiter, and then after that, I became the maitre d', all within just a few short months. So I was making a lot of bank back in the day. But one of the great privileges was at 2 in the morning, before everybody finally was out, we'd sit down at this corner table, have ourselves a little substance, little petite filet, a little baked potato. But I, because of a guy by the name of Jimmy Beaumont of the Skyliner, said, you know, instead of doing that baked potato, man, you should do cottage cheese. So I'm just a kid, and this guy was a legendary performer from Pittsburgh, Since I Don't Have You. I mean, big, big, big. And his manager, Joe Rock, sitting there, who wrote not just that song, but helped the Jaggers achieve greatness, another local group with that song, The Rapper, Summer of 70, skyrocketed all the way to number 1. So I'm a kid. I mean, I'm barely old enough to shave, and I'm wearing designer clothes. I mean, I'm really rolling big time. So I'm thinking, hey, when you're with the big people, you eat like the big people. Well, I fell in love with cottage cheese. And to this day, every time I'm in Coons Market, I have a couple of these vats of United Dairy cottage cheese or Seal Test, depending on, you know, the stock, the shelves, whatever. But we got lots of cottage cheese. I'm telling you, it's the most refreshing, delicious, incredible side dish. I have even been known to eat an entire quart of that stuff at one time. I am so beloved at Eaton Park, especially in Monaca. When I call, they go, hey, Rob, same usual veggie omelet and a 2 cider, not 1, of cottage cheese. I eat cottage cheese with steak. I eat it with my eggs on the side, and I eat it alone. And some of the best ways to eat alone, this is your Pratt Pack. I would never steer you wrong. Little salt and pepper to taste, as the late, great Joe Dentisi used to say. I'll tell you what else is really good. Sliced tomatoes, cottage cheese. Are you kidding me? I mean, it's so good, as we used to say, it'll make you want to slap your grandmother, but she'll probably slap you back, right? And if that doesn't suit How about the little fruit cup? You know the fruit cups you can get? Put that in that cottage cheese. Whip it around a little bit. It's excellent. But here's the greatest way to eat cottage cheese. And this is a gift from me to you and Nabisco and Wheat Thins. It's the crunch factor. You hear Dr. Shufo talk about it all the time. Crunch factor, crunch factor. We're going to talk nutrition tonight with Frank Velasquez of AHN. You get a box of Wheat Thins. My son, Robbie, if he were here right now, he would attest to it. Tyler would attest to it. My daughter, she don't want nothing to do with it, okay? But you get a box of Wheat Thins. Get yourself a big quart of that United Dairy cottage cheese. You pop off that lid. You go out on the porch on a hot summer night. If you're old enough, you get a cold brew. If not, get yourself an RC Cola or a Coca-Cola. Or maybe even better yet, a bottle of Evian. You sit back, you put your feet up, you light a candle, and you open that box. No dishes, no utensils, nothing. And you just take one wheat thin at a time and scoop it like a bulldozer right out of that vat of goodness. I have no idea where it came from or how it was invented. I should probably do the deep dive. But I love cottage cheese. I could eat cottage cheese every single day of my life. Every single day of my life. The bottom line is, I just got a message from Frank Velasquez. He needs to get into the building, so I got a break here soon. But listen, do yourself a favor. I don't care. Eaton Park's got great cottage cheese. I mean, it's the best. I don't care if you're getting, and their salad bar cottage cheese, second to none. Listen, I have been known, and the waitresses love me in Monaca because they know exactly what I'm going to do. When I pull in there, especially when my kids were kids, my kids would get the chicken dinners, Heinz ketchup, and they'd be golden, pile of fries. Me, salad bar. Little salad, but a whole lot of cottage cheese. And you can put anything with cottage cheese. It works. It's delicious, and it is nutritious. And we're going to find out tonight about other ways to take care of yourself. But when Bloomberg, the legendary brand that is Bloomberg, is talking about cottage cheese, I've been right all along. So I would make a mad dash to your favorite grocer, Coons Market, and I would get my hands on some of that cottage cheese. It's incredible. And you know what's really amazing? I would have never probably ever been into it because I remember my parents loved it. It was kind of like the hip thing to do when my parents were in their 30s and 40s hanging out on that porch and late at night with the tiki lights burning, you know, that slab of concrete, drinking their highballs. They always had cottage cheese. I don't know what it was. They always had it, but I didn't want nothing. It was like liver and onions. Get it away from me. But because of hanging out with some legendary performers at Ciro's Top of the Mall, I actually fell in love with cottage cheese. And to this day, I bet I eat cottage cheese at least 5 days a week. So get your hands on some cottage cheese. But I'm telling you, Wheat Thins, best snack ever. Little salt and pepper to taste, you're good to go. All right, I'm going to go get Frank Velasquez, get him in the building for Dr. Pfeiffer. And then David's got the news, and then we'll come back. Doc's here with a preview of tonight's show. It's your Pratt Pack Monday night. We're ready to rock and roll. So happy you're here today until 10 o'clock. Stay with us.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details. Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year, my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back to school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school, in stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. NC 23 while supplies last.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want while you sleep. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. Wake up to your friends, weekday mornings on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 90 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick with their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. Trust PJ.com. Over $58 million in medical debt that's owed by city residents is about to be wiped away. City Councilman Bobby Wilson announcing on social media that over 43,000 low-income people who've racked up unpaid bills have been identified by the nonprofit group Undue Medical Debt and are having their debt erased. It's through a 2023 law introduced by Wilson that allows the nonprofit to work with hospitals and debt collectors to find past due medical bills of those least able to pay them. It then buys the debt for pennies on the dollar. Those selected will be getting letters this week. There was no application process as Undue Medical Debt and the hospitals work together to find those city residents whose income is between 0 and 400% of the federal poverty level and have medical debt that's at least 5% of their annual income. An arrest has been made in connection with that incident at the Hermitage office of Congressman Mike Kelly over the weekend. The office was spray painted with graffiti and anti-Republican leaflets were found there as well. 46-year-old Joe Monty Lemons of Sharon is now charged in the crime with criminal mischief and harassment. Hermitage's police chief tells the Trib that a final determination on criminal charges and prosecutorial jurisdiction is still pending as he consults with the Capitol Police and the Mercer County District Attorney. On Wall Street today, the Dow went one way, the Nasdaq went another. The Dow lost 64 points, but the Nasdaq gained about 70 points, and the S&P 500 was essentially unchanged, gaining just over 1 point today. KDKA Sports is brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. The Pirates start a 6-game road trip tonight in San Francisco. Mitch Keller is the Bucs starter for tonight's game. KDK Radio News Time 6:32. Thinking about retiring but worried about high health insurance costs? Call One Health Benefits today at 724-799-8873 and learn more about affordable health insurance plans. Our next update's at 7. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America is made here.
Always.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Your bathroom's got to go. The vanity's decayed and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way. Give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $12,500 bathroom remodel with an additional savings of up to $3,000 plus low to no monthly payments. 412-556-2284. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
Join the Allegheny Parks this summer for the 2025 Summer Concert Series. Each weekend, you'll have a chance to enjoy live music on Fridays at South Park Amphitheater and on Sundays at Heartwood Acres Amphitheater. Each concert is free and starts at 7:30 p.m. Local food trucks, craft beer, and wine will be on site at all concerts starting at 6 p.m. For the full lineup, visit AlleghenyCounty.us/summer. That's AlleghenyCounty.us/summer.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. A lot of people out there might be looking for a new start on their education and career goals in the new year. There's an affordable way to make it happen. CCAC, 81% of the students graduate debt-free. Wow. But even spending just the first 2 years at CCAC can save you $26,000 over public universities and over $75,000 over private colleges. So affordable. 130 programs. Visit ccac.edu. Love this place.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
6:35 from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser and Genesis in Monroeville. Here's Margot.
All right, Rob, looking at the major roadways, they are mostly clear besides just a bit of traffic in the Fort Pitt Tunnel on the Parkway West inbound. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Tonight will be muggy under a partly cloudy sky. There could be a thunderstorm early, low 71. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow, high 92. And hot again Wednesday with an afternoon thunderstorm in spots, high 92. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us on the Big K Morning Show tomorrow, 5:30 until 10, dealing with the heat, what you need to know, and tickets to the Brotherhood of Rock with Styx, Kevin Cronin, and Donnie Iris. Win them on the Big K Morning Show.
All right, good doctor, Dr. Gerald Piper, Frank Velasquez, Director of Sports Performance, will be here in a little bit. It's all about weight, energy, and a safe weight to maintain. We're going to figure it all out for you and even talk about that body mass index. They always talk about it when it goes with weight. But I want to talk to him about a couple of other things because he is the clinician in studio. So Deion Sanders, I was in the home studio working today, and I was on my way in, and I find out that he had bladder cancer. That's what the mysterious illness has been. And he's cancer-free now, but they removed his bladder. And I said, I got to ask Dr. Pfeiffer, can you live without a bladder? And this is what he told me moments ago off the air. Go ahead.
Yes, you can have the bladder removed, and then there are a couple things that can be done. One of the things is that the ureters that come from the kidney and take the urine into the urinary bladder can be put together and run into a artificial urethra.
Okay.
And into a bag. And so it's just like a colostomy. You know, when somebody has to no longer have part of their colon in and they have a colostomy, which is an opening in the abdominal wall where a bag can be attached and the excrement goes into the bag. This is the same way the urine would go into a bag, and it would he would have to empty that periodically.
You know, it's amazing, though. So he's just getting these routine checkups from the physicians there at Colorado and doing blood work. It's amazing what you can find by getting just a regular checkup.
Well, yeah, and I'm sure that he had symptoms. He probably, he may have had some blood in his urine. He may have had some pain on urination or something like that. So I'm sure that he had some symptoms. It's not it's not something that is real common. It's not as common as prostate cancer, that type of thing. But it certainly can happen, and it can happen in men and women.
All right, so I got to ask you about this Parkinson's because of Ozzy Osbourne passing away at a relatively young age. We talked about it before, but I'm wondering if you get beyond 50 and you don't have symptoms, are you still vulnerable to get it? Because he got it in 2019. I thought if you didn't get it by 50, more than likely you would not get it. But can you get it at any age?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I would say the majority of people who have Parkinson's disease are well over 50.
How about, though, his last concert, Dr. Pfeiffer, $200 million it raised, and it's all going to Parkinson's research.
Isn't that amazing?
That's pretty incredible.
Well, and he's a real character.
He is.
Tell you a little personal story about
Ozzy Osbourne.
About Ozzy.
From Dr. Pfeiffer. I love it.
We, my wife and I were visiting in Hawaii. We were over there for a meeting,
Right.
and we had some extra time. And we spent some time in a hot tub there at the resort. And it was a multiple-person hot tub, and there were a couple of kids in there with us. And after 10 or 15 minutes, the kids were having a good time and so on. They were probably 6, 8, 7 years old, something like that.
Right.
And this woman came over, and she got into the hot tub with the kids, and she said that she was a nanny, I said, oh, that's interesting, and she had a little bit of a British accent,
Oh, this is great.
So pretty soon, this guy comes over and gets in the hot tub. It was Ozzy Osbourne and his kids.
Come on, Doc.
Absolutely.
Oh, my.
Yeah. And that's back when he was eating birds on stage.
I mean, did he carry on any kind of a conversation at all?
Well, we did. Yeah, we talked. And
did you realize who he was?
Well, I started putting it together. When I, the British accent, the nanny, the kids, and everything. And my wife and I, we sort of said to each other, "That's Ozzy Osbourne."
You see, you got to go for the backstory. That's what I was taught by all my journalism friends. Now, the television, the radio, the PG, the Trib, they're going to be calling you now because they heard about. Listen, I would have never thought that, but that's maybe one of the coolest stories I've ever heard in my entire career.
And then a few minutes later, his wife came over.
Sharon. Well, anyway, I really think all in all, he was really a good guy, and I tell you, I'm going to miss him. I loved everything about him, including his music. Okay, tonight we're talking about weight. A safe weight and energy, and he's the director of sports performance, one of our favorites. Frank Velasquez will be here. So talk about why weight, body mass index isn't always the same for everyone. More times than not it isn't, but there's a safe way to do it. And I want to talk about target weight tonight because how do you finally know you've reached your goal?
Well, I think that's very difficult. The BMI takes into consideration your weight and your height. Okay,
right.
And there's a chart, and your BMI falls into what we call normal limits, or it's above or below or whatever, and it's fairly accurate. I think. I mean, it is a good thing to look at, but it's not all to be all. I mean, somebody can have a body mass index higher than somebody else and have a completely the same build and so on. But weight is we've talked about it so much, and what is the ideal weight? Well, the body mass index does indicate what your weight should be. But I think that it depends on your activities, what you want to do with your body, and so on. And I guess everyone sort of has an ideal weight where they feel excellent. They're not short of breath. They can do the things they want to do. They don't overeat. They don't undereat, and so on. But it's sort of a fine line getting to that point. What is the ideal weight for every individual?
But wouldn't you agree, now that we're kind of older in life, being a little lighter is better for you, I think? I mean, I feel better being a little lighter than I did when I could carry 220, 225 when I was 40. If I did that now, I would feel really overweight.
Well, yeah, and I think it depends on the circumstances. I weighed the most when I was finishing up my first year of medical school. I overate, and I was not eating well. Well, I was eating well, but not the right foods. The medical school was right beside a medical fraternity, and I wasn't in the fraternity, but I had friends classmates were members there. And we would go there for lunch, and for like $1, you could have a lunch. And there was this African-American woman from Philadelphia who was the cook, and you guys are hungry. I got to feed you, plates of pasta. I would drink a quart of milk for lunch, and she would bake bread in the morning for us. And so, and I took advantage of that for $1,
Hey, $1's a buck.
And that was I ate enough for probably 2 days as lunches, and I gained weight. I gained about 35 pounds, and so that summer I took it off.
We're going to talk all about it with Frank Velasquez, who is making his way to the building. He'll be with Dr. Pfeiffer coming up shortly, right after local news at 7. I like to remind you all the time that you can make an appointment with any of our guests that works in conjunction with the Allegheny Health Network, in conjunction with Highmark, a healthcare company, by dialing 412 Doctors. Make plans to attend Variety's Got Talent at the Sunken Bus Studios on Babcock Boulevard, August 16th. Variety's Got Talent will showcase 9 entertainers of all varieties in a competitive, engaging showcase, with a winner taking home a grand prize of $1,000, including our own Pat Septak. All proceeds benefit Variety, the children's charity, a local nonprofit organization that empowers children with disabilities and their families to truly live life to the fullest through social experiences and life-changing mobility and communication equipment. Tickets are limited. Visit the event page at KDKARadio.com for more information. 645. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Here's Margot.
All right, Rob, taking a look at the major roadways, they are mostly clear. On your commute home, it should not be too much longer, unless you might be waiting just a tiny bit in the Fort Pitt Tunnel on the Parkway West inbound, but other than that, it is smooth sailing. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rental on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
This is Ron Schlau from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. We've been simplifying the home selling process since 2015. If you're thinking of selling, give us a call. We'll help you get the most money in the least amount of time. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
Each year, UPMC performs the highest number of heart catheterization procedures in the region.
UPMC is doing amazing things with catheter-based therapies. There's a lot of technology out there that has really transformed medicine and can really benefit our patients. We have a variety of procedures to treat the most complex diseases, to help patients feel better and regain their quality of life.
Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
teachers need tons of help.
The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
All right, coming up on 10 before the top of the hour, once again, Goldberg, Persky, and White News Desk. Here's KDKA Radio News anchor David Bolorado. David.
Rob, an arrest in a shooting at a mass shooting outside a Reno, Nevada casino. We'll have the details of that coming up at 7 o'clock on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
All right, David, thank you. Let's get you this latest money report now. Bloomberg Money Minute Report, Bloomberg Radio, KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Expect that new Audi, Volvo, Mercedes-Benz, or Porsche to cost more very soon. The U.S. and the European Union agreed on a trade deal over the weekend that will see the EU pay 15% tariffs on most of its exports, including autos, starting this Friday. That means top European imports not made here in the U.S. will cost more. That trade deal and talks with the UK and China gave stocks an early boost today, pushing the Nasdaq and the S&P to fresh closing highs. The Dow, though, lost 64 today on jitters about other countries that have not notched deals. The Nasdaq was up 70, the S&P added 1. It's happened again. Allianz Life Insurance Company of North America says it was hacked on July 16th. Cyber thieves got hold of data on a majority of its 1.4 million customers. And for the first time ever, Martha Stewart has launched her own stores, selling branded bedding, kitchen gadgets, and furnishings for the home. 2 are now open in Dubai. Another one is coming to the Middle East this summer. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
She is a mogul. She never ceases to amaze me. I absolutely have such respect for Martha Stewart. Think about this. In an era where a lot of the brick and mortars, especially malls, have suffered, she has found a way to beat Amazon to the punch. I mean, she's actually going to get people to come into a brick and mortar store to buy her product. Look, when I was a kid growing up, honestly, you loved going to that local Sears or Penny's or Kaufman's or Horn's. And of course, Macy's still, thank goodness, is around because, you know, you want to see bedding. You want to see kitchen appliances. You want to be able to kind of kick the tires a little bit. I love it. All right, listen, a little bit of entertainment news. Then we're going to get ready for the news at 7. Gave you a little bit of everything this hour to kind of whet your appetite. And then after the good doctor, Dr. Gerald Pfeiffer, is done with Medical Frontiers, we've got Oliver Bateman coming up tonight. We're going to be talking about the Energy Summit. We're going to talk about a couple of articles that he recently had, including one of them. Did Josh Shapiro really save his political future by not becoming a part of the Kamala Harris campaign for president? I really do believe he did. We're going to talk about Oliver about that. But also, Oliver is very well received in places other than Pittsburgh. I mean, you read him sometime in the PG. He's a columnist. You read him in the Trib because he's a freelancer and he's in high demand, but especially in places like the UK. And with the president being over there, perfect timing. We'll have a chance to talk about the EU, the tariff situation, and Ukraine is another part of the world that they read his stuff. And we're going to talk about the president putting the hammer down and saying, look, you've got less than 10 days now, or about 10 days to get a ceasefire going, Mr. Putin, or there's going to be some consequences there. So Oliver will be here. But now the entertainment news. So this new Naked Gun is coming out, going to be released by Paramount. Liam Neeson and Pamela Anderson, who I guess the heartstrings, Cupid, actually is at work between those two, and I love it. You know, Liam lost his wife a few years back. He was madly in love with her. And we all know, Tommy Lee, Motley Crue and Pamela Anderson. And now she's doing this no makeup thing. I absolutely love her. Loved her long before, anything else she was doing, going way, 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 way back. So just really excited about that. And when that thing was done by Leslie Nelson, is it Nelson or Nelson? Anyway, years and years ago, coming off that television show Police Squad, it was just a belly laugh. And Anna Nicole Smith was in one of them. So I'm really looking forward to that. But the movie right now that's kind of been getting mixed reviews, I finally said, look, man, we owe so much to Adam Sandler, who has made us laugh for so many years, who I think is a great dramatic actor, too. And signing the deal with Netflix was a bold move on his part because this guy was box office gold in the 90s. There was no one any bigger. But he decided because he wanted more control of his product, Happy Madison, his production company, and he wanted to do a little bit of the humor stuff so he could have an opportunity to do some dramatic stuff too. So it's been a win-win for everyone. And I finally had a chance to finish Happy Gilmore 2. And a lot of people have panned it that are a little younger than me, a little older than me, and I kind of went on a rant this weekend that a lot of people agree with me. Look, if you're watching Happy Gilmore 2, remember, if 30 years ago, how young you were as opposed to now, and maybe your thought process is a little bit different now and you don't get that type of humor, right? But if you're a 68-year-old man with an 18-year-old brain at times like me, because I'm around my kids and I'm an entertainer, you absolutely love it. And I laugh just as hard as I did 30-plus years ago at the first one. And look, the storyline's goofy. I mean, it is. But that's Adam Sandler. You got to look beyond that. And it's more about the whole premise, the idea. It takes some twists and turns, and it starts off kind of sad with his wife, but I'll let you just kind of find out for yourself what happens. But it's just fun. It's just stupid, raunchy humor that has a nice kind of feel-good storyline to it. But what I loved about it, if you love the game of golf, you had these great cameos. Jack Nicklaus, Lee Trevino, Freddie Couples, Nick Faldo, and even Scotty Scheffler, the world's #1, who I think really, of all the celebrity cameos, including Travis Kelce, who was in it for a blink, he was great. Scotty Scheffler was great. And Rory McIlroy was in it. I mean, it really was a funny, funny movie. And John Daly, who I've known going back to the 84 Lumber days, you know, when the golf course at Nemacolin, and he was sponsored by the great Joe Hardy, a dear friend. It's fantastic. And all the people that really come along for the ride and co-star and have said to him and time again at roast, I mean, this guy, for people that have co-starred with him on their birthday, he'll put a new Lamborghini in their driveway. I mean, this is one of the kindest, decent people around. And even got some of the new flavor of Saturday Night Live, which he continues to pay homage to, even though he got booted by Lorne Michaels, right? It's just really funny. And yeah, I mean, you got to be responsible as far as who's watching it with you. You don't want your 15-year, well, maybe, I don't know. But it's funny. It really is. But the person that I really came away with admiring, because I've liked his music for a long time, and I know that my kids like him, especially my daughter, but Bad Bunny, man, he was great in this. He kind of played a restaurant, like busboy, if you will, waiter, who Travis Kelce kind of booted, and then he ended up the caddy for Happy Gilmore, you know, Adam Sandler's character. It really was good. And Adam Sandler's daughter was in it. His wife was in it. And it's just, look, the best reason to watch it is exactly what Adam Sandler tries to do every single time. Make you laugh. That's all. It's just about laughing. Laughing at stupidity, laughing at one-liners, laughing at all of the branding that he always brings in to bring a little extra cash to the table, which, hey, that's okay. And it's good for the people that he brings in. But I'm telling you, I was laughing as hard as I did 30 years ago. And he just continues to put out really good stuff. And it's just, I mean, it's funny. I mean, Drew Barrymore's with him. Jennifer Aniston's with him at times. Whoever he brings in to co-star, it just seems to work. But just to give you an idea how much he is a power broker in Hollywood, I mean, everybody past the greatest of the game were in this movie. And the players that are making the game popular today, Scotty Scheffler, world's #1, was flat out hysterical in this movie. So if you just want to laugh, if you don't, you need to get Netflix just to check this out, Happy Gilmore 2. But Adam Sandler, man, he's one funny dude, man. I mean, and I don't even know what makes him so funny. He's kind of the modern day version of Jerry Lewis without the slapstick. But he's really, really funny. And I love watching his stuff. And I love watching his Hidden Gems. That was a great movie, dramatic movie. He was fantastic in that. So if you get a chance and you just want to laugh, definitely check it out because it will make you chuckle for sure. And for all of you people that have panned it on social media, I should say, don't be so quick to grow up, okay? You got to take care of that inner child every once in a while just to kind of make life interesting, right? All right, stay with us. David's got the news next. And then Frank Velasquez, the Director of Sports Performance, is Dr. Pfeiffer's guest tonight on Medical Frontiers. It's your Pratt Pack. Good evening.
The KDKA Mobile News Fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington and Wexford. JimShorkeyKia.com.
Upside presents Locals Just Know. In Pittsburgh, there are things that you just know. Like on game day, you can wear whatever you want, as long as it's black or yellow.
Look, Mom, I dressed myself.
That's great, honey, but it's game day, and you're wearing Eagle colors. Let's go swap that shirt.
Well, here's something not all Pittsburghers know yet. You can now earn Upside cash back at hundreds of nearby restaurants, gas stations, and grocery stores. Even local favorites like Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get Go. The best part? With Upside, you can earn cash back on top of your credit or debit card rewards and loyalty programs like My Perks from Giant Eagle. Download the free Upside app, and soon you'll feel like every day is game day. For a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PITT03. That's promo code PITT03 for an extra 10% cashback bonus. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The Village at St. Barnabas. The perfect place for mom.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 89 degrees at Pittsburgh International. At 7 o'clock, I'm David Ballarado. Things came to a grinding halt today for a popular ride at Kennywood. That's because of another incident with a cell phone. A spokesperson tells KDKA Radio they had to stop the Phantom's Revenge temporarily today to address a guest with a cell phone. The park says all loose articles, including cell phones, are prohibited on all rides. Earlier this month, a passenger on the same ride was injured when he was hit in the head with a cell phone. As you can tell if you stepped outdoors today, it's hot, and this is the first of 3 straight days of hotter than normal weather. News Radio KDKA's Paul Rasmussen has more.
High temperatures will reach the low to mid-90s through Wednesday, about 10 degrees above average and not far from all-time highs. Tuesday's record is 96. Wednesday's is 94. Real feels will reach the mid to upper 90s. CBS meteorologist Craig Allen says we'll have plenty of company.
We are talking about nearly 200 million people under some type of heat alert.
If you're thinking it's hotter than normal, KDKA-TV meteorologist Ron Smiley did some digging and learned since June 1st, the number of hours Pittsburgh has been above 75 degrees has reached the 4th highest level ever. Much better conditions arrive Thursday. Paul Rasmussen, News Radio KDKA.
And Allegheny County has extended its code red heat advisory through Wednesday, and the city will once again be operating cooling centers. A suspect is in custody in Nevada, and 3 people are dead following a shooting outside a casino in Reno. Officials say a gunman opened fire this morning just outside the Grand Sierra Resort. The suspect, police say, is in critical condition and had no connection to the victims. Sparks Police Chief Chris Crawford.
The unidentified male suspect was observed walking onto the parking lot of the GSR from the north part of the property. The suspect continued walking on foot to the valet area of the GSR. Once at valet, the suspect produced a handgun and pointed it at a group of victims.
President Trump will be wrapping up his trip to Scotland by promoting the opening of one of his new golf courses, the one named after his Scottish-born mother. The British Prime Minister was happy with the visit, but not everyone was. CBS's Torianne Small now has more details.
Donald Trump shouldn't be here in Scotland. He's a convicted felon.
I mean, we don't even know what's happening in terms of the Epstein thing that's going on.
Questions about the president's ties to Jeffrey Epstein followed him overseas. He said Monday if there was anything incriminating against him in the Epstein files, the Biden administration would have made them public.
If they had anything, I assume they would have released it. The whole thing is a hoax.
An assistant freshman football coach at Penn Trafford has died. T.J. Detroff was a 2002 graduate of Jeanette, who today announced the news of his passing. He is the father of Dom Detroff, who is currently Hempfield's quarterback. KDKA Sports, the Pirates are out on the West Coast, and tonight they open a series against the San Francisco Giants. Mitch Keller starts for the Bucks. That game gets underway at 9:45 tonight. KDK Radio News Time, 7:03. Right now, we still have mostly sunny skies around the Pittsburgh area. It's still warm. 89 degrees is the temperature. I'm David Bollerado. Our next update's at 7:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
When it's cancer, life gets complicated. The AHN Cancer Navigation Team guides you through. Appointments, expert specialists, emotional support, done. Because at AHN, we see you. Visit ahn.org/cancer team. When it's cancer, AHN knows. Life takes a village. Cancer takes a team. The AHN Cancer Navigation Team gets you the support you need. An expert care plan, financial guidance, emotional support. Visit ahn.org/cancer team.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply, stop to opt out.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce is complicated. It affects every part of your life, your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce and the unexpected directions that it can take, it's times like this that you need a partner you can count on.
If you're a man facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today to connect with a local divorce attorney who understands the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Text Firm 66 to 32 32 32. FIRM 66 to 32 32 32. Firm 66 to 32 32 32. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There could be a thunderstorm in some spots early on tonight, otherwise partly cloudy and muggy, low 71. Partly sunny, hot and humid for tomorrow, high 92, and we'll have some storms around as we head into late Wednesday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com. Medical Frontiers is an informational program sponsored by the Allegheny Health Network. The information featured on Medical Frontiers is intended solely to further the public's general knowledge of current developments in the field of medicine and should not be relied upon as offering advice, diagnosis, or opinions as to any individual treatment or problem. Nothing should replace the relationship that you maintain with your personal physician.
Well, good evening. Dr. Gerald Pfeiffer here with another session of Medical Frontiers on this Monday evening. It's like we're in the tropics. What do you think?
I'm loving it. And also, I'm loving the fact that I had about 3 minutes of pirate talk with Frank Velasquez. So everything's right with the world.
All right. Yeah, absolutely. And this evening, we're going to be talking about daily energy expenditure and maintaining a healthy weight. And those are things that I guess we all can be concerned about at one time in our lives or maybe every day. So very fortunate to have Frank Velasquez with us this evening. He's been here probably at least a dozen times. He had to call and find out where we were. But that's okay.
He's a busy man.
Yeah, well, we're within the United States. We're okay. We're close. Yeah. So, welcome back to Medical Frontiers, Frank. Good seeing you.
Thanks, Doc. Pleasure to be here.
Yeah. And, I don't think we have any problem expending energy with this kind of weather we have.
Yeah, the temps are up.
The heat and the humidity just sort of sucks it out of you, right? You can't do anything else. But
yeah, you're burning calories walking out in the sun.
Just try to survive, right? Yeah.
Stay hydrated.
DEE, a term that I guess is new to me, but daily energy expenditure. And we get our energy from what we eat.
That's right.
Calories, our foods have energy, and we need that to survive.
Right.
Okay. So tell us about D. How does that fit into the equation of good health?
Sure. So this is my 13th year out of pro ball, and my focus for work with AHN Sports Performance and Physical Therapy has been targeted to the athlete, okay, that we see on a regular basis, getting them faster, stronger, more powerful, and also the active adult. So the masters level golfers and swimmers and ex-athletes and your recreational racers, marathoners, road races. And occasionally we'll get people that are, whether they know it or not, they come to, they want to get in better shape, whether that be lose weight, gain muscle mass. So TDEE, Total Daily Energy Expenditure, is an acronym for what we just said it was, where you use a formula to be able to accurately tell how many calories you need to consume a day to either gain weight or lose weight or maintain your weight.
Right.
So when I was in baseball, most of the majority of the guys I worked with, we tried to maintain our mass throughout the course of a regular season.
You didn't want them to lose weight?
Not many of them. No.
Yeah.
Occasionally we had a player that was a little overweight and we tried to get them into a better place before the season started. But most of them we wanted to try to maintain because they didn't have much fat to lose. If they were going to lose, they were going to lose muscle mass.
Right, which you don't want.
That's
right. That could affect their performance.
Sure.
And you're talking about 162 games? I mean,
that's right. That's right.
You got to stay in shape.
It's a grind. You need to stay. It's paying attention to your eating, sleeping, hydration habits, and then your strength training. But outside of professional baseball, with our layperson, I think people have a lot more resources at their fingertips where they can figure some of this stuff out through TDEE calculators. If you punch in some information, your height, gender, body weight, if you can get some body comp, and it'll throw out a number that, okay, doc, this is your estimated daily calorie expenditure. This is how much you're burning a day. And now it's up to you to get with a registered dietitian to, if you need to calculate how many calories you're consuming a day. And like I said, if you're looking to lose, then ideally it's 500 calories less, calorie deficit, or gain, you eat more, 200 to 500 calories more.
Let's take a baseball player. Okay, I guess it probably depends on position too. How many calories and so on. But let's say a catcher who's in on every plate, throwing the ball back,
The most laborsome position on the field.
Right. How many calories would the typical catcher use
in a game?
In a game.
I think when I got out of baseball, these guys started wearing wearable devices that provided the coaches and the athletic trainers metrics of, load per game and how far they ran per game and calories burned per game and their average heart rates per game. And I want to say it's, close to 1,000.
In a game?
Yes.
Okay. So certainly you would have to have more calories per day because that's just, for the game.
Sure.
Which is a couple hours out of the game.
Right.
Yeah.
The way it works is about 65% of what we burn is used just to keep us alive. That's known as our basal metabolic rate, your BMR.
Okay.
To help our heart beat and our lungs work and our organs work. That's the BMR, and that's about 65% of what we need a day. Okay, then there is the food we eat. It takes calories to burn the carbs, the fats, and the proteins. So if we're eating more protein foods, we burn more calories because it takes more calories to break down proteins and use it as energy than it does carbs or fats.
Oh.
So that's the second bucket. So the first bucket is your BMR. The second bucket is the food, what it takes to burn the food for digestion. Then your ADLs, your activities of daily living, is the third bucket, and then exercise.
Yeah.
So those are the 4 buckets that go into total daily energy expenditure.
That's really amazing. For a while, when my wife and I first moved into an apartment complex, one of our neighbors was Matt Murray from the Penguins, goalie.
Yes.
And I was talking to him one time after a game, and he was telling me he lost somewhere between 6 and 8 pounds per game, just in perspiration.
Yeah, fluids.
Yeah, fluids.
Yep.
Which and he was tall. He didn't weigh a whole lot, but he was tall. That's a lot of weight,
right,
to lose.
When we were in spring training, or when I was with Michigan football, we would weigh our players in and out.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were 200 pounds before practice, just in your sliders or your underwear, and then you were 195 after practice, we gave you the homework to do is to how much to drink and eat so you can regain that 5 pounds before next day. Because if not, let's say you don't do it right and you only gain 2, so you're 197, and then you lose another 4 or 5.
It's a cumulative.
It's a cumulative.
Yeah. And you have to be careful with your electrolytes also.
Absolutely.
Because you lose the electrolytes along with those fluids.
That's right.
The body does a pretty good job at hanging on to them, but it can't hang on forever.
That's right. So we have to do our job as, the way we live and our lifestyles is to replenish the electrolytes, the calories, the fluids, and get our rest to make sure we're doing what we can to make sure, we're in a good position to attack the day, the next day.
It's really amazing. And the professionals now that are attached to our athletic teams, especially in high school, college, and in the pros, where we have registered dietitians, we have certified trainers, we have sports medicine docs, physical therapists, et cetera, psychologists, whatever.
Right. It's an entourage of professionals.
Yeah. So it's a whole staff with each of those individuals. Okay, we need to take a break. This is Medical Frontiers, and we're talking about daily energy expenditure. How much do you have to eat if you're exercising and your activities of daily limit, et cetera? So we're very fortunate to have Frank Velasquez with us this evening. He's a professional. He's a trainer, certified trainer, and he's head of sports medicine performance at AHN. Give us a call at 866-391-1020. We'll be back.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
You're not at your house. You're at a lavish seaside estate. You're not walking the dog. You're hunting for clues in an Agatha Christie mystery. See it differently with BritBox. Stream an endlessly entertaining collection of British TV, including new original series, Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
Bit awkward, really. I think I might just have solved a murder.
And Outrageous, a scandalous true story.
Seems there's a political extremist in every family these days.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When it's cancer, life gets complicated. The AHN Cancer Navigation Team guides you through. Appointments, expert specialists, emotional support, done. Because at AHN, we see you. Visit ahn.org/cancer team. When it's cancer, AHN knows. Life takes a village. Cancer takes a team. The AHN Cancer Navigation Team gets you the support you need. An expert care plan, financial guidance, emotional support. Visit ahn.org/cancer team.
Americans spend $66 billion on weight loss products and services each year. And you know what? Right here in our hometown, Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff has helped thousands of people do just that. Lose weight, keep it off. In fact, he's been helping people take back control of their lives for more than 20 years here in Pittsburgh at the PA Hypnosis Center. You have an opportunity to do the same. Are you battling anxiety? So many people are. He can help you with that. If you want to quit smoking, Dan Vitchoff is the call you should make at the PA Hypnosis Center today. Schedule your free consultation at 724-934-8446, 724-934-8446. Dan can help you reach your goal with a 98% success guarantee. 724-934-8446. Call now.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life. Your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Okay, we're back on Medical Frontiers with Frank Velasquez, and we're talking about daily energy expenditure and maintaining a healthy weight. This isn't just for athletes, but this is for everybody, because we have to take in a certain amount of calories just to survive. And if we're more active, and if we have a weight problem and so on, those things can vary a lot. And Rob asked me when we were doing a little tease about how do we judge what an ideal weight is, and there's a lot that goes into that. Mm-hmm. And certain for the professional athlete, it changes with the season. Whether they're between games or between seasons and so on. The the football players that needs thousands of, linemen that need thousands and thousands of calories to maintain their weight in their activity, certainly have to cut down a bit off season. Of course, they're working out and staying in shape and so on, but with the help of trainers, certified dietitians, et cetera, they have to be aware of this on a 365 basis. It's not just during the season, right?
It's a lifestyle. Yeah, it's not something we turn on or turn off. It's with sports it's easy because you're in season and you have off season and preseason and postseason. So the seasons are kind of spelled out for you. But for the layperson, that active adult, it's really how we go about our business. I mean, how well do you take care of yourself? We don't want to get into diets because you're going to get off of it at some point,
right?
Or I'm just going to do this exercise program for 6 weeks. Now that I'm 53, my focus has really been on developing a health span for myself and the people that are in my life, and not just a lifespan. How we want to live as long as we can and be active for all those years.
Yes.
And what do we need to do to get there? I firmly believe, and I read this in a book, that we don't have to train like elite athletes to age like a badass. That's what the book,
Yeah.
And I believe that. And there are things we can do, continue to move and eating real food and, get in our sleep, engagement, human engagement, social engagement. These are the cornerstones, Doc, of really that'll take us into our golden years,
right?
To the end.
And the mentality also, keeping a positive attitude.
Absolutely.
Doing things that are fun.
Cutting the negativity out of your life.
Absolutely, and that's that's what life is all about, And
right.
and sometimes we tend to focus so much on the little things that don't mean anything as far as your life is concerned.
Sure. And how we handle stress.
Yeah.
Everyone has stress.
Absolutely.
And stress is it's a silent killer.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes we worry about having stress. My mother was a worrier, Sometimes she said, "What do you worry about?" And she said, "I'm worried that I don't have anything to worry about." You can take it pretty far. One of the interesting things I found out a couple years ago, you probably know that I have a son who graduated from military academy at West Point a couple years ago. And he had friends who, in fact, he had a couple of roommates that were on a football team and so on. And, of course, even at West Point, where, everyone's eating together in a big room and everything, certainly the football team had their own table, their own, training table.
That's right.
And I did not realize that West Point, in order to graduate, you have to sort of be at ideal weight, all right? Your neck has to be a certain size for your build. Your biceps, your triceps, and your thighs and everything.
Sure.
Those are all measured. Okay. And so the football players, once they are finished with the season, if they're going to graduate that year, they're at a special table.
Wow.
To lose weight.
Sure.
And get back to those parameters that they have to be able to graduate, which is sort of the reverse, So, but it's amazing how we can actually manipulate the body to be so big and and strong, and then you want to keep the strength, but you have to cut the size down to be able to meet the military standards, So and you can manipulate that, and it doesn't take all that long because the football season ends in not too far from graduation, So you have probably about 6 months to.
Yeah, that's one example. But for the layperson, you want it to take time.
Yes.
There are no, I think society looks for the quick fixes. Like, I'm going to take muscle gainer that I can buy from the store and it's going to just pile calories on.
Yeah.
Or I'm going to take this pill and it's going to help me not eat and burn calories. So we're a firm believer that, it takes time.
Yeah.
Anything built to last isn't built fast. That's what we've heard and learned, and consistency. We microdose and we do a little bit every day, and that's consistent, rather doing that than doing a big workout and then being sore for 3 or 4 days. So we want to teach consistency and time, and we put those two together, and then you're getting to your ideal weight where you want to be.
Yeah, what's your take on these appetite suppressors, the injectables and so on and that type of thing? Have you have any experience with that with people that you work with?
No.
Yeah, and sometimes I think people think that's the panacea. All they have to do is take these 2 injections a week or whatever it is, and they're going to live forever and be happy. I don't think it is like that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I don't know much about it, Doc.
Yeah. Okay, well, we need to take our break here at the bottom of the hour, and the other thing that we have to take into consideration is certainly the environment and the climate conditions when these high school players are coming to football camp, et cetera, et cetera. But we need to take a break. 866-391-1020 is how you can get in touch and ask your questions of Frank Velasquez. We'll be back.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making the recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding. Congratulations, Joe. Triple Crown winner from Owens Corning.
Yes, Larry. We are proud to announce that we are recognized for service excellence, product excellence, and MVP based on marketing leadership and customer service.
Call Joe and his team. You'll get the best of the best. Get a free estimate for roof and siding replacements. Call the roofing replacement experts at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. Congrats, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
When it's cancer, life gets complicated. The AHN Cancer Navigation Team guides you through. Appointments, expert specialists, emotional support, done. Because at AHN, we see you. Visit ahn.org/cancer team. When it's cancer, AHN knows. Life takes a village. Cancer takes a team. The AHN Cancer Navigation Team gets you the support you need. An expert care plan, financial guidance, emotional support. Visit ahn.org/cancer team.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 89 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm David Ballarado. A Sharon man is charged in connection with the vandalism last weekend at the Hermitage office of Congressman Mike Kelly. The Trib is reporting 46-year-old Joe Lemons is charged with criminal mischief and harassment. Police Chief Adam Piccirillo says they've been in contact with Capitol Police as well as the Mercer County DA's office. There's no shortage of takeaways from the United States and the European Union agreeing to a trade framework which puts a 15% tariff on most goods. It staves off far higher duties on both sides that might have sent shockwaves through economies around the globe. CBS MoneyWatch.com's Kelly O'Grady sees a lot of cash flowing as questions swirl about the fate of the 50% tariff on steel and aluminum.
So the EU is going to buy $750 billion worth of U.S. energy, and they're also going to invest $600 billion into the U.S. Now, they can't really mandate that at the country level, so that's likely going to be private companies investing. But net, lots of EU money flowing into the U.S. Some American companies can sell more easily into the EU. But that 50% tariff, it's going to be hard for that to be absorbed by you and me when we go buy goods.
The State Game Commission has approved Sunday hunting for 10 additional Sundays this year. They are the last 3 Sundays in September, every Sunday in October, November 2nd and 9th, and December 7th. The other Sundays in November had already been designated. State Representative Mandy Steele, who authored the bill that was signed into law earlier this month, says it's just the beginning. KDKA Sports, it's a late night for Pirates fans as the team begins a road trip in San Francisco. Mitch Keller will be on the mound for the Bucks in tonight's game against the Giants. First pitch is at 9:45. KDKA Radio News Time coming up on 7:32. Our next update's at 8. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hey, it's Crash Gladys from Speed Freaks. Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop leaving money behind. Get real cash back every time you fill up with the free Upside app. Simply download the free Upside app in the App Store or Google Play right now and start earning cash at the pump today. Use limited time promo code SUMMER and get an extra 25 cents back per gallon on your first fill up. Listeners are making $200 to $300 a year just from buying the gas they already needed. Don't wait. Download the free Upside app now and use promo code SUMMER to redeem your 25 cent per gallon bonus. That's promo code SUMMER. Yeah, at first I thought it was too good to be true, but it's completely legit. Plus, you can cash out anytime. Don't let this offer drive on by. Download the free Upside app now by using limited time promo code SUMMER. That's promo code SUMMER for a limited time 25 cents per gallon bonus. Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
July is National Carpet Cleaning Month, and Zero Res is fired up and going to give you a deal. Offering a purchase of 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free, plus $50 off air duct services, too. We had a bunch of family over for a picnic. What a mess all the kids, 8 little kids under the age of 9. I don't need to tell you the damage that can be done in a hurry. You need the experts to clean up. Vacuuming is not sufficient. You need Zero Res, and it's not just carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, and those air ducts. So important. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188. Ask for the KDKA special. Take advantage of this opportunity now. Zero Res, 412-701-1188. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Tonight will be muggy under a partly cloudy sky. There could be a thunderstorm early, low 71. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow, high 92. And hot again Wednesday with an afternoon thunderstorm at spots, high 92. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah. Betty called me last week because her mother's in a nursing home and had given her $30,000 2 years ago. I told her that 5-year look back will not apply. We can get it fixed. Call Zachariah Brown at 724-942-6200 or visit PittsburghElderLaw.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Medical Frontiers is an informational program sponsored by the Allegheny Health Network.
Okay, we're back on our next segment of Medical Frontiers, daily energy expenditure and maintaining healthy weight. 866-391-1020 is how you can talk to our expert in the studio this evening, Mr. Frank Velasquez, who is the Director of Sports Performance at Allegheny Health Network. And let's go to Bill, our first phone caller. Bill from Monroeville. Do you have a question?
Yeah, Dr. Pfeiffer. I know this isn't in Frank's area, but as I've been observing this thing over in the Gaza Strip of Palestine, there's people starving there without subsistence. I know Frank was talking about a basal index there just to keep your organs operating. When you're in a situation like that, or your body's in a situation like that, some people are taking intravenous saline solutions just to stay alive, do their job. job, and that includes medical personnel. Frank, is it going to be enough to get subsistence without, having organ damage in this matter?
Okay, you had a little bit of static there, but Frank, did you hear that well enough to,
No,
we're talking about, is there any organ damage sometimes whenever we don't have the correct, metabolism going on because of our diet?
Sure, the body will start to consume itself if we don't provide it calories. It's pretty smart, and it'll tear down muscle tissue for energy, and that's the last thing we want. So that's why it's so important to make sure we're getting our calories in.
Right. You hope that it tears down fat faster than it does muscle, but it doesn't. It wants protein.
It doesn't work that way, Doc. It goes for the good stuff.
Yeah. Okay, 866-391-1020 is how you can get your questions answered. Give us a call. So, we were just talking about during the break that the size of athletes back when I was in high school and the size of athletes today, even in high school, college, and the pros, of course. And I think it is because of better conditioning, not so much that we're evolving as bigger people, but we just, we've learned so much about how to take care of the body when we're asking the body to do pretty strenuous exercise in athletes. Let's go to Michelle. Michelle, you have a question.
Yes, I've always been very active, and I hit menopause, and I gained, excessive weight that I shouldn't have or whatever. Is it possible through exercise to get it back off?
Well, we can either exercise or we can take less calories.
Starve to death.
Or do both.
No, Michelle, you don't want to do that. That's a great point you bring up. With the females, different than the males, you have many more hormonal changes as you grow older. So it's, what we recommend is you get with a physician and an endocrinologist that can help you find out where you're deficient and make the adjustments, and that will assist you and along with your exercise and your nutrition habits to continue to hover around a weight that's comfortable for you. But those hormonal changes do make a big difference, and nothing else might have changed in your lifestyle, but the fact that you're going through menopause and your body's changing, that you need to make some adjustments on the hormonal.
So would they test your thyroid levels to see if there's no metabolism happening, or is there other things? When I get my normal blood work, everybody says, "Oh, your blood work's great. Your blood work's great."
I would go to an endocrinologist, a specialist.
Okay.
Yep, that's who would be able to give you that information that you're looking for. They're specialists that specialize in what your question is.
Because sometimes the thyroid gland has an influence. Our pancreas certainly has an influence on our metabolism and so on. So it's amazing that those things work so well, but we have to help them sometimes because we might be forming too much of something or not enough.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks so much for the call, Michelle. We really appreciate it, and get to see an endocrinologist, and hopefully you can start feeling better. And we talked a little bit about the mind. If we feel better physically, body-wise, we feel better mentally.
Well, everything starts with a thought. That's really the home base for us, and our thoughts lead to emotions lead to actions lead to results. But yeah, if we feel better, it's a cycle. If our clothes doesn't fit well and we're gaining a few pounds, and you're not getting your workouts in because you're busy taking the kids around or work related issues, we don't feel well, and sometimes that leads to decreased performance. But when everything's going right, it can turn that around and
right. When you feel better about yourself, you
perform better.
You're happy. You perform better.
That's right. You're better to be around.
Medical school, they keep hammering you can't separate the mind from the body.
No.
The brain's there for a reason. It's very, very important. But the brain can certainly affect our body, and our body can affect our brain.
Absolutely.
And so we can't forget about either one and pay attention to one and not the other.
We call it our toolbox, Doc.
Yeah.
We might have all the tools, but sometimes we don't have the toolbox to put them in.
That's right.
So that space in between our ears is super important.
Absolutely. And the musculoskeletal system is so important, in our activities of daily living. Standing, walking, getting in and out of bed, getting in and out of a chair, in and out of a car.
That's why it's so important to continue to exercise into our 60s and 70s and 80s, because muscle is what's going to protect that skeleton.
Right.
Gravity doesn't take a day off, and it's always pulling on
That's
us.
right.
So the one thing that's going to help us stay erect and upright is muscle. And when we do fall, the muscle will help support the skeleton and the joints. So super important.
Yeah, and the more active we are, we put more stress on our skeleton, our bony skeleton.
That's right.
And less chance of osteoporosis, osteopenia, and so on. Yep. And if you happen to have a little spill or something like that, you might not break a bone if your bones are strong. So it all ties in. Absolutely. And it's amazing that we have the knowledge now, and what we need to do is make people aware that these things can be done.
Absolutely.
Nothing is impossible.
In the privacy of your own home. My folks are 75, both of them. And, they have a son that's a strength coach. And so they get exercise equipment for gifts. My parents have weighted vests, and they have resistance tubing. And I teach them things to do with the bands around their knees, and just get into a bear crawl position and put stress on their arms just to help with that bone density, because these are things they can do at home. They don't have to join a gym or
Absolutely.
So it's very, very doable.
And when you have some arthritis in your hips or your knees, your feet or whatever, the swimming is an excellent exercise. And
absolutely.
And especially in this area, there are pools available at the Y's. Some hotels that have pools will, they're not busy during the day. You can get a pass to use a hotel pool.
Sure.
So
this time of year, especially.
Yeah, absolutely. We need that when we're running
good.
Temperatures, in the mid 90s. So, okay. Well, we're due for another break, and give us a call at 866-391-1020. You can get in the queue in the last segment, the last 10 minutes of the show. Be a good time to call and get your questions answered with Frank Velasquez, who is Director of Sports Performance. And you've been with AHN now 13 years?
10, Doc.
10?
10 years, yeah.
Yeah, a decade. Yeah,
just about. Yep.
Yeah.
16 years in pro ball, and then 5 on my own with my own business, and then 10 with AHN.
Well, that's great. And I know AHN and the folks that you've taken care of certainly appreciate the fact that you're here.
Well, we have a great team.
Yeah.
We have a great team from the physicians to the front desk.
Okay, 866-391-1020. That's how you can get in touch with us. We'll be back.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
When it's cancer, life gets complicated. The AHN Cancer Navigation Team guides you through. Appointments, expert specialists, emotional support, done. Because at AHN, we see you. Visit ahn.org/cancer team. When it's cancer, AHN knows. Life takes a village. Cancer takes a team. The AHN Cancer Navigation Team gets you the support you need An expert care plan, financial guidance, emotional support. Visit ahn.org/cancer team.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-581-1414. That's 800-581-1414. 800-581-1414.
Upside presents Locals Just Know. In Pittsburgh, there are things that you just know. Like on game day, you can wear whatever you want as long as it's black or yellow.
Look, Mom, I dressed myself. That's great, honey, but it's game day, and you're wearing Eagle colors. Let's go swap that shirt.
Well, here's something not all Pittsburghers know yet. You can now earn Upside cash back at hundreds of nearby restaurants, gas stations, and grocery stores. Even local favorites like Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get Go. The best part? With Upside, you can earn cash back on top of your credit or debit card rewards and loyalty programs like My Perks from Giant Eagle. Download the free Upside app, and soon you'll feel like every day is game day. For a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PITT03. That's promo code PITT03 for an extra 10% cashback bonus. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
Is your car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. New brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait, you pay nothing on repairs? Ox gets it fixed? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance?
Yeah, you don't pay. Ox pays. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A+ rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike those other warranty companies.
The last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-240-1465. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-240-1465. 800-240-1465. Or go to oxcarcare.com.
Summer's here, and so is Len Lacina from Lacina Drapery and Blind Factory.
Lacina can immediately refresh your home with custom window treatments. For over 60 years, our family-owned company has handcrafted stunning draperies in our very own factory and offers top-quality blinds, shades, shutters, and more.
Take advantage of Lacina's free shop-at-home service or visit their showrooms in Dormont and Wexford. Remember, Lacina's prices can't be beat. 412-665-4900 or visit lacinadrapery.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
When it's cancer, life gets complicated. The AHN Cancer Navigation Team guides you through. Appointments, expert specialists, emotional support, done. Because at AHN, we see you. Visit ahn.org/cancer team. When it's cancer, AHN knows. Life takes a village. Cancer takes a team. The AHN Cancer Navigation Team gets you the support you need. An expert care plan, financial guidance, emotional support. Visit ahn.org/cancer team.
Okay, we're back in our last segment of Medical Frontiers. We're talking about daily energy expenditure and maintaining an ideal weight. Give us a call at 866-391-1020. Excuse me. Frank, you've seen a lot of improvement in how we monitor athletes and others who are not involved in athletic endeavors and so on, and a lot of changes. We have better ways of measuring things that we need to keep an eye on and so on. What do you see out there in the next 10 years?
Oof. Wow, that's a good question.
Thank you.
You know, we were just talking about those CGMs, the continuous glucose monitors,
Right.
and how, you know, they help our diabetics measure their blood glucose, and now they're being used by just the mass population, not just the people that have diabetes, to educate the person on what food does to you. You know, what happens when I eat a big meal and I sit on the couch compared to when I eat a big meal and take a dog for the walk. Or if I eat a meal and then I put it in the fridge, the reheats. Now, how does that same food affect me after it's been reheated? So this is just information for the person to help them, you know, regulate their blood glucose. So I think that's where it's going. You know, these metrics, we didn't have all this information, you know, 20, 30, 40 years ago for the lay person. Now I think it's accessible to the lay person with apps, different apps. And where we used to have to go to the doctors to get this information, we can get it at our own fingertips and a little bit of equipment. So with the information, we can make the adjustments.
One of the interesting things that that I learned a number of years ago is that people with major surgery, especially cardiovascular surgery and so on, where they've been under anesthesia for a long time, they have a lot of healing, rehab, and so on to get back, is that they monitor the blood glucose, and if they can keep the blood glucose right where it needs to be, normal, you know,
in the range,
in that range, you know, and they heal faster.
Amazing.
You know, isn't that amazing? They're not diabetic.
Right.
They just found that if they can keep that monitored a little bit closer, and you do that primarily by diet in a post-op period and so on, and the IV fluids you get, et cetera, you know. So that type of thing is really helpful. And when you think about the whole scheme of hospitalization, when to be discharged and all of that, it has changed. When I first started at Allegheny in my residency, what do you think the average length of stay was at Allegheny General Hospital?
7 days.
7 days? 14 and a half.
Wow.
You almost, you got it half right. Now it's around 2.
Right.
And that's all comers. So that means a lot of people are just staying in 24 hours, as opposed to people who might have to be in for 4 or 5 days. But with minimally invasive surgery, technology and everything, and people heal faster at home than in the hospital. The hospital's for sick people, you know, and you know, you have surgery. Yeah, there's going to be some pain. There's going to be some discomfort. You need to have, you know, possibly you have to go through some physical therapy and everything. But you can do that outside the hospital. You don't have to be in the hospital.
That's right.
Which I think is one of the biggest things that we have done over the last, 30, 40 decades.
Get people home faster.
Right? Yeah. And people are happier being at home.
Moving. Absolutely.
You know, one of the things, and I was in the hospital just recently, I told you, is getting awakened, for vital signs. And because I had spinal surgery, they had to check me every 2 hours. And the nurse would say, "How are you sleeping?" I said, "Great, until you came in." But yeah, we have made strides in so many ways that it sort of happened without really conscious being aware of it. You know, how we've come with the technology and so on, and especially in sports medicine. You know, when sports medicine was just coming along when I graduated from medical school. You know, and looking at what needs to be done to increase performance is what you're involved with every day.
Sure.
And it applies to everybody, not just athletes.
That's right. And that was Dr. DeMayo's vision when they brought me on, is to create these facilities where we train our clients, whether they're 15 or 75, like we train our professional athletes, age appropriate, but the same foundation. So it's really worked out well for us.
Tell us about how many facilities does AHN have now for sports performance and so on?
Yeah, we have 5. 4 of them are for our active adults and athletes and long-term youth development, and then one of them is for cancer patients. So people that are going through chemo and radiation, we have a radiation oncologist on our team that's also a strength coach, and he has a specialty place as well. So there's 5.
Where is that located, Frank?
That's at AHN Suburban in Bellevue.
Okay. And that's just for cancer patients, And
for research, 12-week program, 3 times a week.
Yeah.
And then they graduate from that, and they go to one of our performance facilities.
Right. Is that something new in the medical field, or new to Pittsburgh? Or
Well, exercise and cancer has been around for a long time, but the type of exercise that Dr. Champ's doing with this research is very much like our athletes do. So it's fairly new, and we've had this program for 2 years now. We picked up Dr. Colin Champ from Duke University, and he's really doing some great work. We provide him the strength coaches and a good facility there, and they do their thing.
Yeah, I just found out this past year that we have cardiologists who specialize in taking care of cancer patients, because cancer, the chemotherapy and so on can have an effect on the heart, and certainly radiation can have an effect on the heart and so on. That's something I learned by doing this show. Okay, our time is up. And Frank, it's always good seeing you. And remember where we are the next time?
I will.
Okay. This is Medical Frontiers. And thank you, folks, for listening. And we will be back next week for another session of Medical Frontiers. Good night.
Medical Frontiers was an informational program sponsored by the Allegheny Health Network. The information featured on Medical Frontiers was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge of current developments in the field of medicine and should not be relied upon as offering advice, diagnosis, or opinions as to any individual treatment or problem. Nothing should replace the relationship that you maintain with your personal physician.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Co-founder and president of Walnut Capital. Brains behind Bakery Square and beyond. Todd Reedborn.
There's that expression, good things come to those who wait. But we're really excited about looking forward. This is really the largest underdeveloped piece of land on our AI Avenue. Really anybody, any size of company that wants to come to Pittsburgh, wants to be in the heart of the AI Avenue ecosystem, we're ready for it.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Hey folks, it's Marty. Summertime. Time to take a look at those nasty old windows. Universal Windows Direct has the plan. You got to check this out. Payments as low as $99 a month or 12 months with no payments and no interest. This is amazing. They'll assess your house for free. Trust Windows Direct because they're the best, folks. 412-545-6003. Free in-home inspection. 412-545-6003. Fabulous.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 87 degrees at Pittsburgh International. At 8 o'clock, I'm David Ballarado. An arrest has been made in the incident at the Hermitage office of Congressman Mike Kelly. The office was spray painted with graffiti and anti-Republican leaflets were found there as well. This happened last weekend. 46-year-old Joe Monte Lemons of Sharon is now charged in the crime with criminal mischief and harassment. Hermitage's police chief tells the Trib that a final determination on criminal charges and prosecutorial jurisdiction is still pending as he consults with Capitol Police and the Mercer County District Attorney. Over $58 million in medical debt that's owed by city residents is about to be wiped away. City Councilman Bobby Wilson announcing that on social media, that over 43,000 low-income people who've racked up unpaid bills have been identified by the nonprofit group Undo Medical Debt, and they're having their debt erased. It's through a 2023 law introduced by Wilson that allows the nonprofit to work with hospitals and debt collectors to find past due medical bills of those who are least able to pay them. It then buys them for pennies on the dollar. Monday, President Trump weighed in on the Russia-Ukraine war, doubling down on threats of economic action against Russia. CBS News senior White House correspondent Wei Jiang is traveling with the president.
Trump called out Vladimir Putin for his lack of action toward ending the war in Ukraine.
We thought we had that settled numerous times. And then President Putin goes out and starts launching rockets into some city.
Russia could face punishing economic consequences, which had been threatened for September. Now Trump says in 10 to 12 days, unless Moscow makes a peace deal.
Russia could be so rich right now. Instead, they spend all their money on war.
The northern Michigan man who was charged with terrorism and attempted murder after allegedly stabbing 11 people at a Walmart store near Traverse City interrupted his own initial court proceeding. WWL radio reporter Kyle Kimball tells us more.
I saw a black and white video on the internet.
Calling it the most heinous crime the court has dealt with in more than 30 years, a Traverse City District Court magistrate has ordered the suspect in the Walmart stabbings held on $100,000 bond.
Please don't talk about that because it can be used against you.
Bradford Gilly faces 1 count of terrorism and 11 counts of attempted murder. He is accused of stabbing 11 people Saturday afternoon. Twice during his arraignment Monday afternoon, Gilly talked about the tobacco industry.
The tobacco company, and you're selling cigarettes with fiberglass.
One victim remains in serious condition. Kyle Kimball for CBS News, Detroit.
And 2 kids are dead after a barge apparently collides with a boat in Florida. Here's Mike Hempkin.
The Coast Guard is investigating a boat collision in Florida that has left 2 people dead. Authorities say 2 kids died and 2 others are in critical condition after a barge apparently hit their boat, sending them overboard. The Coast Guard says all 6 people on the sailing boat were pulled from the water by responders. 4 kids were rushed to a hospital, with 2 pronounced dead on arrival.
In KDKA Sports, it's a late night for Pirates fans. The team will begin a road trip in San Francisco tonight. Mitch Keller will be on the mound for the Bucks. First pitch is at 9:45. KDKA Radio News Time, 8:03. The AccuWeather forecast is next. I'm David Bollerado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A-plus rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA-certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
Join Independence Health System at one of 3 convenient job fair locations to learn about open positions, clinical and non-clinical. Recruiters will be available to answer questions and conduct on-site interviews. Job fairs will be held on Thursday, July 31st at Butler Memorial Hospital, Clarion Hospital, and Westmoreland Mall in Greensburg. Competitive salary and flexible scheduling offered. Visit www.independence.health/careers for complete details. Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Lynn just loves the summers in Pittsburgh, but she hates to paint, so she called Rhino Shield.
It is a single-wide manufactured home. We moved from our home, which we had the Rhino Shield on. Rhino Shield was what we were going to do. That was no question. We knew we were going to do it.
Rhino Shield's a ceramic coating. It's not paint, it's better.
The Rhino Shield representative came, and we discussed what we wanted done. And this time, we had the roof done as well.
Formulated for our specific climate here in Indy and comes with a 25-year transferable warranty.
We truly believe in this product.
And right now, you can get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price. Plus, there's more great news. Rhino Shield has partnered with Green Sky Financing to offer affordable monthly payments with 0% interest loans to qualified customers. Here's Rhino Shield Shane Smith.
Call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint. Go Rhino.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Hey, Colin Dunlap here for Boulevard Glass and Metal. It's July, hot and humid. You want to cool down in the shower? Only that silly plastic shower curtain keeps wrapping around your leg. Well, call Boulevard Glass and Metal for a custom glass shower enclosure right now. These are the same guys that install those large glass storefronts all around Pittsburgh. Check out their easy, hassle-free quote request online, boulevardglassandmetal.com, or call 412-621-1799. Boulevard Glass and Metal, clearly the right choice.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There can be a thunderstorm in some spots early on tonight, otherwise partly cloudy and muggy, low 71. Partly sunny, hot and humid for tomorrow, high 92, and we'll have some storms around as we head into late Wednesday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Frax on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You know, you always book those guests when breaking news happens, right? I mean, it's what we do. But you also sometimes have to kind of schedule ahead of time because, look, as many of you know, I do a whole lot more than just this show at KDK, so it's a lot of moving parts, got to stay on top of things. So I try to do it a couple of days in advance and kind of tie it into some things that are happening, articles I'm reading. But it seems like every time I have columnist Oliver Bateman on to talk about a recent article that he has done a great job with, something is trending that is right up his alley. So before we get to the reason he's here, he is read in the UK. They really appreciate him there. And that's where the president has been. And today, of course, the Scottish golf course named after his mother. And the European Union, the tariff that is going to bring trillions in the way of revenue. This guy knows how to work it, does he not? Good evening, Oliver.
Yeah. The EU and UK deals are looking pretty good in terms of the guaranteed spend. The tariff percentages seem reasonably fair as far as, you know, this 15% baseline for the EU, 10% for the UK is getting apparently a sweet deal. Looks like they're even getting, I mean, relatively speaking, it used to be a free ride for almost everybody, but the UK looks like they're getting a pretty sweet deal. And as far as the thing I was looking at on the UK deal, it's interesting is a little bit of a cut too on the steel tariff for them. Like there's a high metal tariff overall, but it looks like for the UK, it's going to be cut a little bit. So maybe that'll help them. Maybe that'll help build that special relationship up a little more if he can do things with other parts of the English speaking world, Australia, New Zealand, who knows, you know, like there's a lot that could be done there. But I mean, all in all, I think that the deal making on the tariff side is kind of like this energy stuff. It looks good. The numbers look good. Everything seems to be lining up, and it might be a situation that even when the Democrats run, they're going to run with those policies staying intact if they seem to be working. Like everybody will kind of, it could be the new normal, maybe.
All right, so we got a lot to get to. I may actually keep you 2 segments if that's okay, because there's so much to cover.
It's fine with me.
The other thing, he told Putin, look, I'm going to give you less than 12 days. I want a ceasefire here. That's another part of the world that you've been covering, Ukraine and company. And you know what? If this guy does find a way to stop the madness that is the war in Ukraine and the suffering of the innocent people in Ukraine, and even the innocent civilians of Russia who continue to bury their soldiers and don't really probably know the backstory, because there's not many journalists who get to tell the backstory in Russia. I mean, what Benjamin Netanyahu said just weeks ago, I mean, maybe there's something to this guy being nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. If he ends that war, I mean, we're talking one thing after another. I don't know how many more feathers we have left to put in his cap.
Well, he is, and he hinted today in the UK, or yesterday. I think it was today, though. He even hinted that, with Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, that he would be okay with. That's not his position, but he would be okay with the UK sort of following the EU position on supporting a Palestinian state. And it sounds like he's starting to pressure, or going to start pressuring Netanyahu a bit more to try to make peace in the Middle East now that we've bombed Iran and sort of done our part of the deal there. It'll be interesting to see what he tries to do in Ukraine, or what his leverage is in Ukraine. I mean, I guess it's potentially to ramp up armaments, or maybe it's to provide different armaments, but it'll be interesting to see what his leverage is. That's a tougher one. There's a big army at the gates for Ukraine. Lots of people have already died, more amputations than any time since World War I. In any conflict. I mean, it's horrible, Rob. So
it is.
What he can do there, I'm wondering what he can do there. Like, that'll be an interesting one. Like, I know that he has signaled a couple times that he's fed up with, or he's shocked by, or he's surprised by what Putin is doing. But that's one where I'm wondering what his move is going to be. I don't know.
All right, conversation.
We have to have some kind of move. We have to have some kind of move on that. Like, it's one thing to say, like, I disapprove of it. We have leverage over Israel.
All right. Now, conversation with Oliver Bateman, columnist, continues with your Pratt Pack column recently about the political life of Josh Shapiro. So smart move on his part, not jumping on that party train, right, with the Democrat Kamala Harris.
Oh, absolutely. I had initially read, and I was asked to write about Shapiro being left off the ticket, and some things I had read based on the book that I reviewed, this new book on the 2024 campaign. It's really good. It's by 3 reporters at the major newspapers that covered the campaign. It's a good book overall. Really shows how sort of inept the Harris campaign was, and disorganized too. But a lot of things had painted it as like, Shapiro being arrogant and condescending and not wanting to be a number 2. And the previous book that had come out by Jake Tapper showed that, he was defending Biden and standing by Biden and that sort of stuff. I honestly think, in terms, Rob, of looking at it, in terms of thinking about what's going on there, I read it, and I read the book, and I read the sections on Shapiro very carefully. I think that he made a smart move. I don't think it was a question of being somebody's number 2. I think it was a question in his mind probably of being her number 2.
You know what amazes me about this guy? Then he's on with Stephen Colbert. I mean, in prime time, going after the whole Medicaid thing and the president's big, beautiful bill. And then and look, I'm a Democrat. I want it to be a fair fight, but one that will actually get the issues out there. This Stacey Garrity, the state treasurer, she's firing back. They're going after her. I mean, verbal sparring match as far as social media is concerned. I like her. I mean, and I do really like Josh Shapiro, but I think this could, if she does decide to run for the governor's race, I think this thing could really cause people to actually finally understand about what the big, beautiful bill is all about, good, bad, and different. I think it'll give Pennsylvanians a chance to really get the backstory on the big, beautiful bill.
Yeah. I think Shapiro is a pretty honest broker with a lot of his criticisms. I think that he's pretty upfront. I mean, as I wrote about him at the Energy Summit, he calls it like he sees it. He's supportive of the things that will bring jobs into the area in a way that a lot of Democrats in this area have not been. I think he's one of the ones that really will help shape the future of the party now in this state and out. But I do think that Garrity probably is a better candidate for the Republicans than somebody. I've been doing a thing, because I'm going to have a thing coming out, Rob, that's handicapping the Republican field, because it's kind of an open field.
Mastriano's in there.
It's a huge open field. He's had his shot at it. I think Kim Ward is in the mix, but I think Garrity might be the sharpest of the bunch that's kind of angling for it right now. It's anybody's game. There could still be some big time players step up. I don't know who would step up to challenge him, but I think he, on the one hand, it looks like a tough race for the Republicans, because he's a very high profile candidate. But on the other, everything's up for grabs. I don't know where the public will land on a lot of this stuff. But I think a really competitive race would be good for the state. I honestly think competitive races are good for every district, Rob.
All right. By the way, Josh Dawsey, Tyler Pager, and Isaac Arnsdorf, in their book that he was talking about in his article, 2024, How Trump Retook the White House and the Democrats Lost America. So sounds like a pretty good read. Look, we're going to take a break and come back. But before we do, quickly, the Energy Summit, something else you were writing about. I don't know how you can look at that anything but a win-win-win-win-win. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a win. I mean, the announcements are a win. The construction that's going to be happening in places like Homer City, the construction that could be happening elsewhere, the funding that's announced is great. I think now we just need to see, shovels going in the ground. One thing that I would like to see in looking back over the deals announced, Rob, and people, since I wrote that, energy leaders have written to me, like on LinkedIn and everywhere else, saying, well, Oliver, that's true for Homer City, and that's true for other parts of the state. They'll be getting this development. What about the city of Pittsburgh? It's hard to develop here. It's hard to break ground on stuff like that here, Oliver. And that's something, and I'll admit, they're right. That is something where, a lot of fighting over the environment and just building in general has made it tough to build. So will some of those benefits come right to this city? Well, maybe if you live in the city and go out and commute and work or something like that, sure. But will it be something that could be done here in the city or in the city confines or immediately adjacent to the city? Doesn't look like it. So that's an area where I think there could be room, and maybe Corey O'Connor and others can help move the needle on that.
No, listen, I got a lot of faith in Corey. Believe me, he's a lot more like his dad than many people think. Okay, stay where you're at. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back. I want to talk about something that I think I found out through something I did is near and dear to his heart. I'm going to surprise him and give him a chance to talk about it next. Oliver Bateman, Unplugged tonight. You can read him in the Trib. You can read him in the PG. You can be on an airplane somewhere traveling to parts unknown, and you'll find his byline because he's everywhere. Hey, I want to remind you, 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM, and AM 1020 KDKA and WAMO 107.3 are partnering to support Pittsburgh public school students for the school year by providing stuffed backpacks. That's right. And you can help. And, of course, it's all presented by Target Freight Management. You can support by purchasing backpacks or dropping at a location near you. Piatta Italian Street Food in Robinson and Northway Mall. For details, visit kdkradio.com to drop off your donation. Brought to you by GBU Life Insurance, Annuities, and Member Benefits since 1892. We'll be back.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
This is Ryan Schlabel with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. We've been saving people time, money, and stress for over a decade. You don't have to list with an agent, make any repairs, or have a long closing process. Just call 412-500-9057 for a good fit. Come to the house, make you a cash offer on the spot. My team will handle the rest. Dealing with a complicated situation? No problem. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Rob Pratt on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we're back. Oliver Bateman, columnist. So I've done a lot of things in my life in this business, and some things, just as they say, go viral. And I did a lot of stuff on Hulk Hogan, and it just went really through the roof. And I'm going to give you a bit of a tip, because you probably will do a better job than I am, because you're the real journalist. First off, if you need anything to know about the Republican Party, you talk to Joe Rocky or Jason Ritchie. But the reason I mention Rocky, because in Rocky 3, Hulk Hogan really came to life for me. Okay, I'll make it work here. But there's a gentleman, and I had his number, and I now, 10 phones later, do not. So I have been on a Oliver Bateman backstory manhunt for one Shane Douglas, the real man, Troy Martin, grew up in New Brighton. I've had so many conversations with him. This is going way back. But I had him on the radio one time, and he basically talked about the life of professional wrestling, the true story of professional wrestling. And it literally left me with a hair on the back of my neck. Because, I mean, I grew up studio wrestling, Bruno, Dominic DeNucci, Jumpin' Johnny DeFazio. But this is a brutal way to make a living, for sure. So I'm watching Hulkster in one of his last podcasts with Theo Vaughn. Guy's going through the roof, this young man. Funny guy with that mullet and all. So talking about Hulk says, you know, in Major League Baseball, every 20 years you have 10, maybe 15 players of past history pass away. Said the same thing for hockey. Said the same thing. Even in football, maybe the numbers are a little bit more. But he said he noticed, being in his Clearwater bar, photos on the wall that he was like the only one left. 350 wrestlers have died. He's actually gone into hotel rooms and found them dead while on the road. So I see this thing all over the other night going through this list of all these wrestlers who have died. So I thought, you know what? I got to get Troy Martin, so I'm trying to track him down. But if not, you should track him down and do a piece, because there's nobody who would do it better. But when I saw that you had this kind of same passion that I did for wrestling and Hulk Hogan, I said, when I have him on Monday, I'm going to ask you. So Hulk Hogan, what did he mean to Oliver Bateman, and why do you think his life and even death is so significant? Go ahead.
Oh, Rob, I'm glad to talk about this. I'm the official obituary guy for a publication called The Ringer. So whenever a wrestler dies, either I or a good friend of mine or both of us together, we've got a lot of these guys' phone numbers in our phones, as you correctly guessed, you know, dial them up or text them up. My buddy Ian Douglas and I can get these ready to go. And in the course of doing obituaries, we've done a lot of big ones over the years. Paul Orndorff, a former WrestleMania opponent of Hulk Hogan, many other great ones. But to fall and to have to do the Hulk Hogan obituary in about 24 hours, you know, he was 71. And my friend Ian had just seen him not long ago at a funeral, had been at a funeral with him. And Hogan was still huge. He's a huge man, you know, 6'5", 6'6", even with his spine bent over after years of that hard work in the ring. We didn't think that he would be passing away as quickly. You know, it was very sudden. And we had to pull something together out of aspects of his career and comments from close friends of his that he had wrestled with or trained with and whatnot. And I don't think, looking at it, and I said it at the end, you know, like him or dislike him at the end, there was no more famous wrestler, pro wrestler in the history of the business. And that includes Bruno and Gorgeous George and The Rock, and they're all famous in their own ways. But in terms of the 80s, when the culture was very unified, everybody knew who Hulk Hogan was. From Rocky 3 on, everybody knew who Hulk Hogan was in a way that it's hard to put into terms. I mean, he was ratings gold. He was a ratings gold mine. He was box office dynamite. He was every pay-per-view he was on, incredible. But the other thing you said, Rob, and it's so true, if people listening to this go back and look at the first 9 WrestleManias where Hulk Hogan appears, look at how many of the people he wrestled are dead. It's actually just a tiny handful who are alive.
Yeah.
Most of the guys these aren't old men.
Just do me a favor,
Yeah.
and go through some of the names, and I'll just throw Hart, Roddy Piper, Andre the Giant, Macho Man. Go ahead. I mean, they're all gone.
King Kong Bundy.
Yeah.
King Kong Bundy, dead. Yokozuna, dead ages ago, and he was a young man.
Junkyard Dog. They're gone.
Dead. Ages ago. He was dead ages ago. They're all gone. That generation especially, they're all gone. There was a real toll. The 80s wrestling, there was a lot of money to be made, but it was the Wild West. It was rock and roll, and a lot of the same stuff that folks were doing in rock and roll cocaine and everything else. JYD, the Junkyard Dog, was a great example. That's steroids, cocaine. That's the worst combo. Steroids and cocaine are just a heart attack.
Well, listen to this. He talked about people that were on so many, they were taking 20 muscle relaxers a day to where it affected their swallowing mechanism and they choked to death. I mean, dear God. I mean, and pain pills, they were eating them like gumdrops. It's just amazing to me and that they lived as long as they did. And when you hear about Hulk Hogan, what he's gone through recently with some of his personal issues and racial remarks and sex tapes. And, 9 back surgeries. I mean, but all this stuff. But the reason I loved him so much and didn't appreciate everything that he did, some of the things that I just mentioned, but you got to respect the brand. And it's funny, you mentioned Gorgeous George. That's where Muhammad Ali got his act from. Yeah. So, I mean, there's so many things that tie this whole thing together. But I don't know if there has ever been a more polarizing figure in entertainment than Hulk Hogan. He truly withstood decades of fame. It's amazing. It's staggering what he did.
I still feel there was nobody better for making, in front of 30,000 people, there was nobody better for making a one-on-one connection with everybody in the room than Hulk Hogan, whether it was in a match or in an interview when he was in his prime. It's unclear how, it's not like he was saying the most profound stuff, but it was like he was looking and talking right to you, and you felt like you were there. And I never saw him actually wrestle. Like, I saw a lot of wrestling in the 80s, but it was mostly in the South. And so he wasn't wrestling in those territories at the time. And I never saw him. But watching him on TV and on pay-per-views, I did that constantly. And you just felt like it didn't matter if that thing had happened a week ago and you were watching it. You felt like it was happening and he was there with you. And just the psychology of the matches, Rob, that he was in. And the pauses, and you do radio, you've done this for ages. You know how hard it is to just get a simple line right like he would do it. And, man, he would nail it.
And an amazing thing, God bless him, Ric Flair is still amongst the living.
I would not have guessed that Rick would have outlived Hulk.
Me neither.
Would not have guessed it.
And by the way, before we close, that Zac Efron movie, The Iron Claw, about the Von Erich family, absolutely incredible. I don't know how the kid didn't get nominated for something. Should have.
A lot of fun. If you don't know that story, and I did a photo exhibit on that in 2015 in Texas. Really impressive thing on that family. Got to see the movie.
Listen, we'll continue to read everything that you do, but if you really want a good story, track that Troy Martin down because you could make it come to life. I think it would be a hit all the way across the board and across the country, throughout the world. Thank you, sir.
Rob, always a pleasure.
Here's a great tip for summer. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for an energy-efficient new roof. Don't just trust us. Trust their thousands of 5-star reviews and their lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free design consultation this month and save thousands. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making the recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800 1-800-536-9607.
Sunday mornings at 6 a.m. on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, it's Tech Vibe Radio. Join hosts Audrey Russo and Jonathan Kirsting from the Pittsburgh Technology Council's Huntington Bank Studios as they bring you a front row seat to Pittsburgh's tech sector.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we are here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News special report. A shooting in a business building in New York City leaves a police officer dead. CBS News has learned that at least 4 victims, 2 police officers and 2 civilians, have been shot at a Midtown Manhattan office building near Park and East 52nd Street. CBS News New York's Christine Johnson also reports.
Even though we are hearing it is no longer an active shooter situation, that we are hearing the gunman took his own life, police still need to secure the area. They need to make sure that there are no other parties involved in the shooting. They also need to make sure that there was nothing else that could cause any harm left behind in this building.
Sources tell CBS News the shooter walked into the building carrying an AR-style weapon, then went to the 33rd floor and opened fire. Investigators are going through the contents of a car near the scene. The FBI says it is on the scene to support the NYPD, and the motive is currently under investigation. CBS News Special Report, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
Man, look at that Return of the Old King, man. Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The Vegas? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. Season premiere August 4th, streaming on Hulu.
You need parts? O'Reilly has parts. Get 1 free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct pads for just $20. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
If you're thinking about retiring soon, be sure to tune into the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors, Saturdays at 1. Beth talks about the latest trends and headlines that could impact your retirement. Don't go into retirement unprepared. Listen every Saturday afternoon at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Firm offers insurance services. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Tonight will be muggy under a partly cloudy sky. There could be a thunderstorm early, low 71. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow, high 92. And hot again Wednesday with an afternoon thunderstorm at spots, high 92. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Yeah, I just saw that moments before we got to the bottom of the hour, and I knew CBS was going to have everything as far as the latest. But if you just joined us and you kind of missed it, just let me kind of get you up to speed. Out of New York, a city police officer and a civilian were shot today outside a Midtown office building that houses the National Football League and some of the country's top financial firms. The suspect killed himself after fleeing into a 44-floor high building located at 345 Park Avenue. NFL employees were told to shelter in place. The fire department of New York said emergency crews were called to the Park Avenue office building Monday evening to report someone was shot. Local TV footage showed lines of people evacuating the office building. And that's basically all we know at this time. But, of course, CBS Radio News will have the latest. And, of course, we'll have it all for you tomorrow as well as the story continues to unfold, starting with the Big K Morning Show. All right. So here's something else that I want to bring up. You know, we're getting ready for our children, grandchildren to head back to school. And I was working in the home studio today, and then I had to run out and do some errands. And as I was driving and winding home, I said, you know, have you ever noticed a road in your community that you've known all your life, but you've never taken the full drive? Okay. So I grew up in New Brighton, Pennsylvania. I lived in a house in Rochester Township where I raised my children, Robbie and Eva, with their mother, who was there for almost 2 decades. And I haven't been up there in the longest time, but I had to do something up in that area. And I was driving, and I was thinking about school and bus stops and, you know, that time of year and football season. I looked up and I saw Allendale Road. And I had just seen it the other day, but from a exit point as opposed to where I would always enter as a kid growing up. So I had a little bit of extra time, and I said, you know what? I'm going to actually take the full road, Allendale Road, Allendale. Now, for those of you who know that part of western Pennsylvania, I grew up in Dougherty Township, which was like over the hill, and it was like a subdivision of those 50s brick and mortar ranch houses. But it was owned at one time by the Gulbranson family that had a farm there, okay? So a lot of farmland in and around my house that I never knew existed, but I always knew whenever I would see somebody on horseback, that it usually came from, as everyone would say, there's a lot of farms and barns up on Allendale Road. So I don't know what made me do it, but I did it, and I drove it, and I'm looking, and I'm thinking, I never knew this existed. This is one of the coolest places ever. I thought, you know what, if I ever decide to, you know, get another house or build a house, this would be kind of a nice way to kind of have a little getaway even, because you feel like you're out in the country. Just a really cool place. But this is where it gets interesting. So I'm a little bit older. I'm not that old, but just bear with me. So I'm coming back home along 68. And I look over, and I see where Brewer School used to be, Brewer. For those of you who are playing along at home and know Beaver County, I'm wondering how many of you even remember. If you do, I'd like to hear from you because it's an interesting story. And this is why I get so frustrated and why I promote jobs and manufacturing and why I've been hammering about the Energy Summit and I've been hammering on the Nippon U.S. Steel deal. So I look over, and there is this Brewer School, which was a 2-room schoolhouse, 1st, 2nd grade. And it was where I was in November of 1963 in 1st grade, where we were told we had to go home early. And we're all excited. You know, we're at the board. I don't know if any of you remember making ovals at the chalkboard. We're doing this little oval, this round and round motion, right? Elbows up, okay? And all of a sudden, teacher steps out, teacher steps back in, and we have to leave. One by one, we get on the bus and go home. And as I get home, I see my mother crying her eyes out. It happened to be the day that JFK was assassinated. So all these things are swirling through my head today. And I almost dropped off the highway and was going to go back. And I said, nah, I don't need to do that. Because it's owned by a company now who does some sort of like either like a landscaping business or construction business. A lot of heavy equipment. But I said to myself, I went to Marion Hill Elementary School for kindergarten, went to this 1st and 2nd grade school, Brewer School, and then back to Marion Hill Elementary, onto the junior high school, onto the high school. But I said to myself, how can we be so far advanced from 1963, 64, 65, 60 years later, we have technology. We all walk around with a computer in our hand, that smartphone, that you can scroll information worldwide within milliseconds. We live in a place that can actually jet you across the Atlantic Ocean in a matter of hours. We're talking about artificial intelligence, and if you've seen it, you know how amazing it is, right? Natural gas billowing from the ground, all the incredible things we can do, nuclear energy. I mean, it's incredible. Electric vehicles, Tesla, I mean, SpaceX, Blue Origin, civilians going into space. It's amazing. But our public education is crumbling in this country. Right now, there are teachers who are putting together a bit of money from their own bank account to go buy pencils and tablets and art paper and scissors and glue and all the things that these incredible elementary school teachers do for their kids, because school districts don't have money anymore. And when I was going to that little school in New Brighton, Pennsylvania, population 8,000, we were graduating close to 300. I don't even know if they graduate over 100 there. I know in nearby Rochester they don't. So what has happened in America where we have all of this gold at the end of our fingertips? Science, research, better health care. I mean, life-saving surgery. This was even before they could take a heart and put it into a living body and give it life for the next 10, 20, 30 years. Transplanting kidneys, organs, it's amazing when you think about it. But public education is crumbling. And you know, back then when teachers were making nothing and everybody was making a lot of money in the mill, nobody ever complained about what a teacher makes. And do you realize, here in 2025, whether you believe it or not, there are teachers that I know personally that are making less than what my dad made in 1975 while being in management at the place that he worked. That's right. Even that far back. So not every teacher is making a six-figure salary. And it's the hardest job, but the most important job on the planet. But many of them, because we have destroyed our public education in this country, have to spend their own money to buy school supplies. And many of these schools, and I'm sure you can name a few right now, are graduating well under 100 students. And the numbers continue to evaporate. So what is mind-boggling to me, when a very young but cool Pratt Pack was at this two-room schoolhouse working on my ovals and still trying to figure out what multiplications and why we needed them, and will I ever divide anything? Why do I need to do all this stuff? Nobody ever complained about health care. Nobody ever complained about public education. We didn't have potholes like we do today. Every building had a fresh coat of paint and someone either paying a mortgage or rent check on Main Street America. People could afford groceries. They could afford a car. They could go on a 2-week summer vacation as we did every year. I mean, I can't even fathom a 2-week vacation. We literally went on a 2-week vacation every year to Geneva on the Lake, and the entire neighborhood went. So it was basically like taking your best friends and putting them on the shores of Lake Erie for 2 weeks. So when you got up the morning after you arrived, it was like you went over to that other cottage to see your best friend, and you hung out together. I mean, that's what you did. I mean, life was so much simpler then. So what have we done to destroy it? How is it that, once again, the school year is just about here, and people will be talking about mergers and co-oping and, high school football, the greatest. I mean, that's about community, and you'll hear all those great games on KDKA. You've got these incredible 6A and 5A and 4A schools. But then you got a lot of these other schools that are great tradition, too. I mean, you realize Aliquippa now playing in 4A could be playing in 2A. But back in the day when the mill was booming, they were a powerhouse. I recently was in Beaver Falls helping the Larry Bruno Foundation out doing a bunch of stuff. And we were talking about before Blackhawk became Blackhawk, if you know that Chippewa Township area. And all those kids went to Beaver Falls. My brother-in-law, my children's grandmother in the 60s were graduating from Beaver Falls. 500-600 kids. That's like North Allegheny numbers. Well, that's a little less than North Allegheny, which is an incredible school district. All I'm telling you is, can somebody please explain to me, and if you happen to be a teacher, I would love you to call me tonight, because we're going to try to do as much of this stuff to support the PSEA, to support teachers. And I know if you think because I talk about Donald Trump that I don't support teachers, you're wrong. I love teachers. I believe in Donald Trump for one reason, putting people to work. That's right, putting people to work. Because when you have people working, like at Nippon U.S. Steel, school districts will benefit. You don't think Clairton won't benefit from that? You don't think that Clairton won't benefit from that? West Mifflin won't benefit from that? They will. As will Thomas Jefferson. All those schools, they will benefit from it. So what you need to understand, how do you cure some of the problems we are dealing with in America when it comes to education? Jobs, jobs, jobs. But how is it 60 years later since a young Pratt Pack was in that schoolhouse with that school bell being rung in the morning and afternoon, 2-room schoolhouse. We had a potbelly stove to warm the place. How is it that we were more secure as a nation on a solid foundation, literally and figuratively? The moral compass wasn't being pushed off of a cliff, and nobody ever worried about public education. Nobody ever worried about health care, and no one ever worried about the price of groceries or the price at the pump. Somebody explain it to me. 866-391-1020. I need answers right now. We'll be back.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
July is National Carpet Cleaning Month, and Zero Res is fired up and going to give you a deal. Offering a purchase of 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free, plus $50 off air duct services, too. We had a bunch of family over for a picnic. What a mess. All the kids, 8 little kids under the age of 9. I don't need to tell you the damage that can be done in a hurry. You need the experts to clean up. Vacuuming is not sufficient. You need Zero Res, and it's not just carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, and those air ducts. So important. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188. Ask for the KDKA special. Take advantage of this opportunity now. Zero Res, 412-701-1188. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
I'm kind of polarizing, and it's not a shtick. This is how I am in life. Whatever I say into this microphone is how I feel. If I've got this far in life by expressing exactly how I feel, why would I change now? And why in the hell would I change to cater to somebody? So if you don't know that already, then you might as well tune it out.
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
If your car has a broken piece of glass, bring your car to Ryan's Auto Glass. So quit your whining and crying. Call 1-800-GET-RYAN. Bring your car to Ryan'sAutoGlass.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, it's your Pratt Pack. What we're going to do right now, we're going to go to CBS Radio News for an update on that shooting in New York City. Just a few details coming in as we speak. A couple of people shot, including a New York police officer. The suspect took his own life. And again, we're going to have the latest on this right now from CBS Radio News, and then we'll come back to resume our program. But in the meantime, it's just about 10 before the top of the hour, and a story that's been trending for just about a half hour. A shooting in New York City in which involved a New York police officer, and the suspect involved in the shooting has taken his life. So let's go to CBS Radio News for this update right now on KDKA.
CBS News special report. In Midtown Manhattan, at least one police officer was shot and killed by a man who is also dead. Police say another officer and at least 2 civilians were also shot when the man opened fire on the 33rd floor of an office building using an AR-style weapon. CBS's Christine Johnson.
This is a very still active situation. Even though we are hearing it is no longer an active shooter situation, that we are hearing the gunman took his own life. Police still need to secure the area. They need to make sure that there are no other parties involved in the shooting.
Reporter Jenna DeAngelis is on the scene.
I can see flashing lights from the corner of my eyes. This street, we're at 54th and Lex, is blocked off, and we can just see people sort of being let out of work, leaving their buildings, and trying to get, obviously, past the police tape here.
The building where the shooting happened is home to the NFL in Blackstone. CBS News special report, I'm Matt Piper.
All right, Blackstone, of course, a financial firm, and we all know who the NFL is. So a police officer shot, another shot and killed, and the alleged suspect has taken his life. So that's the latest on that. We'll have more coming up top of the hour, 9 o'clock CBS, and then throughout the night right here on KDKA. But just to kind of dovetail off that report, there's just so many things that are upside down in our world right now. And I've been doing so many of stories like that for so many years that I've actually started to, at times, try to remember when I have actually come to work and gone on the air, whether it's the weekend or the evening show, without some sort of random act of violence. But it's just a frightening world that we live in today. And it kind of ties into what I was saying in my opening monologue here in the second half hour of the 8 o'clock hour. And that is, when I was in that 2-room schoolhouse, you just didn't have things like this. These stories never really happened. I mean, that's what made the assassination of JFK so monumental, because it was just shattering news that the world that always seemed so strong but innocent, everything never was the same after that. We eventually would have Martin Luther King killed, Robert Kennedy killed, the Vietnam War was going on. But even with the Vietnam War at that height, you still felt pretty safe in the world, that little cocoon that you lived in, because the world, especially the United States, had a moral compass. People were working. Neighborhoods were thriving. Main Street was lit up at night, and people were out and about. I mean, when you think about how we live today and how we literally are hermetically sealed in our homes, on this hot summer night, there's probably not one single community that you would drive through. Even back in the day, that somebody would be sitting on their front porch or outside because of the heat. Now, I know we have air conditioning today, but I can promise you there are many people listening to me right now who will not sit outside at night for fear of some sort of violence. And that's what's so just perplexing for me to wrap my hands around. And this story that we just gave you, that special report, it's become commonplace. But, I mean, think about it. A building, Blackstone, and the NFL, Park Avenue. I think most of us who know anything about New York, whenever they talk about the part of town that really is the movers and shakers, it's Park Avenue. And if somebody can actually penetrate that type of security, I mean, just imagine. So tomorrow night on this program, once again, it's all about timing, right? I've got Secret Service agent for many years now. He's Security Consultant Solutions, Inc. John Hudson's going to drop by, and we're going to talk about security in America today and how to feel safe where you live, the eye in the sky. He worked with Stephen Sapala, the DA, in many communities, putting these cameras at traffic stops and in the corner of high-rise buildings. And it's just amazing what this guy has done, taking his expertise from the Marine Corps to the Secret Service to his private business. But mainly it was going to be about the president and how it just seems as though they're doing something right because he is traveling more and being out amongst people more than ever. But you have this sense of security that he is really being well guarded. So we're going to talk about what the Secret Service has learned since that attempt in Butler. but more importantly, because of this story here, even with all the layers of security. And if you look around anywhere you call home right now, there's cameras. And it's gotten to be so obvious, I can basically pick them out if I either go right or left within milliseconds, because you're so used to seeing cameras that if they weren't there, it would be a reason for concern. But what amazes me about this story, and the thing that we'll continue to talk about throughout tonight and as this story develops, how is it with that type of assault rifle, someone on Park Avenue? Now, this isn't like some back alley somewhere or in some wilderness retreat or even coming into some rural school. This is Park Avenue. 10 million people live in New York City, and a lot of the most wealthiest people live on Park Avenue, where there's a lot of security outside and inside those buildings, and for sure there are cameras everywhere. And the finest New York City police officers, in which one was shot and killed before this person took their life. But walking around Park Avenue with an AK-47, how's that even possible? Because it's the world we live in, and it continues to make my wheels spin. The violence and the anger and the hatred, what continues to push people to these extremes that they are willing to risk everything, and more importantly, probably already knew their fate was sealed. Thus, once the police showed up and an officer was dead and another shot, this person had such little respect for anyone's life, including their own, decided to take their own life. It's just bizarre. It's absolutely bizarre. And I would like to say that these stories shock me, but it's getting to a point now where it's become all too common. That's why we have to find a way to fix things in America. Not to say to go back to 1963 and 64 in that two-room schoolhouse, but at least have some, not false sense of security, but real security and camaraderie amongst our neighbors and love of a family and respect of things that really matter, and to do everything we can as a citizenship to prevent what just happened on Park Avenue in New York. We'll have the latest on that minutes away with CBS straight up at 9 o'clock. It's your Pratt Pack.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Co-founder and president of Walnut Capital, brains behind Bakery Square and beyond, Todd Reedborn.
There's that expression, good things come to those who wait. But we're really excited about looking forward. This is really the largest underdeveloped piece of land on our AI Avenue. Really anybody, any size of company that wants to come to Pittsburgh, wants to be in the heart of the AI Avenue ecosystem, we're ready for it.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Marty Griffin here. Right now, choose from payments as low as $99 a month or 12 months with no payments and no interest, plus a free in-home window and energy assessment. Call 412-545-6003.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Jump in July savings continue at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. Save with your Coons Reward Card. Boneless, skinless chicken breasts or breast tenders, $2.99 a pound. Sweet Northwest cherries, $1.88 a pound. And selected varieties of Totino's pizza rolls, 24.8-ounce package, $3.88 each. Additional savings in our meat department. All natural fresh chicken drumsticks, $1.29 a pound. And all natural fresh whole chicken wings are $2.29 a pound. In our produce department, locally grown zucchini or yellow squash, 99 cents a pound. And Pennsylvania grown baby bella mushrooms, 10-ounce packages, 2 for $6. In our deli department, Pittsburgh local Silver Star ham off the bone, $8.99 a pound. And award-winning flavor from Ohio, Guggisburg Swiss cheese, $6.99 a pound. And this week, selected varieties of Turkey Hill drinks, gallon jugs are 2 for $5.
Get in on the Jump in July savings at Coons Market. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses.
Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Did you miss this week's Allegheny Health Network Medical Frontiers? Log on to the Allegheny Health Network website to listen to your favorite Medical Frontier show. Visit ahn.org/Medical Frontiers podcast and look for your favorite Medical Frontiers show.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. At least one New York City police officer has been shot and killed, and a second police officer and 2 civilians injured in a Midtown Manhattan office building shooting. Sources tell CBS News the NYPD officers were working in a security capacity at the time. As news spread to buildings nearby at Park and East 52nd Street.
The building personnel said, stay in place. There's an active shooter. Don't leave. Get away from the windows.
CBS's Matt Piper.
Police sources tell CBS News that an NYPD officer who was shot is dead. The suspect is also dead, apparently after shooting himself after going to the 33rd floor of the building and shooting. Images online show the suspect walking into the building holding an AR-style rifle.
The FBI says it's on the scene to support the NYPD. 3 people are dead and a suspect is in custody following a shooting outside the Grand Sierra Resort and Casino in Reno, Nevada. Officials say a gunman opened fire this morning just outside of the building. Sparks Police Chief Chris Crawford.
At this time, we have no reason to believe there is a connection between any of the victims and the suspect, and we have no known motive by the suspect.
At least 2 children are dead, and the Coast Guard is investigating after a barge struck a sailboat carrying 5 children and an adult participating in a South Florida summer sailing program. CBS's Christian Benavides.
Reports of rescue divers in the water came in just before noon.
3 rescues through this alarm.
According to Florida Fish and Wildlife investigators, a barge collided with a sailboat carrying 6 passengers. 5 children and a camp counselor were on board at the time. All of them were members of the Miami Youth Sailing Foundation, part of a summer camp offered by the Miami Yacht Club. All 6 individuals were thrown into the water, with several reportedly trapped under the barge. First responders quickly dove into the water to save them.
President Trump announces a trade agreement with the European Union after meeting with EU President Ursula von der Leyen. It sets a 15% tariff on most goods sent to the U.S. CBS's Weijia Zhang.
The reaction from EU countries has ranged from relief that the tariff rate is not higher to sharp criticism. The French said it is a dark day because the EU resolved to submit, and Hungary's prime minister said Trump ate von der Leyen for breakfast. One of their points is that the EU has not pushed back with retaliatory tariffs.
For a second straight day, Israel has paused its military campaign in Gaza, allowing for a 10-hour relief window so food and medicine can be dropped from airplanes or brought in by trucks. UNICEF spokesman Ricardo Perez in Gaza tells the BBC.
More trucks need to come in. Today we got 12 trucks through from UNICEF with nutrition supplies for children who are suffering from malnutrition.
This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or 2 half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
1 month from today, a movie premiere that promises to be like no other.
Beautiful, isn't it?
The new Las Vegas Sphere is getting ready for The Wizard of Oz. CEO Jim Dolan promises a total immersive experience.
Try and bring you into the film as if you were in the studio when it was shot. That's kind of what you're going to see.
Shot in 16K with 167,000 speakers, people who pay $104 a pop will feel the wind of the tornado that lifts Dorothy away to Oz.
I have a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore.
Reports say the cost to make it all happen is $80 million. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Cleveland Guardians closer Emmanuel Clase has been placed on non-disciplinary paid leave as part of a Major League Baseball investigation into sports betting. Guardians pitcher Luis Ortiz also is on non-disciplinary leave through August 31st in connection with the sports gambling probe. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There can be a thunderstorm in some spots early on tonight, otherwise partly cloudy and muggy, low 71. Partly sunny, hot and humid for tomorrow, high 92, and we'll have some storms around as we head into late Wednesday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
So, Park Avenue, New York, officer dead, one officer shot, assailant taking their own life. Listen, this just makes me, and it tied in to exactly what I was saying about what it was like 60 years ago, 50 years ago, compared to where we are now. Think about this. And honestly, I would love you to help me with this, but I don't think you have an answer either. But if you're a baby boomer, we didn't have metal detectors. We didn't have police officers just about everywhere we looked, especially, and thank goodness for resource officers in schools. We didn't have any of that. You had a principal who had a paddle. And believe me, that put the fear of God in you. I mean, night like tonight, doors were left wide open. Everybody had a screen door. Go through your neighborhood today, if you can. Maybe you want to wait till tomorrow. But nobody has screen doors. Everybody's, as I said, hermetically sealed in their house. They're not on the front porch. They're not taking walks at midnight under the moonlight like we did. They're not sleeping out. Kids don't sleep out anymore. We used to sleep out all summer long, roam the neighborhood, walk around. And your dad would say, look, you do something stupid, whoever lives in that house, they can do whatever they want to you, and they're not going to have a problem with me. So don't cause any trouble. And if you were walking with your friends on a hot summer night, and a police officer was cruising the neighborhood, they would immediately pull over and go, what are you guys doing? All right, just stay on the street. Don't do nothing stupid. I mean, that's just the way it was. But, I mean, this is Park Avenue in New York, an assault weapon, walking around. I mean, you would think somebody would have intervened unless this person concealed it. But how do you conceal that? I mean, and when you think about what happened to the president, you had a guy climbing on roofs, up ladders, walking around with a weapon. I mean, what has happened to this world? Where in the world have we gone wrong? And I'm going to ask this to John Hudson tomorrow night, former Secret Service agent who's in the business of security. Is security more or less to prevent or to just help us get a drop on the person who's trying to hurt us. Because you think people, if a broadcaster at KDKA at a little after 9 on the East Coast gets it, you think that these people doing these horrible things would say, well, if I do this, good chance I'm going to get caught. There's cameras everywhere. They don't care. They have no respect for anything or anyone. So what has driven people to that point? Whatever the reason was, or whoever thinks that you can make sense of any of this, you can't. Because there should be no one on this planet with all the things that we have. You're going to have a few, but think about it. When we had the Great Depression, people had a lot to be upset about. When we had world wars, people had a lot to be upset about. Look, I even go back to the 70s and double-digit inflation and gas rationing. People weren't doing this type of stuff. Even when Richard Nixon was being kicked out of the White House, people weren't doing this. Even when flag-draped coffin after flag-draped coffin kept coming home with dead soldiers from Vietnam, people weren't doing this. I can promise you there are people in New York at the police department who are simply saying, how can this happen? This isn't a seedy part of town. This isn't a drug deal gone bad. So what I'm trying to say, and I've told you all this for the longest time, if we don't find a way to control this violence, it will end up on the doorstep of every one of our homes. So for those of you who have thought, well, that's on the wrong side of town. That's the city. Oh, this stuff, not where I live. I live in, the country. I was just talking about that, discovering that part of Beaver County that I never knew existed and how beautiful it was. But nobody is safe. If somebody can have an assault rifle and walk around in New York City, Park Avenue, and walk into a building that is a part of the NFL brand, a $32 billion industry, Blackstone, one of the largest financial firms anywhere in the world? Are any of us safe? If there are any of you, and I will not get a phone call on this, I won't. And if I do, I will be shocked. Is there anybody that actually doesn't have some sort of security system in their home? I have it. Why do you think they sold Ring to Amazon for $1 billion? People want it. I know people will not stay in their home unless they have it. I can promise you tonight, because I have to park on the opposite side of the street because of, trash pickup tomorrow. So I kind of go the long way home to come up on the other side of the street. I can promise you tonight, and I'll do it. Give me 4 blocks on the street that I live before I get to my home. I bet out of, say, 50 homes, 48 of them, and I'm just giving you 2, have some sort of sign in their yard saying this house is under a security watch. I guarantee it. It's just so sad that we live in such a deranged world. So what has happened that we continue to talk about these type of stories? All right, let's just kind of get back, because I had some people that wanted to talk about what I was discussing, but I had to jump on this story because it kind of ties into what I'm talking about. So why is it, with all the technology that we have and all the incredible, children with laptop computers, we had books under our arms, tons of them, right? With that paper Capitol book cover, you remember it? Like a brown paper bag that you would fold in the ends, and it had the picture of the Capitol on the front. You had your 2 lead pencils, you had your pen, you had your paper, and you would just lift this like a stack of books to the bus stop every day. Every day. Now kids have phones, they have laptops, they have backpacks. They got cafeteria food in that little 2-room schoolhouse. In the basement where the furnace was with coal that we had to stoke, they had hot plates. And if we had like hot dogs that were boiled, that was like a big gourmet meal. So we didn't have a lot, but we had a lot. But the world was safer. And you never feared anything. Listen, we had a burglar for one summer many years ago. I mean, I was probably under 15. That burglar got caught, and he must have tripped down a flight of steps by the time the police got to pick him up. I think you know what I mean. Neighbors, all World War II veterans. I guess he came to the wrong neighborhood. All right, so explain. So much less in the way of technology, but we had so much more. Nobody was crying about their taxes. Nobody was worried about crumbling roads and bridges. Nobody worried about public education. Nobody ever complained about health care. And everybody had a whole lot of good groceries to eat. Why? Tell me. 866-391-1020. It's your Pratt Pack. Stay with us here till 10 o'clock tonight. KDKA.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us. And we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Have you been told there is nothing that can be done for your neuropathy? Tri-State Neuropathy Centers is pleased to tell you that's not true. As one of the largest and most successful neuropathy treatment practices in the country, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers has grown to 9 regional centers and helped over 14,000 patients, like Bill from Mars. Bill's neuropathy got so bad he couldn't sleep due to the pain and was losing his balance, causing him to have frequent falls. Then Bill found Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Their effective FDA-approved treatment program greatly improved Bill's neuropathy, and now he's sleeping through the night, can feel his feet again, and has no more pain. Listen to Bill's complete story at marydanston.com. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Bill along with thousands of others. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
The more you listen to your kids, the closer you'll be. So we asked kids, what do you want your parents to hear?
I feel sometimes that I'm not listened to. I would just want you to listen to me more often and evaluate situations with me and lead me towards success.
Listening is a form of love. Find resources to help you support your kids and their emotional well-being at sounditouttogether.org. That's sounditouttogether.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and Pivotal.
What does a teddy bear dream of? A teddy bear dreams of a best friend that tucks them in at night and wakes them up in the morning, who they share laughs and very secret secrets with. A best friend who they grow up with. What teddy bears don't dream of is being left alone outside in the rain, in a shrine for school shooting victims who could have been their best friends.
School shootings are preventable. Learn the warning signs at sandyhookpromise.org.
All right, we're going to get to your calls on the other side. We've got another one of those special reports to get you caught up. A little over an hour ago, we first heard about a New York City police officer being shot and killed, and another wounded in a shooting in Midtown Manhattan. It happened Monday evening, meaning tonight at least 2 civilians were also wounded, so more details coming in as we speak, including one critically, and the suspect died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Sources say the shooter walked into the 44-story building at 345 on Park Avenue just before 6:40 this evening, carrying an AR-style weapon by his side, and went to the 33rd floor and opened fire. So we're going to get the latest now with this special report from CBS Radio News, and then we'll come back and take some of your phone calls. Time now, though, is 9:20. Let's go to CBS Radio News for the latest.
CBS News special report. A New York City police officer is dead by a gunman who took his own life at an office building in Midtown Manhattan. There are several victims, including civilians. An image of the man shows him walking into the building with an AR-style rifle at his side.
The building personnel said, stay in place. There's an active shooter. Don't leave. Get away from the windows.
CBS New York's Christine Johnson.
This is a building that is 44 stories high. It takes up an entire city block. You can imagine how long it is going to take investigators to search each floor, each space, to ensure that every square foot of that building is secure.
The building where the shooting happened is in a busy area of Midtown, about a block east of St. Patrick's Cathedral. CBS News has learned the suspect is Shane Tamara from Nevada. CBS News special report. I'm Matt Piper.
All right, so that's the latest on that, and we'll get more coming up at the bottom of the hour. We'll have another special report coming your way at 50 inside the hour of 9 o'clock. So we're going to be all over that story throughout tonight, and more details, as you can tell, coming in with each and every report. We're trying to give you the latest, but it's developing very fast and getting a little bit more involved than we earlier had thought, and a little bit more frightening, too. I mean, anytime somebody kills somebody with a weapon is frightening, but when you think about the building, entering with that AR-style rifle, assault weapon at their side in broad daylight in New York, Park Avenue, it's very frightening. Okay, so what has gone wrong with the world that these stories are becoming more prevalent? Ted, he joins me now on KDKA. Hey, Ted.
What's going on, Rob?
Man, just when I thought, it was going to be a nice night, we were going to be able to have some political talk and some of the headlines. This story broke about an hour ago, happened around 6:40, but details started to come in just about an hour ago, a little over an hour ago from CBS and other news outlets. It's just sad, just so sad.
Oh, yeah. But, Rob, I keep on telling you, this world is on its way out, okay? It's just, unfortunately, we live in a corrupt, decadent society. Okay, I mean, it just is. Not just the United States, but all over the world. Look what's going on. And, big cities like New York, you pay a premium to live there, okay? You really do. If you live in a big city like that, I'll be honest, you look at the track record in New York, that CEO from a health company got shot in broad daylight. You pay a premium if you live in a big city like that, or Chicago. Okay, I'm not surprised, or stuff like that. I'm really not. You know what? You just got people who are fed up, literally just fed up, and that's what happened when we have inequality. That's what happens, man. It's almost like the Roman Empire. We'd be lucky to make it, 250 years as a democracy. Usually it starts to peak out, but you see the decline in this country, and it's not to blame on any political party. As a society, we have just ripped away our values, ripped away our communities, ripped away our social safety net, and we're on our way. It's just going to hell in a handbasket, man. Be prepared to burn.
But here's the point.
There is no way out.
Here's the point, and it's, again, ironic. I'm talking about how times have changed and technology hasn't, in some cases, made it better. Think about it. I mean, we never had any of this technology. You never had incidents like this. So what worries me is that technology is there, but people are still bold enough, with no respect of anything, including their own life, that they would do something this significant. Park Avenue, where you do pay a hefty price to live. But if those people aren't safe, who is safe?
But Rob, you missed the most fundamental point. The family is not there no more.
That's what I've been talking about. That's what I was talking about.
Okay? Those are the core. Our children are learning from us. Violence solves all your problems. That's what's been generated from decade after decade. And you see how this world is. And you see how we take care of the poor, the elderly. We shove them on the street, man. You know, and you can't, you know, to me, we're all to blame for this. We're all to blame for this. We know what the problem is, but we don't want to do anything about it. You know, if we don't even say hi to our neighbor. Okay? We're so disconnected today and more engaged in technology than ever. We don't know people anymore. You know, Pittsburgh is a great example. It's a lonely town. Okay, it used to be the most liberal town in the world. Now it's the loneliest town in the world. There's no social connections anymore. Kids don't know how to act around other kids. There's no moral guidelines anymore. So when you see these kind of behavior, yeah, we shrug our shoulders and keep going down the street. Okay, no one wants to get involved.
But think about this, Ted. We had one, Chuck Gehring, he was our police chief. We had one police officer in Doherty Township. We had one murder in my lifetime, one, okay, living there and being around that place that I call home. To this day, only really one murder. Actually, two people died, but it was one case, and that happened many, many years ago. Other than that, in that little radius of Rochester Township, Doherty Township, Rochester, New Brighton, 2 homicides as long as I've been on this planet. But around Beaver County, forget about it. We've had a ton of shootings and killings and murders. I mean, but okay, fine. But Park Avenue, where people, I mean, are all millionaires if you're living within a block of that building on Park Avenue, more times than not, you've been a millionaire most of your life. I mean, it just makes no sense. And all the technology and stuff, and we're no safer. It seems like the world is not as happy, and they're more angry, and they have no respect for human life. They would rather die making a statement than living and trying to make a difference. That's what makes me absolutely upset.
Well, you should be upset, but that's anger. Okay, I don't know what's going on in that man's head, but the devil was in it. Okay, people, you know, I talked to people. I had to talk some people down. They literally had enough. Okay, you got politicians getting killed. Okay, I mean, I just never lived in a time where if you try to have a conversation or listen to somebody, you feel that anger, and it's real. And I just think it's just not going to go away. It's going to grow, even with our kids. And that's the shame of it. They don't know how to act anymore. It's immediately to violence. And I don't know how you get rid of that. I don't know. I can keep on saying we need a spiritual awakening because we have to come to reality as human beings. We have to live together. We have to find a way to love each other. But, man, you got to address that hatred. You got to address it. If you don't address it, you're going to see more people act out, and police can't do anything about that.
Well, the sad thing, they can't. And the sad thing about it, we're talking about Park Avenue. But the people who do not live on Park Avenue, who live in some of the tougher neighborhoods in New York, deserve the exact protection. They deserve the exact same opportunity. What about them? Those that are being killed every day in crime-related incidents, drug deals gone bad, home invasions. I mean, all of it's ugly, but it's getting to the point now where you can honestly say, and maybe this will be a wake-up call for anyone listening tonight who never thought that it was even possible. Park Avenue, a building, Blackstone, NFL, goes up the 33rd floor and open fires, okay? People are dead. I'm telling you right now, we are on a mission of going to hell in a handbasket, and more importantly, the water is bubbling over. It's everywhere now. We have to find a way to stop this violence. And Ted, I don't know how we do it. So let's kind of take this the rest of the way because it is a big story, and we have the latest coming up in CBS Radio News. A couple of minutes, and then we'll have another special report coming up in just about 20 minutes. But again, police officer shot, one dead, others wounded critically. The assailant taking their own life, walking in a building, Park Avenue, 6:40 this evening, with an AR-47 assault rifle, 45 assault rifle, and goes up to the 33rd floor in broad daylight and open fires. It's absurd to think about what's happening in our country. Why is this happening? What is going on in America that we have so much violence and anger and hatred, and people think that resolving the problem is with a gun? It's crazy. We'll be back.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team, discussing tacos and Mexican cuisine. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News special report. A deadly shooting in Midtown Manhattan earlier. Police are still on the scene investigating near Park Avenue and East 52nd Street. CBS's Matt Piper with more.
The building where the shooting happened is home to several businesses, including Blackstone, KPMG, and the NFL. The shooting happened on the 33rd floor. There are at least 4 victims who were shot. The suspect is dead, and an NYPD officer is dead.
This man was on his way home from work when he saw all of it unfold.
4 officers came out and they were carrying what looked like to me another officer that looked injured. They're carrying him by arms and legs and carrying him to an ambulance or to a police car.
Sources tell CBS News that the 2 officers are with the NYPD but were working as security guards for the property owner at the time, and that one of the 2 civilians shot appears to be in critical condition. CBS News special report. I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A+ rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA-certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making the recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Have a house you're ready to sell? Ryan Shalaba here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. Over a decade in business and 175 plus 5-star reviews, we've helped people in all different situations get the most money out of their house when they need it. We'll save you time, money, and stress, and we'll even help you move. Call 412-500-9057. We'll get you a cash offer in as little as 24 hours. That's 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Tonight will be muggy under a partly cloudy sky. There could be a thunderstorm early, low 71. Partly sunny, hot and humid tomorrow, high 92. And hot again Wednesday with an afternoon thunderstorm in spots, high 92. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us on the Big K Morning Show tomorrow, 5:30 until 10, dealing with the heat, what you need to know, and tickets to the Brotherhood of Rock with Styx, Kevin Cronin, and Donnie Iris. Win them on the Big K Morning Show.
Donnie Iris still kicking it, man. Amazing. All right, so we kind of shifted gears a little bit, but it kind of originally was my thought process about why the world has changed in the last half century and become such an ugly and violent and frightening world, and why we seem to be suffering in things that were always just there for us. We took it for granted that they would always be there. And now here's that story continuing to develop even more. Security guards. They were police officers, but they were security guards. And what was I just talking about going into the news at the bottom of the hour for that report? You have resource officers in school now. Many of them retired police officers, these men and women. Thank goodness for them. We never had metal detectors back in the day. No security cameras. Honestly, that was nothing you ever worried about. I mean, this whole algorithms thing, you can be thinking about one thing or watching something, and they can still figure out what's going on by giving you or feeding that information to you by who knows how or what or why or where. But we are, with all these layers of everything that are out there, and we're going to talk to John Hudson, security expert, former Secret Service agent, tomorrow night about this after the news at 8:30. And I'm glad I'm going to have him on, because if you don't have a security system, you need one. But I'm going to ask him, do they really prevent it? Or does it help you get a drop on someone trying to hurt you? Because I'll be honest with you. I can't even tell you how many acts of violence and break-ins and robberies. I mean, we have a little store where I live, that neighborhood corner market where people go and actually can still get penny candy. Broad daylight, guy in a hoodie, walked in with a weapon and held the place up. Held the place up. This isn't a town that's like Mayberry. Nothing ever goes wrong. I must tell you, there were times on a hot summer night like tonight, I'd just walk off the front porch and take a walk. I wouldn't do that today. No, never. I mean, when I lived in this great little town back 30 plus years ago, I did it every night. I walked back alley streets to go to the neighborhood bar to watch a Pirate game, come back, get something to eat, go get a cup of coffee, wanted to stretch my legs. Never. Wouldn't do it. And everybody, I'm telling you right now, doesn't have one lock on their door. They got the lock on the doorknob. They've got the deadbolt. I mean, I have people who have said to me, interrupted conversations, I got to check my home. I'm like, what do you mean? And they get out their laptop or their iPad or their phone and check the cameras. Oh, I have a little thing set that every couple of hours I got to check. And these are people that don't live in violent neighborhoods. These are people that do not live in violent neighborhoods. It's just sad. And when you look at two of the most prominent financial fiduciary homes in the country in this place and the NFL, who makes the most, you have to really wonder. And don't turn this political. Please do not turn it political, because I will hang up on you. I will hang up on you. I'm talking about right now why so much violence and lack of respect for human life. Look, I go, and if you're a police officer, I'd love to hear from you. I would. Security expert, love to hear from you. Do you believe there's more violence even in the community you call home now than ever before? How many of you are back from summer vacation where you grew up and saying, boy, the town has really changed? There's so many good things, but even I notice how things are different now. You know, many, many years ago, I was strolling my children. They were both in a stroller, okay? And I came back and I said to someone, boy, these houses really kind of look bad. And this person said, Rob, you don't understand. These are all people that rent. And they come and go every 6 months to a year. The families you knew are long gone. Parents have died off, moved off, kids have grown up, moved away. You have all of these communities that are transient. You don't even have people putting down stakes, into the ground and saying, this is my home for the next 30 years. You don't have it. But what should frighten you more so than anything about this is where it happened. Because if these people aren't safe, and I was talking about layers of security, and lo and behold, these two police officers were hired, they were off duty as security officers, and the person still got into the building and killed one of them. I mean, got into the building. It's getting to a point now where I'm just going to say this. I think more people are going to be arming themselves. And I'm curious, how many of you actually own a weapon for self-defense? How many of you actually have a license to carry and own a weapon for self-defense? We've had many experts on through the years about how to protect yourself. Live Ready, Sam Rosenberg, the best of the best of the best. This incident is what he talks about all the time. Check him out. But he'll even tell you it's more about staying calm and trying to save your life. Trying to save your life. And what's even more amazing, why didn't anybody try to stop this guy? But then again, would I have tried to stop him if he has this assault weapon and he walks in front of me and doesn't make eye contact with me? Do I try to tackle him? Do I go after him? No. Do you? No. But it just goes to show you, we are living in such fear. We are living in such fear in this country right now because of all of the horror that continues to evolve. And also, we let people who commit these type of crimes or murders or tragedy rot in prison, while the victims' family members have to live the rest of their life thinking about this stuff. That's where we are in this country right now. Has nothing to do with who's in the White House. It has nothing to do about political parties. We are off to a point where I don't know if we can ever return. I look at these headlines. I can tell you this. If this would have been the headline in the newspaper the next day where I grew up, it would have been like, you got to be kidding me. And not to say this stuff wasn't happening in big cities, but not like this. Not like this. And when you add the 5 families in organized crime running New York, this stuff didn't happen. Listen, Richard Caligari, God rest his soul, cleaned up the red light district in downtown Pittsburgh, the old Liberty Avenue. You remember it if you're old enough. Everything was X-rated. So he cleaned it up, the Renaissance. People aren't as safe as they were. I'm not saying it was because people were fearful, but those who were controlling all of the illicit criminal activity, the prostitution, the gambling, they didn't want people getting hurt. They didn't want it to get so frightening. Look, I don't know how you even run a business in a major city anymore. And Pittsburgh's still a really safe community. But this stuff just didn't happen. And I can promise you there's going to be more to this story. And they're going to be able, and that's the other thing too. There's so much stuff that gets on the internet and people social media wise, and they blog and they have these just missions of getting on these rants and, this manifesto, if you will. And when people start looking at it after the fact, they go, well, why didn't somebody stop this person? I'll tell you why. It's very simple. Because the world is so full of this ugliness. What I was talking about an hour ago. We didn't have any of this stuff. You had reading, writing, and arithmetic. And families ate together, lived in a community together, had each other's back. I can tell you right now, the majority of you listening to me don't have really close relationships with your neighbors. It's amazing for me being in the position I'm in the public eye. Obviously, you would think, I want to kind of be hermetically sealed. No, I got great neighbors. I know who's on the left of me, who's on the right of me, who's across the street from me. And I did when I lived other places too. You have to get to know your neighbors. But people today are so afraid of everything. They don't want to get involved. They do not want to step out in public and get involved. And they want to basically pull the curtain shut. And today you see people in the most busiest metropolis in the entire country. You understand me? This is New York, New York. This isn't Coney Island. This isn't Long Island. This isn't the Bronx. This isn't Brooklyn. This isn't Queens. This is Park Avenue. And I will be interested to hear what Andrew Cuomo, who's going to run as an independent in the mayor's race, and at one time, governor knows the city better than anyone. I'll be looking to see what he has to say, and others. But this is a problem in New York City. This is a problem in Pittsburgh. This is a problem in Philadelphia, Chicago, Los Angeles, but it's also a problem where you live. All right, stay with us. We get that special report coming up again on this shooting in New York that once again continues to baffle me and many. It's your Pratt Pack tonight until 10 o'clock on KDKA.
Honored to win the Marconi Award as the best news talk station in the country. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Listen, Colin Dunlap here for Boulevard Glass and Metal. This July, turn up that heat on your bathroom makeover with a customized glass shower door from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Whether you're upgrading for style or function, their sleek, made-to-measure glass doors bring a spa-like feel to any space. Fast installation and flawless finishes. Ask your contractor or call Boulevard Glass and Metal directly, 412-621-1799. Boulevard Glass and Metal, clearly the right choice.
When their world isn't safe, they need someone to notice, to wonder and worry, to be their voice. If you suspect child abuse in any way, report it. You can be their hero. Your call can change their world.
Report suspected abuse by calling 1-800-932-0313 or visit keepkidssafe.pa.gov for more information. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Sizzling July savings happening now from my friends at Coit. Save 50% off drapery cleaning and 40% off all other Coit cleaning services. Coit's full-service drapery cleaning is unmatched, including takedown, cleaning, and rehanging your drapes. Call Coit today, 1-800-FOR-COIT. That's 1-800-FOR-COIT. Incredible specials. 50% off drapery cleaning, 40% off all other Coit services. 1-800-FOR-COIT.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way, give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $12,500 bathroom remodel with an additional savings of up to $3,000 plus low to no monthly payments. 412-556-2284. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. and you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
All right, we're going to get to that special report, CBS, coming up shortly. But let me just get you caught up again. Story continues to develop. A New York City police officer was shot and killed, and another was wounded in a shooting in Midtown Manhattan this evening at around 6:40. At least 2 civilians were also wounded, including one critically. The suspect, identified as Shane D. Tamura, 27, of Nevada, died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. This according to multiple law enforcement officials. Sources say the shooter walked into the 44-story building at 3:45 carrying an AR-style weapon by his side and went to the 33rd floor and opened fire. The officers that were shot were acting as security at the time, working for Rudin Management. So that is up to the minute, but there's of course, many more details coming in as we speak, and maybe we'll get a couple of more right now. So that's the reason why we're going to go to CBS Radio News for this special report on this shooting today in New York.
CBS News special report. At least one New York City Police Department officer has been killed in a shooting inside an office building in Midtown Manhattan. At least one person on the 33rd floor of that building where the gunman went up to is also dead.
She's carrying an AR-style weapon by his side there. He's wearing sneakers, and it looks like black pants and a blazer and a collared shirt there. He went to the 33rd floor and started shooting.
CBS's Elizabeth Cook.
There's a massive crime scene still there, by the way, in Midtown Manhattan. Some people that were inside the building were forced to evacuate. Others were told to shelter in place while officers combed through each room, each level of that building.
The body of the 27-year-old suspect was found inside the building, dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. In his wallet, a badge showing he has a concealed firearms permit from the Las Vegas Metro Police Department. CBS News special report. I'm Matt Piper.
All right, so just a couple of minutes left, so I'm just going to kind of summarize and wrap up tonight, and again remind you to stay with us throughout the night. CBS Radio News, special reports, top and bottom of the hour with the latest, and of course, first thing in the morning on the Big K Morning Show. And then tomorrow night, he was already scheduled, but really going to be happy to welcome John Hudson, longtime Secret Service agent who's in the business of security, the eye in the sky, if you will. He has worked with such people as our DA, Stephen Sapala, here in Allegheny County. So we're going to talk to him about this. And I'm going to simply ask him, are these security cameras more about giving you the opportunity to get the drop on someone, or do they really prevent things from happening? And honestly, it's very hard to think that they do, especially this story. Now, if I were a reporter on the scene, one of the things that I would definitely be wondering, what's this guy doing from Nevada here? I mean, why would he come cross country? That's thousands of miles away. Concealed weapon. He had the permit, as you heard from the Las Vegas police. But what would bring him from that part of the world here? I don't know. It's very bizarre. But this is the other thing that is so perplexing about this story, is that they think these things out. They become consumed with this stuff. This actually becomes their sole purpose. I mean, and you have to know, even if you find some ability to basically get away with all those cameras, every single angle, every step, timeline, all of it being marked. And with satellites, they can basically, within a matter of minutes, secure the video, the footage, know where you live. And with mobile phones that you may forget to turn off, they can track you. So you're not going to get away with something like this. This is basically like you signing your death warrant. And he did take his own life. Because by the time all of this stuff started to happen, believe me, the New York City police and others were aware of it, on their way, and there within milliseconds. But when you think of the cameras and the security, 2 New York City police officers who are as well-trained as trained can be, can't stop something like that. And I do think, obviously, they saw this man. Why didn't anybody? And I'm not telling you I would have, probably wouldn't have if the eye contact wasn't there, but if I felt threatened, I probably would have. But who knows, at this stage of your life, when you are 68 years of age, you look at life differently and you start thinking about the sacrifice of one or a few for the survival of many. It's just, it's staggering. Look, I've only been in situations a few times in my life where violence has happened and you see it unfolding in front of your very eyes. And I don't care who, what, when, where, why, or how, you react differently to it. And I'll say this again, it's one of the reasons why I don't really do much other than work, home, back to work. And it's a shame because I used to really enjoy this time of year, taking walks, riding bikes late at night. And I know somebody's saying, well, I don't let it stop me. Well, if it doesn't, that's good. But you also better be paying attention to the world around you because it's changing. And this is another story. It may be the most important story in these random acts of violence that mainly now more than ever, we are learning that no matter where you live or who you are, you're not safe. I mean, my goodness, Park Avenue. I mean, this is the Mecca. This is the Big Apple. This is the most influential part of New York with some of the most biggest influencers anywhere on the planet. And these financial firms are the elite of the elite of the elite, dealing with trillions of dollars. And the NFL, the biggest brand in the world of sports anywhere on the planet. And he still not only got into the building, got on an elevator and went to the 33rd floor and began shooting. He went in there open fired. I mean, it wasn't even like, hello, how are you? Trying to do something to get around security. He just went in guns blazing. It's what we have learned with those special reports. I'm so glad we carried them. What we have learned in the last hour plus, this story continues to take on layer after layer after layer after layer, and you can do the deep dive in every one of them and still realize the end result is this. If you're not safe on Park Avenue, broad daylight, on a Monday, no matter where you are, you're not safe. Security. Is it enough? How do we go about our lives? What do we take from this story? Has it gotten to the point now that violence is at, well, every corner we turn? Again, stay tuned. CBS Radio News for the latest on this story through the night, top and bottom.